Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 585. Seventh Bro, this thing is chasing you. Did you dig up someone's ancestral grave? The monkey shouted in fear. It popped out on its own. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin anxiously retorted. Then you must have stepped on its ancestral grave. No, did you steal something from it? No wonder it wouldn't let you go even after it died. Give it back, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin coldly retorted, shut up. If anyone was stealing, it should be me. That piece of skin is still on its head. Is this thing chasing you by following the scent of the skin? Shut up. Lu Yin barked. He was sweating profusely as he stared ahead and occasionally looked back. The corpse was getting closer and closer, and he had a feeling that it would step onto the spacecraft in the next step. Fortunately, the entrance to the primal zone wasn't too far away. When he saw countless beasts roaming in front of him, Lu Yin felt like he had seen his family, and he immediately charged in. Countless beasts roared angrily and attacked Lu Yin. The space-exploring beasts were all intelligent, and a human daring to charge in so brazenly made them feel like they were being provoked. Lu Yin watched as so many beasts surrounded him, and he felt a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. These beasts were not attacking him, but rather protecting him. There was a whoosh, and the void rippled as the corpse appeared above the spacecraft. It tore through the void and tore apart many of the beasts around it. Blood splattered across space and dyed the spacecraft red. Lu Yin identified the energy gap and charged in, hoping that there would be enough beasts in the primal zone. The corpse was temporarily entangled by countless beasts, but it definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It had been able to track Lu Yin from the outerverse all the way to the primal zone, so no matter how far away they were, Lu Yin was certain that this thing would be able to find him. What was the reason for this thing to keep chasing after him? He could not figure it out. In the distance, he saw an enormous number of rune lines crisscrossing. It was a battle between enlighters. Lu Yin found the right direction and charged in. Not long after, an enlighter's rune lines appeared in front of Lu Yin and charged towards him. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he recognized this rune line. It was Topmist, and the old man was trying to escape. In outer space, Topmist quickly rushed towards the entrance of the primal zone and relaxed. Fortunately, he was smart enough to leave the battlefield, or else he would have been dead. 5 enlighters had surrounded him, and the 3 of them were just dreaming. Don't blame me, as I don't want to die. At that moment, Topmist saw the black hole Great Aurora in front of him, and he was stunned. That was Lu Yin. This kid didn't leave. Why are you here? Senior Topmist, are you trying to escape? Lu Yin shouted. Topmist's expression turned ugly. Brat, don't spout nonsense. I've sensed the location of another energy crack, and I'm preparing to destroy it. Is that so? Unfortunately, we can't go. Monster Loach is at the entrance to the primal zone. Topmist was confused. What Monster Loach? A monster with a power level of over 350,000. Topmist's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. Elder Lohar should have been able to stop this creature. Feel it if you don't believe me, Lu Yin said. Topmist raised his hand, and the black mist spread out into the distance. Lu Yin steered his spacecraft away from the black fog. Who knew if the old man would take the opportunity to attack him? The desiccated corpse truly existed, but Topmist was not afraid of it since he had never encountered it before. Rather, it was more accurate to say that Monster Loach was a deterrent, and the corpse should not be any weaker than Monster Loach. After a while, Topmist retracted his fog. He could feel a chilling power ahead of him. He had only ever felt such power from someone with a combat power of 300,000 or above. It was a super excellent expert. Senior, the only way now is to destroy the energy crack and lure Monster Loach over. As long as the crack is destroyed, Monster Loach will definitely think of a way to save it. Only then will we have a chance to escape, Luin shouted. Top Mist gritted his teeth and agreed. Got it. He glared at Luin fiercely. Nothing good ever happened when he saw this brat. Luin relaxed and glanced back. The desiccated corpse's rune lines were closing in, indicating that it had caught up. Senior, let's go. Monster Loach is coming, Luin called out. Top Mist was startled, as he did not dare to be targeted by Monster Loach. He hurriedly rushed towards the energy crack. At this moment, in the distance, Valtteri was in a sorry state while One Kitchen was panting heavily. They were surrounded by 5 enlighter beasts, one of which had been trapped by the literary prison while the other 4 were attacking them. If we can leave this place alive, we'll definitely kill Top Mist. Valtteri was furious. One Kitchen smiled bitterly. You and I both know what this person is like. It looks like we won't be able to complete the mission. Detonate the pyrolite, and we'll at least be able to leave this place safely. Valtteri was unwilling to give up. If they failed the mission, then it would be difficult to defend Ironblood Weave. The humans' outerverse would be finished, and they would be finished as well. Humans, surrender. There are humans in the Celestial Beast Empire as well. You will not be exterminated, and you will become part of the Astral Beast domain, one of the enlighter beasts said, shaking the void. Valtteri smiled bitterly. We're actually being treated like a beast. One Kitchen shook his head. Even if we die, the Wen family will not have a traitor. Too stubborn. Kill. One of the enlighter beasts roared. Suddenly, there was a gunshot that shook everyone. The enlighter beast that had been trapped by the literary prison had its head split open, and it died. The other 4 enlighter beasts were stunned. When Kitchen and Valtteri stared blankly at the black hole-grade aurora in the distance. It was Luin. The next moment, another enlighter beast howled as its body was corroded by the black mist. Top Mist appeared. Quick, go destroy the crack. Valtteri and One Kitchen had not expected Top Mist to return, and he had even brought Luin with him. Valtteri did not hesitate to charge into the distance, where an energy that connected the heavens and the earth could be seen. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing such an explosive increase in energy. It was as if the universe had been split in two, and the energy spread out endlessly. He could not imagine what kind of power had caused such a huge change, but the astral river was definitely even more spectacular. Not even hunters dared to approach the battlefield of the Enlighters, and Lu Yin was no exception. However, just because he did not dare to approach did not mean that the Enlighter beasts would let him go. One of them swiped at him with a claw. Lu Yin controlled his spacecraft to fly towards a planet. The Enlighter beast chased after him. When Kitchen and Top Mist were busy dealing with the other Enlighter beasts, so they did not have the time to help Lu Yin. Seventh bro, give up on the spacecraft and use a power vessel, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin leaped out of the spacecraft and donned his universal armor. The Enneatic wings sprouted from his back, and he held the stellar ruler in his hand as he activated it with his star energy. The Enlighter beast's attack landed on Lu Yin's head, and at the critical moment, Lu Yin's body vanished. When he reappeared, he was already very far away from his previous position. The Enlighter beast's attack missed, and the aftershocks caused the planet to shatter. It looked around, but it could no longer find Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in outer space and panted heavily as he looked at the stellar ruler in his hand. It really was a good treasure. At this moment, a huge force sent him flying. This was the aftershock of an Enlighter's battle, and he could not withstand it at all. His universal armor could protect him from injury, but it could not withstand an enlighter's attack. Lu Yin stabilized himself with great difficulty. In front of him, the enlighter beast that had been chasing after him was now charging towards him with its giant eyes. At this moment, the desiccated corpse arrived. When he had been chased by the desiccated corpse, Lu Yin had treated the beast as if he had seen his family. Now, when he saw the desiccated corpse, he treated it as if he had seen his family. The enlighter beast did not know whether the desiccated corpse was friend or foe, but to it, any human form was an enemy. Thus, it swatted at the desiccated corpse with a claw. The desiccated corpse only had eyes for Lu Yin, and it did not even try to dodge. It was sent flying by the beast's claw. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. It couldn't be that fragile, right? There was a thump, and before Lu Yin had time to think, he was also sent flying by the beast's claw. This attack was not light, and with the enlighter beast's strength, Lu Yin flew towards the depths of the primal zone at a speed that was not much slower than the radiant great aurora. He pierced through several planets before finally crashing into a planet without any light. The enormous force almost knocked him unconscious. He moved his fingers, but his surroundings were completely dark. Just as he was about to get up, his expression suddenly changed, and it became incomparably strange. He felt like he was about to break through, and he could not suppress it. He had thought of many situations where he would break through, but he had never thought that it would be under such circumstances. He was surrounded by enemies in the primal zone, and he could be killed at any time. However, he had already suppressed the feeling of breaking through several times, and he could no longer suppress it. Humans cultivated to fight against the heavens and adapt to the universe. Under the explorer realm, he was just a human with a strong body. Once he became an explorer, his life essence would change, and he would adapt to the universe. He would become stronger, but at the same time, he would experience exhaustion. All of his cultivation advanced in the direction of the universe. Only by adapting to the universe would he have a future. One of the biggest hurdles in cultivation was the explorer realm, and at this moment, Lu Yin had no choice but to break through. However, his chances of breaking through were less than 10%. Monkey, I'm about to break through to the explorer realm. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? The monkey did not answer. Lu Yin glanced at his right arm and frowned. That attack had knocked the monkey unconscious. He wanted to wake the monkey up, but the feeling of breaking through followed closely behind. The formcast model in his body had melted, and nothing could be changed. He had to find a way to break through, or else he would fail. As the formcast model melted, Lu Yin's mind trembled as a vast power enveloped him. It was as if the universe was collapsing, and he felt an intense pain in his body that engulfed his nerves. Then, his vision turned dark as he saw a jade finger piercing through the void. It was as if the universe could not stop it. Extreme fury burned in his heart, and he could not control his emotions when he saw that jade finger. Perhaps it was unconscious, but at that moment, he had the urge to destroy everything. In the distance, Valtteri had followed the path and found a crack in the energy. It was not large, but it could easily accommodate a fleet. The Celestial Beast Empire had used this crack to reinforce the primal zone. Valtteri took out the pyrolite and rushed towards the crack. As long as he detonated it, 50 grams of pyrolite would be enough to draw out the energy and flood the crack. At that time, the primal zone would have no more reinforcements. Valtteri grew excited when he thought of this. He had never been so eager to cross such a large distance before. The crack grew closer and closer, and just as Valtteri was about to enter, a sharp claw reached out from the void and pierced through his heart. His entire body was pierced through, and he was suspended in the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 586. Valtry's eyes widened and then shrank as he watched the void in front of him split open, and a void thunderbeast walked out. No one knew that there was a void thunderbeast in the energy gap, and it was a void thunderbeast with a power level of close to 300,000. Even Monster Loach had not known, and neither had Tian Ho or Lu Yin. Even Valtry was unable to react to such a terrifying beast, and he was pierced by it. "Human, how did you know that there was an energy gap here?" the void thunderbeast asked in a dull voice. Valtry's face paled, and he lost all of his strength. His body was being torn apart. "It doesn't matter." Valtry's body crumbled into pieces, and the sword and pyrolite in his hands fell to the ground. The void thunderbeast looked in the direction of the distant battle, but it did not go over. Its mission was to protect the energy gap, and even if all the beasts in the primal zone died, it had nothing to do with it. This was Skymender's order. On the other side, One Kitchen and Top Mist were surrounded by 3 Enlighter beasts. The last Enlighter beast that had sent One Kitchen flying had wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but it was inexplicably attracted to progenitor Wuxiang's hide on the corpse's head, as if something was summoning it. The beast's target shifted to the corpse, as it wanted progenitor Wuxiang's hide. The corpse was truly enraged, and it took a step forward to appear in front of the beast. It raised a hand, and its withered arm collided with the beast's claw. Top Mist watched in horror as the arm pierced through the claw and tore the beast apart. The giant beast's body was torn apart like paper. At this moment, the other 3 Enlighter beasts, One Kitchen and Top Mist, were all stunned. The corpse clearly did not have a terrifying power level, but the strength it displayed was enough to make people's hearts tremble. There was a furious roar, and one of the Enlighter beasts attacked the corpse. The void was sliced apart layer by layer, and a terrifying strength completely submerged the corpse. The corpse's eyes were like black holes, and it turned around to evade the terrifying attack. It transformed into a ray of light that pierced through the Enlighter beast's body, killing yet another Enlighter beast. Top Mist was furious, as this was definitely a monster with a power level of 300,000 or above. He wanted to escape. When Kitchen looked into the distance. Why hadn't Valtry detonated the pyrolite yet? On the dark planet, Lu Yin's body was in intense pain, and his mind was subconsciously seeing some images. His body was changing, and he was breaking through. The light flowed along his body, illuminating the planet. It penetrated the atmosphere and entered the void. Strange phenomena appeared vaguely, but it was still very blurry. Phenomena only existed in legends. Legends had it that geniuses with innate gifts would be able to produce phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. Such geniuses were favored by the universe and were favored by the heavens, as they had the potential to directly observe the essence of the universe. Since the beginning of history, there had been very few people who had produced phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. Even the current 10 arbiters of the human race had not all produced phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. A phenomenon was a sign that one had entered a new level. The Hall of Honor had once specially given titles to those who had caused such phenomena. White Knight's Spirit Palace of the 10 Arbiters was one of those who had caused such phenomena. White Knight's name came from the Hall of Honor, and that was what a title was. And now, in the Primal Zone, Lu Yin had broken through to the Explorer realm, which had caused the universe to tremble and caused a phenomenon to appear. The crazy headmaster had shattered one of the layers, but there was still more. The changes to Lu Yin's physical body and the phenomenon stopped at that moment, and the giant tree that the phenomenon had transformed into gradually disappeared. Once the phenomenon completely disappeared, it would mean that Lu Yin's breakthrough had failed, and his formcast model would shatter as well. Who knew when he would be able to break through again? The desiccated corpse appeared behind Lu Yin and slammed down with a palm while Lu Yin was still unconscious. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Bang. Lu Yin's back received the desiccated corpse's palm without any resistance. Even the Enlighter realm astral beasts, Lu Qiuyu, and the others could not easily withstand the desiccated corpse's palm. Lu Yin had just broken through and was not wearing his universal armor, so he should have been smashed to pieces. However, the desiccated corpse's palm coincidentally landed on the seal. Although the seal formed by the mysterious runes was preventing Lu Yin from breaking through, it was also protecting him from another perspective. It was just like how the seal had protected Lu Yin's body from being destroyed when he had been struck by the warship's beam. The desiccated corpse's attack failed, and it slammed down again. There was a thump, and the ground cracked open. The seal on Lu Yin's back glowed brightly and blocked the desiccated corpse's attack. Thump. 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 Palm after palm, the desiccated corpse continued to attack. The phenomenon that had appeared during Lu Yin's breakthrough seemed to have stimulated it, and it had no intention of giving up. The seal was continuously attacked, and the suppression on Lu Yin's breakthrough became increasingly unstable. Every time the seal was about to completely suppress Lu Yin's breakthrough, it would be destroyed by the desiccated corpse's palm. The giant tree formed by the phenomenon was constantly changing in size, forming a strange cycle. Throughout this cycle, Lu Yin remained in an unconscious state. He did not break through, but he did not exit either. In this state, he continued to stare at the jade finger, and he continued to stare and stare. The monkey finally woke up, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the desiccated corpse's palm. The monkey was the most pitiful one. At the entrance of the primal zone, Top Mist rushed out and panted heavily. He did not dare to linger, and he rushed towards Season's fort. He did not want to return to this broken place for the rest of his life. It was a pity that the kid had caused a phenomenon during his breakthrough. He was an innate genius, but he was definitely going to die. In the entire primal zone, aside from the Enlighters who had attacked Yellow's Oil Fort and Giant Ghost Fort, all of the other Enlighters had been killed. Only the Void Thunder Beast remained. On a planet in the primal zone, the desiccated corpse continued to attack, as if it had no intention of giving up. It was completely different from when it had ambushed Wang Wen, as its desire to kill Lu Yin far exceeded that of Wang Wen. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even on the 10th day, the desiccated corpse did not give up and continued to attack the seal. Lu Yin remained in this unconscious state for 10 days. During these 10 days, he stared at the jade finger and saw many changes, as if he had comprehended something. At Season's fort, Top Mist returned and told Wang Wen about what had happened in the primal zone. Wang Wen did not spread the news, and he only determined that Lu Yin was dead. Viletree and Wen Kitchen were also dead, but Wang Wen was not in a hurry to announce the deaths of these two Enlighters. Otherwise, Season's fort would definitely be thrown into chaos. News of Lu Yin's death could not be concealed. Aside from him, no one else could see the location of the hole. Even if he could hide it for a day, he would not be able to hide it until the next war. Because of Lu Yin's death, Season's fort was in an uproar, and Lu Yin's name suddenly disappeared from the Iron Blood Points rankings. Even though he had been given many Iron Blood Points, he could no longer be ranked. When Sharon learned of Lu Yin's death, he sighed with a complicated expression. Wang Wen went to the cliff where he had been drinking with Lu Yin and poured a bottle of wine into the sea. Chess piece bro, don't be anxious. Soon, all of us will be there to accompany you. At Yellow's Oil Fort, Wendy Yushan's heart sank when she saw Lu Yin's name disappear from the rankings. She hurriedly flipped through the rankings, hoping that Lu Yin had exchanged all of his points for his name. However, when she reached the end of her search, she put down her gadget with a pale face and closed her eyes. Should I go first? In the lower 5 forts, Yu Xianzi was also checking Lu Yin's ranking, but she discovered that his name was not on the entire list. Even if he had exchanged his points, it was impossible for him to not leave a single one behind. She had guessed that this was the case, and just like Sharon, she was filled with complicated emotions. And Xiao Hua was bitter. He had originally planned on joining the alliance, but it seemed that his plans had gone down the drain. Even if the people from the other forts discovered that Lu Yin had died, they would at most lament about it. Only those from Season's fort knew what the consequences of Lu Yin's death would be. There were still 2 days until Wang Wen's prediction of the astral beast's invasion. In the primal zone, the desiccated corpse was still attacking. Countless astral beasts surrounded it, but none of them dared to make a move. Monster Loach and the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast also appeared, but they still did not dare to interfere. The desiccated corpse did not seem as strong as them, but it gave them a strange, indescribable feeling that made them feel apprehensive. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin's giant tree was suppressed within the planet. It was becoming smaller and smaller, which meant that the desiccated corpse's strength was becoming less effective against the seal. Eventually, the seal would be able to completely suppress Lu Yin's breakthrough. At this moment, the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements arrived. Thank you. Misty Rainren Xiao Pingxing, thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 587. Originally, there had only been one monster Loach in the primal zone, and it had a power level of over 300,000. Along with almost 10 other Enlighter Realm astral beasts, they had formed a group of astral beasts that had invaded Ironblood Weave. However, ever since the Celestial Beast Empire had sent reinforcements, several more powerful astral beasts had appeared. There was the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast, as well as the Void Thunder Beast that had been guarding the energy gap. All of these beasts had come from the Celestial Beast Empire, and now, another terrifying astral beast with a power level of over 350,000 had appeared, the Three-Tailed Greed Beast. The moment the Three-Tailed Greed Beast appeared, all the behemoths in the starry skies submitted. Even Monster Loach felt somewhat flustered when facing the Three-Tailed Greed Beast. The three-tailed white centipede was a strange giant beast wrapped in a white skeleton. Its 3 tails danced in the starry sky, creating layers of ripples. It was rumored that in the Celestial Beast Empire, the Three-Tailed Greed Beast was extremely bloodthirsty. Now that the Empire had sent it out, it represented their determination to conquer the Outerverse. Aside from the Three-Tailed Greed Beast, there was also Curse Wind, who was ranked on Skymender's list, and Skymender's disciple, Tian Ho, as well as 5 Enlighter Realm astral beasts. This was an unstoppable force. Cursewind's true form was a blue lion. He had a pair of strange eyes. His left eye was wind, and his right eye was fire. The surface of his body was suffused with an extremely high temperature. Every step he took caused space to distort and even crack open. The Three-Tailed Greed Beast did not stay in the primal zone for long, and it led all of the other beasts towards Ironblood Weave. Only Curse Wind looked at Lu Yin's planet with interest. There was a strange look in his eyes, as this was a phenomenon, but it had been suppressed. There was no need to rush, as this human was able to produce a phenomenon when he broke through, which meant that he was very talented. Curse Wind would deal with Lu Yin after conquering Ironblood Weave. In the Three-Tailed Greed Beast's eyes, no matter how talented Lu Yin was, he was still just an explorer, so he wasn't much of a threat. As for the corpse, there was no need to be anxious. Right now, the most important thing was to conquer the human outerverse. The Greed Beast had made a military order to the Imperial Tutor, so it had to capture the corpse as soon as possible. Monster Loach had sent a Hunter Realm astral beast to guard Lu Yin. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin had successfully broken through, the Hunter Realm astral beasts would not let him off. The most important thing was still that desiccated corpse, as it was too strange. They could only wait for the Three-Tailed Greed Beast to deal with it. As for the energy gap, it was still guarded by the Void Thunder Beast. no one could destroy it. At Season's fort, the universe trembled as a massive white skeletal tail pierced through the holes in the sourcebox's danger zone. It tore through the void and shattered the pass. Lu Qiuyu was taken aback. This was an elite with a combat power of more than 300,000. Bang bang bang, the transparent coffin fell from the pass. Inside the coffin, Wang Wen screamed for help. But at this moment, there was no one left to save him. Valtteri and Wen Qichen had both died in battle, and the only enlighters left in Season's fort were Lu Qiuyu and Top Mist. The moment the three-tailed greed beast attacked, Season's fort was destined to be destroyed. Lu Qiuyu had already predicted this outcome. Countless beasts invaded Season's fort, and all of the humans began to furiously counterattack. Karen held the reveal sword and roared as he charged into the sky. It should have been easy for a cruiser to deal with an explorer, but Lin Lu had encountered Tian Ho, and no matter how he attacked, he couldn't harm Tian Ho in the slightest. Tian Ho merged into the void, and all of Lin Li's attacks were ineffective. This was Lin Li's first time encountering such a situation, and Tian Ho's methods sent a chill down his spine. "You should be afraid," Tian Ho inexplicably said. Lin Li's pupils changed, and he became sluggish and confused. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Tian Ho approached Lin Li step by step, and then he raised a hand and pressed it against Lin Li's body. "Devour." Just as he finished speaking, sword chi streaked past, piercing through Tian Ho and tearing the ground apart. Lu Zhan walked out with a serious expression. Tian Ho turned to look at Lu Zhan calmly. "The Lu family again." Lu Zhan's eyes were cold. "You're Tian Ho." Tian Ho was hidden under a black robe, and most people would not recognize him. However, the Lu family was an exception. This was because one of the Lu family's headmasters who had cultivated the 13 swords had been devoured by Tian Ho. The Lu family had an unforgettable hatred for Tian Ho. "Your Lu family only has the 13 swords that are passable," Tian Ho said indifferently. At that moment, Lin Lu recovered and panted heavily. He picked up his sword and looked at Tian Ho in humiliation. As a swordsman, he had actually dropped his sword. This was a great humiliation. "Even if Season's fort falls today, I'll kill you." "Killing Tian Ho will be a huge blow to the Celestial Beast Empire," Lu Zhan said coldly. Tian Ho was indifferent. "It's useless. Master has prophesied that I will not die in this battle." "Is that so?" Lu Zhan stabbed out. However, the sword pierced through Tian Ho, but it was unable to injure him. Tian Ho's figure slowly disappeared, and he could no longer be seen. Lu Zhan was unwilling to accept this outcome. Since ancient times, Tian Ho's legend had been a disgrace to the sword sect. He had heard many rumors about Tian Ho, and the most recent one was during the Astral Combat Academy's Tournament of the Strongest, where Tian Ho had been defeated by Lu Yin. Lu Zhan had believed that Lu Yin would be able to defeat Tian Ho, and as a peak hunter, he should not have any problems either. However, he had underestimated Tian Ho's strength. Season's fort was collapsing as the three-tailed greed beast frantically destroyed the stronghold. Countless people had died. Top Mist gritted his teeth, as he did not want to die. When he saw the three-tailed greed beast's tail whip towards him, he cursed under his breath. He then carefully took out an ancient box and opened it. "Seniors, I'm sorry. This disciple was forced to do this." He then reached into the box, revealing a thin layer of a bloody handprint. Across from him, the enlighter beast shattered the heavens as it charged towards Top Mist. Top Mist suddenly looked up, and his face was pale as if he was enduring extreme pain. He then roared and reached out with his right hand from the box. His palm was covered in boiling blood, and the bloody handprint had completely fused into his palm. In an instant, the heavens froze. All living beings, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts, whether they were sentinels, melders, or terrifying powerhouses with power levels of 300,000, seemed to feel the heavens' might. Everyone froze. The sky was collapsing. This was what all living beings felt. It was not just limited to Seasons Fort, but also the entire Ironblood Weave. It even extended to Eastleigh Weave and North Castle Weave. Topmist howled in anguish as his palm burned under the layer of blood. The unbearable pain caused him to attack the three-tailed greed beast without hesitation. The beast did not move or resist, and it simply allowed Topmist's palm to strike it. Its giant body was instantly shattered, but Topmist's power did not diminish. He continued his attack through space and even pierced through the danger zone of the source box. Countless people stared at Topmist in a daze as the bloody water poured down from the sky. This person had just killed a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 with a single palm strike. Lu Qiuyu looked up from the ground, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. Wang Wen's mouth fell open, as this was unexpected. Topmist was still howling in anguish. His palm was gone, and it had been completely incinerated. The ancient box had also cracked open, but there was nothing inside. The bloody handprint had disappeared after it had been used up. With the three-tailed greed beast dead, the beast quickly retreated. Cursewind fearfully rushed out of Seasons Fort. The humans had hidden themselves too deeply, and who knew what other power vessels they had. That handprint had terrified Cursewind, as it had never felt such a powerful force before. Everyone relaxed and rejoiced that they had survived. They had all thought that they would definitely die. Lu Qiuyu soared into the sky and looked at Topmist. Countless people looked at Topmist, as he was the biggest contributor to their survival this time. Wang Wen walked out of the coffin and walked over to Topmist to praise him. Topmist felt bitter. That was Mafioso Planet's bloody handprint, which had been passed down since ancient times. It was already very thin, and he had only used it once. He had never thought that it would disappear after it was used up. It had been his trump card. However, Topmist did not reveal any of this, and he solemnly put away the box. Aside from him, no one else knew that the bloody handprint was gone, and he could still use it to intimidate others. He had thought that killing the three-tailed greed beast would be enough to intimidate Seasons Fort for a few days, but who would have thought that the astral beasts would invade again the very next day? However, no powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 appeared this time. Instead, there were two more in lighter realm astral beasts. Using the bloody handprint to kill a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 was worth it, but using it to deal with an Enlighter Realm astral beast was not worth it. The astral beast domain was not stupid. The astral beast's determination to invade the outerverse was too strong, and they seemed to be very impatient. Even if Topmist had a heaven-defying technique, he could not stop the astral beast's determination. Seasons Fort was on the verge of collapse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 588. In the distance, in the primal zone, the desiccated corpse had been attacking for 15 days without any signs of stopping. Lu Yin had also been unconscious for 15 days, and during that time, he had been staring at that jade finger. Finally, on the 16th day, Lu Yin seemed to comprehend something. He subconsciously raised his right finger and tapped out. It was very ordinary, but it transcended the void and crushed space itself. Even with his strength that had yet to reach the explorer realm, he was able to shatter space itself and point at the desiccated corpse. The desiccated corpse had just sent out a palm strike and was about to send out a second palm strike. Lu Yin's finger struck the corpse's forehead. The void distorted and then expanded, causing the entire planet to tremble. Lu Yin's subconscious finger had actually caused the desiccated corpse to take a step back. That single step caused the seal on Lu Yin's back to shine once more, completely suppressing his breakthrough. However, Lu Yin's finger seemed to have enlightened the desiccated corpse. Ancient bloodline detected. Must be killed. A phantom appeared behind the desiccated corpse, and it raised its palms and slammed them down on the seal. Crack! The seal cracked open, and the next moment, a phenomenon erupted. The giant tree covered the planet just like it had in the beginning, and then it spread to cover the surrounding space. Countless astral beasts stared blankly at this scene, not knowing what to do. The seal had been shattered by the desiccated corpse, but there was more than one seal on Lu Yin's back. Even the crazy headmaster had not known how many seals there were. The desiccated corpse destroyed one seal, but another appeared and transformed into a lock that pierced through Lu Yin's shoulder blade. At the same time, this seal brought with it an indescribably terrifying aura that swept through space, shattering all of the astral beasts around it. The desiccated corpse was also crushed into the ground by a monstrous force. On top of its head, progenitor Wushang's hide shifted slightly and covered the desiccated corpse's eyes once more. Just like before, the desiccated corpse could only stare at progenitor Wushang's hide and continue to be intimidated unless someone attacked it. The seal that had prevented Lu Yin from breaking through to the explorer realm shattered, and the other seals disappeared after suppressing the desiccated corpse, just like when he had broken through to the Melder realm. At this moment, Lu Yin's breakthrough came once more, and his physical body changed once more. The phenomenon grew larger and larger, and Lu Yin sat on the planet's surface as his heart thundered again and again. At the same time, he madly absorbed the surrounding star energy. However, the drifting star energy in the universe was not enough to satisfy him. Fortunately, he had regained consciousness the moment the seal had been broken. He retrieved star essence from his cosmic ring and piled it around him like a small mountain as he frantically absorbed it. His absorption speed was 9 times that of Sirius's art, and it formed a whirlpool around him. The pain in his body gradually subsided, and the phenomenon gradually disappeared. The surrounding star essence was also rapidly disappearing. Lu Yin opened his eyes and let out a long howl that shook the heavens. The sound waves transformed into ripples that spread out, causing the planet's surface to crack. Many more giant beasts gathered. They looked at the countless pieces of corpses floating in the starry sky, and their hearts trembled. Lu Yin let out a long breath, and he was now completely awake. He moved his shoulders and neck, causing cracking sounds to ring out. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. This is the strength of an explorer. At this moment, he saw that the universe had changed. It was no longer unfathomable, and there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. He felt that he could roam the void with his physical body. His physical body had truly changed. At the same time, he also felt that his body was in a strange state, and he was rapidly depleting energy. Only by replenishing his star energy could he slow down this process. This was probably the exhaustion period. If he allowed this state to continue, he would enter the exhaustion period and then die. Suddenly, the image of the dried corpse appeared in Lu Yin's mind. He lowered his head and looked underground with a strange expression. The dried corpse was indeed here, but it had been forced into the planet's core by some force. The core was very far from the surface, so how could Lu Yin see it? Lu Yin closed his eyes and released his domain. It quickly reached the limit of what he could observe before easily expanding it again until it reached the planet's core. This distance was more than 10 times greater than before he had become an explorer. Lu Yin was puzzled, as he had never heard of an explorer's domain being strengthened so much. What was going on? In outer space, many giant beasts were pacing back and forth, cautiously watching Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not have time to feel them out. He knew that his breakthrough to the explorer realm had brought about a huge change, but he still needed time to figure it out. Right now, the most important thing was to leave the primal zone and return to Season's fort. He had no idea where the black hole Great Aurora had landed, but fortunately, he still had the collapsible spacecraft that Wang Wen had given him in his cosmic ring. Lu Yin extended his domain into outer space, and his eyes filled with star energy. He relaxed, as there were no overly powerful beasts around. There wasn't even a single hunter. Instead, there were countless dismembered corpses. Without thinking too much, Lu Yin retrieved his collapsible spacecraft and entered it. He then rose into the air and flew towards the entrance of the primal zone at a radiant-grade speed. From start to finish, the surrounding beasts had no intention of stopping him, as they were simply too terrified. There were quite a few hunters among the beasts that had been monitoring Lu Yin, but they had all been wiped out in an instant. Although these beasts were not afraid of death, such a strange way of dying frightened them. Lu Yin smoothly sat in his spacecraft and rushed towards Season's fort. It took less than a day to travel from the primal zone to Season's fort with the speed of a radiant great aurora. Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and closed his eyes. He could now slowly sense his surroundings. Season's fort was on the verge of collapse. More than half of the stronghold had been destroyed, and countless experts had died. Top Mist, who Wang Wen had placed high hopes on, could no longer use his bloody palm print. When Lu Yin appeared outside Season's fort, he coincidentally saw Lu Qiuyu roar as he perished together with an Enlighter realm beast. At that moment, Season's fort completely collapsed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stored his spacecraft away. He then traversed through outer space and rushed towards a crumbling piece of land. There, Wang Wen was hiding in a coffin, bitterly watching everything unfold. The blue lion, Curse Wind, appeared, and the high temperature that distorted the void roasted the coffin. Aiden appeared, and his thunder shield viciously smashed Curse Wind away. Immediately after, another beast appeared. It was also a hunter, and there was half a human's body in its mouth. It stared cruelly at Wang Wen and bit down. Wang Wen was helpless. "You can't bite through it." With a whoosh, sword Qi slashed at the beast's body and split it in two. Lu Zhan appeared and grabbed the coffin, intending to throw it away. "Watch your back," Wang Wen shouted. Lu Zhan turned around, but he was too late. A claw pierced through his abdomen, and the Yin Guai appeared. Its terrifying strength sent Lu Zhan flying. Lu Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his abdomen, and charged at the Yin Guai. The Yin Guai reached out with its claw once more and shattered Lu Zhan's sword. Lu Zhan's body was smashed into the ground. Wang Wen closed his eyes and sighed. Bang! A familiar gunshot rang out, and Wang Wen opened his eyes in astonishment. In front of him, the Yin Guai's head had been shattered, and a familiar figure landed nearby. Wang Wen cried out, "Chess piece, bro." Lu Yin sadly looked at Lu Zhan, who had collapsed on the ground, and squatted down to help him up. Lu Zhan waved a hand. "It's useless. I'm dead." Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. "Sorry, I'm late." Lu Zhan smiled bitterly. "I'm just a hunter. Since when was it your turn to save me? Did you break through?" Lu Yin nodded. Lu Zhan coughed and pointed at Wang Wen. Run immediately. Take Wang Wen away. Anyone can die, but he can't." Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Zhan anxiously said, "Run. Don't worry about me. I'm dead." Lu Yin watched as the rune lines that represented Lu Zhan continuously dissipated, and he sighed helplessly. He turned around and appeared in front of Wang Wen. "Come down. We'll take a spacecraft and leave." Wang Wen smiled bitterly. "Chess piece, bro, if I could escape, do you think I would just wait for death?" He then pointed at the sky. Lu Yin looked up, and his expression changed. At this moment, the sky was filled with astral beasts, and more importantly, there were boundless rune lines in every direction, which represented in lighter realm astral beasts. These beasts would not allow anyone to escape. Only people could enter, not leave. Chess piece bro, you're too unlucky. You could have survived, but you just had to come here to die, Wang Wen said bitterly. Lu Yin looked around. He had not come here to die. Turn around. Wang Wen was confused. What did you say? I told you to turn around, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen frowned. What do you mean? What secrets do you have that you can't let others know? Are you a girl? Do you want to live or not? If you want to live, then listen to me, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Wang Wen pursed his lips. It doesn't matter. You're just waiting to die anyway. It's best if you have some secrets. Don't be like that wretched black fog and not be able to protect you at a critical moment. Lu Yin watched as Wang Wen turned around. He stepped into the ruins and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he tapped it. Every time he faced a life or death crisis, the die would always be his first choice, and today was no exception. The die slowly spun before finally stopping at 1. There was a thump as a yellow prayer mat fell out. When Lu Yin saw the prayer mat, he felt as if he could hear the chanting of scriptures, and his entire body was drawn towards it. Lu Yin was certain that this prayer mat was not simple, but now was not the time to study it. He continued to roll the die. The die slowly spun before finally stopping at 4. Lu Yin was delighted. This was it. The scene before him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. At present, there was only one enlighter left in Season's fort, and that was Top Mist. There were also 5 enlighter beasts. If Lu Yin wanted to break through, he would have to deal with the enlighter beasts first. Top Mist could not do that, but Lu Yin could, as he had a gun. However, a gun alone would not be enough to kill an enlighter beast, and the enlighter beasts could dodge. The only way was to use the Yu's secret art, but Wendy Yushan was not around, so Lu Yin could only practice it himself. Secret techniques could only be practiced by explorers, and Lu Yin just so happened to be an explorer. Lu Yin was least afraid of competing with others over time. As long as he had the resources, he could keep the time-stop space open indefinitely. He had used up 20,000 star essence to break through to the explorer realm, which was 100 times more than what he had used to break through to the Lamita realm. He did not know how much star energy others had used to break through to the explorer realm, but it was definitely much less than what he had used. Fortunately, he had 48,000 star essence to begin with, so he still had 28,000 left, which was more than enough. He had increased the number of days he could stay in the time-stop space by 4 months, but he had used up more than 700,000 star crystals, which was only 7 star essence. Within these 4 months, he hoped to master the Yu's secret art. Wendy Yushan had not practiced the Yu's secret art for very long, and since Lu Yin's aptitude was not bad, it should not take him too long. Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you for your brother's reward. Misty Rain Ren Xiao Pingxing, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 589. The time-stop space was boring, and Lu Yin could not stand it, so he would rather use his star energy to change the environment. During the first month, he quietly tried to sense the circulation route of the Yu's secret art. He had tried it once before, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. However, there was no result, and he did not feel anything at all. During the second month, Lu Yin still did not feel anything. He was starting to get frustrated. Coincidentally, the monkey woke up at this time. Seventh bro, where are we? Don't ask. Now that I'm an explorer, how can I learn the secret art? Luin asked. The monkey was speechless. Seventh bro, how would I know? I've never learned a secret technique before. It's all about innate talent and luck. How long have you been practicing it? I just started. You really don't know? Luin asked. The monkey replied, I really don't know. That's strange. Where is this place? I've seen it before, but you never told me. Luin decisively blocked the monkey, as he did not want this guy to know his secret. But how could he learn the secret art? Just in case, Luin added another 50 days. Every 10 days that the time-stop space would consume twice as much star energy as before. An additional 4 months would require 730,000 star crystals, which was equivalent to 3 star essence. Now that another 50 days had been added to the space, Lu Yin's star essence consumption had reached 233 star essence, which was an increase of several times. Any more, and Lu Yin would not be able to bear it. He needed to comprehend the secret art as soon as possible. There were still 110 days left, but he still had no clue. Helpless, he began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. Whenever he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he would first recite the Stonewall scriptures. For example, when he had fused with the Fates and he had only been able to speed up his progress by reciting the Stonewall scriptures. He did not know what the Stonewall scriptures meant, but not long after he finished reciting them, Luin had a faint feeling of the secret technique circulation route. He opened his eyes in ecstasy, as he had a feeling that it was actually useful. Without wasting any time, he continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures. However, it was impossible for him to memorize everything in one go. Even though he had become an explorer and his spiritual force had greatly increased, he could only recite a portion of the scriptures. He had to rest for a while or else he would faint. As he recited the Stonewall scriptures, his sense of the secret technique grew clearer and clearer. Another month passed, and he opened his eyes. He raised a hand and casually waved his hand, causing a shockwave to shake the void. It then mysteriously disappeared, having been transferred to another direction. Luin was overjoyed. He had tried several times over the past month, but this was the first time he had succeeded. At that moment, he felt as if everything in front of him had changed, and he tried again. This time, his eyes filled with star energy, and sure enough, the moment he activated the secret technique, the scene in front of him changed. There was no space or time, and as long as he attacked, he could instantly attack from any direction. This was the secret technique that could turn something rotten into something mystical, allowing him to see through the essence of the universe. Was this the nature of the universe? He suddenly recalled the time when Mr. Mu had tossed him from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone, which meant that he had crossed half of the universe. Had he also seen through the essence of the universe? Impossible. Only progenitor realm powerhouses could create secret techniques, and only progenitor realm powerhouses could see through the essence of the universe. Currently, there shouldn't be any progenitor realm powerhouses in this universe. Even if there were, they would be in the Neoverse. Mr. Mu couldn't possibly be a progenitor realm powerhouse. If he was not an ancestor realm powerhouse, how did he do it? Could it be a secret technique as well? Use secret art, void transfer. Lu Yin could now redirect his attacks to any location within a certain range and attack any target. This was the use secret art, and as his understanding of the use secret art deepened, the range of his attacks would definitely increase. Furthermore, the redirection might not necessarily be an attack, but rather an item or a living being. If that was the case, then it was not impossible for Mr. Mu to know a secret technique. Lu Yin waved his hand again, but nothing happened. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but he decided to continue comprehending it since he wasn't familiar with it yet. Another month quickly passed, and now, 4 months had passed. Over the past month, Lu Yin had tried more than 10 times and succeeded a few times. His success rate was close to 50%, which was not bad, but it was still far from Wendy Yushan's. Lu Yin's innate gift was definitely not weak, and he had also modified his eyes. Even if Wendy Yushan could use the Yu's secret art, she definitely wouldn't be able to see the essence of the universe that Lu Yin could. In that case, the reason why she had surpassed him was probably because of her bloodline. She was a descendant of the Yu family, and the Yu's secret art had been passed down to the Yu family since ancient times. It was an inheritance that flowed in their blood. If not for the Stonewall scriptures, then even if Lu Yin could use the route of the secret technique, he would still be far from being able to comprehend the secret technique. It was no wonder why the monkey had said that the secret technique was very difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, Lu Yin's luck was not bad, and he had succeeded in cultivating it. What he needed to do next was increase his success rate, as he could not leave his life to luck. As he thought about it, Lu Yin forcefully endured the boredom of the dull space and continued to increase his speed for another 50 days, spending a total of 7,400 star essence. There were still 100 days left, and these 100 days would be his final struggle. Amidst the ruins of Season's fort, Lu Yin's vision blurred as a second passed. He had been in the time-stop space for a full 220 days, which was more than half a year. More than half a year had passed, and Season's fort actually felt a little unfamiliar to Lu Yin. A shadow loomed over the sky as a giant astral beast crashed down. Lu Yin looked up and tapped his foot lightly. There was a thump as a shock wave shook the void, and his figure disappeared before reappearing in midair. He kicked out, and the giant astral beast was sent flying into outer space like a pebble. Lu Yin landed beside Wang Wen's coffin. "It's done." Wang Wen turned around and stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "What's done?" "Nothing." The other Enlighter beast stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This human had actually survived its full-powered attack, which was impossible. He was just an explorer. Top Mist's black fog wrapped around the Enlighter beast and violently flung it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin fired another shot, and the Enlighter beast roared. It shrunk its body in the nick of time, and only then did it avoid having its head blown off by the bullet. The bullet brushed past the beast's head and shot into outer space. The Enlighter beast felt a lingering fear, and it looked at Lu Yin with reluctance before tearing through the void and leaving. Top Mist panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin. He had also thought that Lu Yin was dead for sure. Lu Yin shook his head, as he was still a little dizzy. Not long after, the battle ended, and only 2 Enlighter beasts remained. There had been a total of 5 beasts. One had perished together with Lu Qiuyu, one had been killed by Lu Yin, and one had been killed by Lu Yin and Top Mist. The remaining 2 Enlighter beasts panicked, especially when they saw Lu Yin's methods. They could not withstand his attacks and could only flee. They could tell that Lu Yin had used a secret technique, and even an explorer could not be underestimated. They had thought that this battle would be the end of Season's fort, but they had actually won. Those who had survived did not cheer, and they instead silently looked at the destroyed fort and the countless corpses of their friends and family. They sank into sorrow. Lu Yin looked at his gun and saw that there were still 4 shots left. After landing on the shattered land, Wang Wen walked out of his coffin and sized Lu Yin up again. "I saw it. You killed 2 Enlighter beasts." Lu Yin replied, "Let's retreat. The fort is finished, so we'll head to the next 5 forts." Wang Wen nodded, as it was not the right time to say anything. He was most worried that Elder Lohar would not be able to stop Monster Loach and the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast. If that happened, then it would truly be over. Although Lu Yin was mysterious, Wang Wen did not believe that Lu Yin could kill a monster with a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin found Aiden and Hu Qingshan. Fortunately, the two were still alive, even though they were heavily injured. Lu Zhan was dead, and just as he had said, he would not survive. It wasn't just Lu Zhan, as most of the people from the Lu family had died as well. Only a girl named Lu Miao Miao had survived, and even Lu Sanjian had died. There were less than 10,000 survivors in the fort, and Wang Wen gathered everyone together. Lu Yin was surprised to find that Long Yun was there as well, and his injuries were not light. Sharon had not died, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. Everyone, Season's fort has collapsed, and we will be retreating to one of the lower 5 forts, Broken Blade Fort. Wang Wen gave a simple explanation of the situation and then arranged for the retreat. Before leaving, Wang Wen found Lu Yin. With the previous missions and the contributions from this mission, you will receive 130,000 Iron Blood points. What are the 10 arbiters? Aiden asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. An astral beast on Skymender's list. Aiden nodded. It said so itself, and it actually praised me for suppressing it. I'm someone who can withstand an Enlighter's attack, but I was actually praised by an early hunter. At this point, Aiden's face sank. I feel like it hasn't used its full strength yet. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If it's really on Skymender's list, then your feelings might be right. The 10 arbiters are 10 monsters, and the astral beast domain Skymender's list also has 10 astral beasts. Aiden quietly listened to Lu Yin's words, and he grew more and more astonished. The universe has changed, and the 10 arbiters and the 10 arbiters council were born. It's unbelievable that those powerful organizations have actually agreed to give power to the younger generation. Lu Yin was not sure about this either, and the higher he climbed, the more confused he became. No matter how strong the 10 arbiters were, could they surpass an Enlighter with a power level of 250,000 or even 300,000? That was impossible, as those powerful organizations definitely had such powerhouses. Even the tiny Northline Flow Zone had an old monster like Northgate Taisui, who could single-handedly defeat the 10 arbiters. So what did the 10 arbiters rely on to give power to the younger generation? In the past, Lu Yin had assumed that the 10 arbiters had the support of the various organizations, but ever since he had taken control of the Great Yu Empire, he felt that he might have guessed wrongly. As rulers, it was impossible for them to willingly give up power, which was illogical. So, what gave the 10 arbiters the right to stand at such a high position? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 591. Aiden left, and Sharon arrived. He looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Congratulations on becoming an explorer. There's nothing to congratulate me about, Lu Yin replied. I saw Tian Ho, Sharon said. He fought with someone from Myriad Swords Peak, and even a hunter couldn't handle him. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Although he hadn't seen Tian Ho during the battle, that was because Season's fort was too large. However, Tian Ho had definitely seen him. After all, he had killed an Enlighter Realm astral beast, which had a huge impact. I really admire you for being able to defeat such a monster, Sharon praised. Lu Yin laughed. I killed 5 Enlighters. Sharon was speechless, and he silently left. Compared to an Enlighter, Tian Ho was nothing. Iron Blood Weave wasn't large, and the distance between Season's fort and Broken Blade Fort wasn't very far. The closer they got, the more panicked they became, as this also meant that the Astral Beast's invasion was getting closer. This was Lu Yin's second time seeing Broken Blade Fort. Broken Blade Fort was his starting point in Iron Blood Weave, and it might also become his final destination. Broken Blade Fort had already made preparations to welcome them. The scene of Wang Wen and the others arriving at Season's fort when Iron Blood Fort had collapsed was replayed. Everyone at Broken Blade Fort had silently watched their arrival. The commander of Broken Blade Fort was called Han Fei, and he was a nominal mentor of erudite Flozone's Lost Radiance Academy. He was an enlighter with a power level of 230,000. After arriving at Broken Blade Fort, Lu Yin had been monitored by Wang Wen. He had placed all of Seasons Fort's resources into Broken Blade Fort's warehouse, and he had obtained 140,000 star essence. Due to Seasons Fort's collapse, the battle system had not updated Lu Yin's rankings in time. Even if it did, it would be useless since he had already exchanged all of his resources. After handing over the resources, Lu Yin had planned to find a place to rest and think about what he could use these resources to improve himself. However, he was brought to Han Fei by a cultivator. Wang Wen and Top Mist were both present. Top Mist was still wrapped in a black fog, and his appearance could not be seen. Wang Wen's face was solemn. Han Fei stared at Lu Yin solemnly. "Please, sit." Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He had the qualifications to do so. Even Han Fei hadn't killed as many enlighters as Lu Yin. No matter what method you used, as long as you were able to kill an enlighter realm astral beast, then you have the qualifications to be on equal footing with us. "Brother Lu, is it all right if I address you as such?" Han Fei asked. Although his expression was serious, he was surprisingly polite. Lu Yin nodded. "No problem. The astral beast's invasion is imminent. I hope that Brother Lu will continue to point out the holes in the sourcebox's danger zones, just like you did at Seasons Fort," Han Fei said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. "I know. Don't worry, Commander." Han Fei grunted and then looked at Top Mist. "Right now, we're the only two enlighters left in Broken Blade Fort. I'll protect Wang Wen while you protect Brother Lu." "He doesn't need protection," Top Mist said in a hoarse voice. Han Fei frowned. "This is Elder Lohar's order. Nothing must happen to Brother Lu. Raise his level of protection to the highest level." Lu Yin was astonished, as Elder Lohar had actually placed such importance on him. It seemed that Lu Yin's value had been discovered. Ever since he had broken through to the Explorer realm, he no longer had to cower before enlighters. With the combination of his universal armor and the Yu's secret art, he was confident that he could face any enlighter head-on. This was no longer as simple as challenging someone who was a realm breaker. Lu Yin glanced at him. "I heard that when you were guarding Seasons Fort, you used a power vessel to kill an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. "That's right," Top Mist growled. Lu Yin looked at the mist. "Since you had such a powerful power vessel, why didn't you use it in the primal zone? If you had, we would have already destroyed the energy gap." Top Mist fell silent. "If I can think of it, then so can Wang Wen. Many people can think of it as well. Old man, you should have already come up with an excuse, right?" Lu Yin mocked. Top Mist was furious. "Kid, I'm still your senior. Be more polite when you speak to me. Even if you have a secret technique in that spear, I have nothing to fear as long as I'm prepared." "Old man, you still owe me for what happened on Shoulda Planet," Lu Yin said coldly. Top Mist was puzzled. "What do you mean? You were the one who schemed to kill Elder Wu on Shoulda Planet. I didn't harm you in the slightest. Don't tell me that you weren't the one who leaked information about the hunters from Darkstar Gorge who were chasing after me. You even revealed how I killed Elder Wu," Lu Yin snorted. "I'm an assassin, and I value promises and honor. I wasn't the one who revealed your methods, and I didn't say a single word about it." "It's up to you whether to believe me or not," Top Mist replied. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he looked at Top Mist. "You weren't the one who revealed it. Why should I believe you? When you were guarding Seasons Fort, you used that spear more than once. Many people know about your methods, so what's the point of me lying to you at this time?" If I say that I wasn't the one who revealed it, then I wasn't, Topmist said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he did not believe Topmist. Did assassins have honor? But then again, what if it really wasn't Topmist? Then who had revealed it? Only a few people knew about his methods of killing Enlighters, and aside from Topmist, the rest were all from the Great Yu Empire. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone, Granny Chan. She had been present when he had killed Lei Long. Could it have been her? Or was Topmist lying? Aren't you Lu Yin? Someone exclaimed. Not too far away, a girl with a fish on her head looked over in surprise. Lu Yin looked over. Shi-Chi. Ha, a familiar two-legged beast, the fish on Shi-Chi's head spoke up. Shi-Chi was very happy to see Lu Yin, and she hurriedly walked over. Lu Yin, it's really you. That's great, you're not dead. Lu Yin was surprised. You're here too. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish sees that you're not bad. Come, be Lord Fish's mount, the fish said cheekily. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Seventh bro, beat up this cheap fish. It actually dares to make you its mount. Isn't that an insult to me? Lu Yin did not bother with the fish or the monkey, and he continued to talk to Shi-Chi. He wanted to know more about the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society situation. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, I haven't been able to see many people. Brother Casanova, President Jeffrey, Master Wuxing, and the others. I probably won't be able to see them again in this lifetime, Shi-Chi said gloomily. Are there any boundless advanced lockbreakers in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin asked. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish is talking to you. Seventh bro, beat it up. Shi-Chi shook her head. No. From what I know, all of the registered boundless advanced lockbreakers are either in the Innerverse or the Neoverse. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Two-legged beast, you've improved. Come, Lord Fish will spar with you. Seventh bro, let me go out and spar with it. The entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society has come to the 5 lower strongholds to assist in the defense. The commander hopes that we can patch up the holes in the Sourcebox's danger zones, but that's something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker can do. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish is unhappy. Seventh bro, I'm unhappy as well. Not long after, Lu Yin and Shi-Chi separated as Wang Wen urged him to update the location of the holes in the Sourcebox's danger zones. Shi-Chi was envious as she watched Lu Yin leave. He's really strong. Can you feel it? After breaking through to the Explorer realm, Lu Yin's power has increased so much that I can't even see his bottom line. Above her head, the fish's tone was solemn. His physical strength and domain have both undergone a qualitative change, and there's also an indescribable strength. Girl, follow him. Follow that two-legged beast. Why? Shi-Chi was puzzled. Stupid, you can only survive if you follow him. Lord Fish doesn't want to change mounts so frequently. Let's go, follow him. The fish patted its tail as it urged her. Shi-Chi was put in a difficult position, and she embarrassedly said, "That's not very good. What's there to be afraid of? Just say that Lord Fish has recruited him as a mount, and he'll be overjoyed." Shi-Chi was speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 592. One day later, Broken Blade Fort trembled as countless attacks were launched into outer space under Lu Yin's guidance, destroying a large number of Void Wanderers. The Broken Blade stronghold cheered. They had never fought so happily before. Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could destroy more Void Wanderers, the invasion of the behemoths would be delayed. Wang Wen's expression was ugly. According to his analysis, the astral beasts would cut off all means of retreat now that the battle had reached this stage. They wouldn't be as cautious as they had been against Season's fort. Furthermore, the astral beasts had been in a hurry to invade Season's fort, so they wouldn't wait any longer. His guess was correct. With a roar that shook the starry skies, Monster Loach appeared. Broken Blade Fortress had never had an old monster with a combat power of over 300,000. Monster Loach had changed its usual behavior and appeared alone to defend against the attacks of the entire Broken Blade Fortress. This caused Broken Blade Fortress to be unable to eliminate the Void Wanderers immediately. Soon, an all-out war had begun. Lu Yin put down his gadget. It was time for a tough battle. Try your best to hide. I can't take care of you, Lu Yin said indifferently before leaping into outer space. Shi-Chi watched Lu Yin's departing figure. What should we do? The fish flicked its tail. Hide. I don't think that's a good idea. Shi-Chi was in a difficult position. The fish proudly raised its head. Look at the starry sky. Do you see that big fish? That's Lord Fish's relative. Don't worry, you won't die. Shi-Chi stared blankly at Monster Loach. Relatives. They're probably on the level of our ancestors. The fish was pleased. That's right, he's at the level of an ancestor. It's your ancestor. Bullshit. Lord Fish is its ancestor. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Monster Loach's tail shattered Broken Blade Fort's command center. Han Fei and Top Mist attacked at the same time, but they were all blocked by the Enlighter beast. Wang Wen hid in the coffin again and smashed into other places. Lu Yin charged into outer space and scanned his surroundings. There were 4 Enlighter realm astral beasts and Monster Loach. This was going to be troublesome. His gun still had 4 attacks left, and it had only been 2 days since he had rolled his die, so he definitely would not be able to roll enhance. What about Elder Lohar? Why hadn't he been able to stop Monster Loach? Monster Loach destroyed Broken Blade Fortress in a frenzy. Even though Broken Blade Fortress was made up of thousands of planets and hundreds of continents, it was still quickly destroyed by the terrifying monster with a combat power of 300,000. Lu Yin no longer had any attacks that could threaten Monster Loach, but he could still scare it. With that in mind, he raised his gun and aimed at Monster Loach. Monster Loach suddenly stopped moving, and its body rapidly shrank before disappearing into the void. It was gone. Lu Yin was stunned. This old man couldn't have been guarding against him all this time, could he? They were too smart. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back as the void split open. An Enlighter realm astral beast slammed into his back and sent him flying far away. At the same time, another Enlighter beast appeared and swiped at Lu Yin with a single claw. Lu Yin's performance at Season's Fort had already attracted the attention of countless astral beasts. His ranking on the Celestial Vanquishers list was also growing higher and higher, which made him a target for countless astral beasts. With a bang, Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing the bullet to disappear into the void. It then shot into the head of an Enlighter realm astral beast, causing its head to explode. However, the strange thing was that the Enlighter realm astral beast did not die, and its head regrew. This was an innate gift. With a bang, Lu Yin was sent flying by the claw. He stabilized himself with great difficulty as he panted heavily. He had been targeted. Astral beasts with strange innate gifts like these were very difficult to kill, as no one knew where their weaknesses were. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Yin's only defense against Enlighter realm astral beasts was his universal armor, but no matter how sturdy it was, it could not withstand the attacks of 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts. "Seventh bro, hurry up and think of something, or run," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He wanted to run, and he could do it. The void thunderbeast's flesh would allow him to escape far away, but was there any point in running? If Broken Blade Fort collapsed, then the entire outerverse would be plunged into a catastrophe. Crack! The Eniatic wings cracked, and Lu Yin hurriedly put them away. He then took out the astral ruler and instantly retreated far away. He panted heavily as he stared into the distance. The two in lighter realm astral beasts glared at him. Human, surrender. The Celestial Beast Empire welcomes you. Human, you should be honored. You've attracted both of us to deal with a single explorer, and you've even caused Senior Loach to feel apprehensive. But it all ends here, the other in lighter realm astral beast said. Lu Yin panted heavily, and his palms were covered in sweat as he vigilantly stared at the two in lighter realm astral beasts. At this moment, he saw a flash of lightning in the distance, and he charged towards one of the in lighter realm astral beasts. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Try me if you don't believe me. The two in lighter realm astral beasts looked at each other fearfully. Even Monster Loach was afraid of this explorer, so they could not help but think twice. Just as they were about to escape into the void, one of the in lighter realm astral beasts was sent flying by a giant thunder shield. Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to fire a shot, using the Use secret art to send the bullet into the Enlighter's head. The head exploded, but the in lighter realm astral beast was reborn. This time, however, its head was clearly much smaller. The in lighter realm astral beast used its claw to force Aiden back before hurriedly escaping into the void. Lu Yin did not even have the chance to fire a second shot. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but just as he was about to speak, he saw darkness above his head. He looked up, and his pupils shrank. Aiden also looked up in shock. Monster Loach had appeared out of nowhere and lashed out with its tail. The two were immediately sent flying. Aiden's thunder shield shattered, and his 9-line battle force collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not as he crashed into a planet and fell into the lava. Lu Yin was still fine, as Monster Loach's attack could not break through the universal armor's defenses. However, the impact of the attack was enough to make him dizzy, and he crashed into something hard. What could be so hard? Chess piece, bro. You almost killed me. Wang Wen shrieked. Lu Yin opened his eyes and coincidentally met Wang Wen's gaze across the transparent coffin. He had crashed into Wang Wen. In outer space, Monster Loach let out a deafening roar, and countless people covered their ears with pained expressions. At that moment, a white-robed elder suddenly appeared in front of Monster Loach. The elder's hands pressed down on Monster Loach's head and then pushed it into the sourcebox's danger zone. Lohar, you old bastard! Monster Loach bellowed, and its two whiskers swept towards the elder. The elder allowed his whiskers to lash at him, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he pushed Monster Loach straight into the sourcebox's danger zone. Every fort had their own sourcebox's danger zone, but after countless years, there had been a loophole. If it had been Ironblood Fort sourcebox, then Monster Loach would have been in trouble. However, Broken Blade Fort sourcebox's danger zone was not much of a threat to it. Old bastard, why are you here? Monster Loach roared. The elder stared at Monster Loach. I've already killed that amethyst beast. Impossible. That thing's defense is higher than mine. Monster Loach cried out. The elder sneered, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand as he aimed it at Monster Loach. It's your turn now. Monster Loach's large eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the elder's rune lines were monstrous, and they were even higher than Monster Loach's. However, they were also dissipating very quickly. Was this old man Elder Lohar? He was injured, and not lightly at that. In comparison, Monster Loach was not that injured, and if they really fought, Elder Lohar would not be able to defeat the current Monster Loach. However, Monster Loach was too timid, and it had been intimidated into retreating. The battle ended with Elder Lohar's appearance. Lu Yin relaxed, as he had been targeted, and there had been little room for him to display his abilities. Top Mist had only been focused on escaping, and Han Fei had already done his best to block an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast. If not for Elder Lohar intimidating Monster Loach, the battle would have been over. "You can intimidate him once, but not twice," Wang Wen said helplessly as he walked out of the coffin. Lu Yin was astonished. "You could tell." Wang Wen rolled his eyes. "You guys will never understand the superiority of intelligence. It's on another level." This time, Elder Lohar wasn't the only one who had arrived. Not long after, several spacecraft appeared at Broken Blade Fort, bringing news that Giant Ghost Fort had collapsed. Yellow's Oil Fort had collapsed right after Season's Fort, and the remaining people had gone to the other 5 lower forts. Lu Yin had specifically checked, and Wendy Yushan was still on the rankings, so she was fine. Now, he had received news that Giant Ghost Fort had also collapsed. The 3 middle forts had all fallen, and the humans' last line of defense in the Outerverse were the 5 lower forts. Nearly half of Broken Blade Fort had been destroyed in the previous battle, and the survivors from Giant Ghost Fort were considered reinforcements. However, at the same time, the astral beasts that had invaded Giant Ghost Fort would also join the battle against Broken Blade Fort. Giant Ghost Fort had originally had 4 Enlighters, Commander Long Ku, Elder Qing Han, Hua Haoyi, and Meng Minga. Now, only Hua Haoyi was still alive, and the rest had all died in battle. Elder Lohar had lied to Monster Loach, as the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast was still alive. Because of this lie, although Monster Loach had been forced to retreat, the next battle would definitely come very soon. It might be tomorrow or the day after. Although there was no effect, Lu Yin still updated the loophole in the Sourcebox's danger zone. Because of the previous battle, his Iron Blood points had once again entered the top 50. During the battle at Broken Blade Fort, Lu Yin had held back an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast and caused Monster Loach to be even more apprehensive. This contribution was not small, but because he had not killed an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast, he had only received a few thousand points. Even so, it was enough for him to enter the top 50. Entering the rankings meant that Lu Yin was still alive, but he had not exchanged his points. He hoped that this information would be passed on to Wendy Yushan through the rankings and to everyone who cared about him. Aiden had been severely injured this time, but fortunately, Hua Qingshan had held him back at the last moment. Otherwise, Aiden might have been finished. At Broken Blade Fort's command center, Commander Han Fei, Wang Wen, Top Mist, and Hua Haoyi were all present. "Invite Brother Lu over," Han Fei ordered. Hua Haoyi frowned, as he knew who this Brother Lu was. Lu Yin was a genius who had broken through to the Explorer realm, but had still been attacked by 2 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts. Even though Hua Haoyi was an Enlighter, he could not help but admire this person, as he was a freak. Even the 10 Arbiters could not have reached this level when they had been explorers. There's no need to call him over. He has to keep an eye on the loophole at all times. The Astral Beast Domain's invasion is very urgent, or else Monster Loach would not have dared to stand at the front. Something must have happened to the Astral Beast Domain, so let Lu Yin keep an eye on them, Wang Wen said. Han Fei nodded. They could also sense the urgency of the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, and they began to discuss the upcoming battle. Han Fei wanted to know which astral beasts had destroyed Giant Ghost Fort and what abilities and innate gifts they possessed so that he could be prepared for the next battle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 593. Elsewhere, because of Wang Wen's orders, Broken Blade Fort's warehouse was open to all. The top 50 powerhouses on the rankings were given some resources, and the top 10 even received power vessels. For Iron Blood Weave, everything would be gone once it was lost. It was better to distribute the resources to the humans so that they could kill more astral beasts. Lu Yin also received some resources, which were a few thousand star essence. For someone like him who had almost dropped out of the top 50, this was already quite a lot. However, that was not what he cared about right now. Instead, he was more concerned about the meteorite-shaped source boxes that had been left behind after Season's fort's collapse. Are you talking about those source boxes? No, the fort has already collapsed. Those source boxes must have been buried together with the ruins, Lu Miao Miao, who was delivering resources to Lu Yin, said. She was a hunter with a power level of 110,000, and she had survived Season's fort just like Lu Yin and had come to Broken Blade Fort. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Those are source boxes. Lu Miao Miao replied, we know. They're priceless, and they might even be treasures that can shock the universe when they're unlocked. It's a pity that no one can unlock them. Only boundless advanced lockbreakers can successfully unlock them. There aren't any lockbreakers in the outerverse who can do that. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Those source boxes were filled with danger, and it was impossible to take them away. There wasn't enough spiritual thread, so they could only be left behind in the ruins. Perhaps Iron Blood Weave would be rebuilt in the future and used again, or perhaps they would be taken away by the Astral Beast Domain. Since the Astral Beast Domain could see the holes in the source box's danger, they definitely had powerhouses who could unlock them. It was a pity that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated too suddenly. Otherwise, the innerverse would not have allowed these source boxes to be lost. Lu Miao Miao left, as she still had to deliver resources to the next person. Another girl appeared in front of Lu Yin. Her rune lines were very large, and they were very close to Aiden's. I'm Kong Shi, the girl said indifferently as she looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You're Kong Shi. Kong Shi's expression was cold. Although she looked young, she was actually 1 generation older than the 10 Arbiters. More importantly, she was a member of the previous 10 Arbiters Council. No, before the 10 Arbiters, the Universe Youth Council was one of the members. The universe has undergone great changes, and the 10 Arbiters have risen to prominence. However, those 10 monsters aren't the only ones who have risen to prominence. Your generation has also risen to prominence, Kong Shi said with a serious expression. Lu Yin did not know what she was trying to say. I fought with Arbiter Jinwu, she said. Lu Yin's expression changed. What happened? What do you think? Kong Shi raised a hand and tapped her forehead with her index finger. 1 finger. He only used 1 finger to defeat me. At the time, he was only an explorer, while I was already a peak cruiser with a power level of 90,000. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Becoming a counselor was not something that relied solely on one's power level. Every member of the younger generation who could enter the council was a monster among monsters. Kong Shi had become a counselor, which meant that she was a monster among monsters. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water, but even so, she had still been defeated by Arbiter Jinwu, who had crossed realms with a single finger. This was no longer just a matter of difference. Back on planet Pyrolite, he had just broken through to 6-line battle force, and it had only been half a year since then. Now that he had become an explorer, his physical body had undergone a qualitative change, and his battle force had advanced to 7-line battle force, which was the same as Long Yun's. Kong Shi appeared behind Lu Yin and tapped out with a finger. She wanted to be like Arbiter Jinwu and use absolute strength to crush Lu Yin. She wanted to defeat him with a single finger. For a peak hunter, even a cruiser could be defeated with a single finger, let alone an explorer. However, Lu Yin did not move at all. He also raised a finger that was wrapped in Fate's An and clashed with Kongsher's finger. The two fingers collided in midair, and what followed was a tear in the void that transformed into a storm that swept out in all directions. Countless spatial cracks exploded like raindrops as they shattered the land. In the distance, quite a few people looked over with shocked expressions. They felt a powerful force sweep past them, and they found it difficult to breathe. There was a thump, and Kongsher retreated several steps. She had been forced back by Lu Yin, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. She was a peak hunter. Lu Yin pressed his feet into the ground and retracted his finger. His lips curled up. His seven-lined battle force, his explosive physical strength, and his Fate's An had pushed back a peak hunter like Kongsher. Kongsher was no ordinary hunter. The two had only clashed for an instant, but even Han Fei and the others in the command center had been drawn to the fight. In particular, the collision of their fingers had shocked them. They had originally thought that Lu Yin could only rely on external power to kill an enlighter. At most, he would have to use the secret art to do so. But now, it seemed that even if he did not use any external power, his own strength was enough to match a hunter's. This was a battle that spanned two realms. Kongsher looked at Lu Yin in shock. Seven-lined battle force, powerful physical strength, and that's Fate's An. Lu Yin was astonished. You actually know about Fate's An? A sword appeared in Kongsher's hand. I'm going to get serious. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the sand beneath his feet spiraled up into the sky. A formless wave of air spread out from his body, growing wider and wider until it gradually enveloped Kongsher. It then transformed into an indescribable pressure. This was a domain. At the same time, Kongsher's eyes grew cold, and she released her own domain in an attempt to disintegrate Lu Yin's. However, she was quickly shocked once again. Lu Yin's domain was very solid, and it was as deep as the ocean. After breaking through to the explorer realm, Lu Yin did not know why his domain had become so terrifying. Before this, no matter how he cultivated, his domain had only been a supplementary technique. Now, however, it had formed a power that even he could not understand. It was as if he had unlocked his shackles, and this was the first time he had truly used it. Most importantly, he felt that he could transform his domain into a force field that could crush everything. This feeling was similar to when he had broken through to the Melder realm. At that time, his physical body had become strangely powerful, but this time, it was his domain. What exactly had happened to his body? As a former member of the Youth Council and a current peak hunter, Kongsher's domain could transform into a force field that took the form of a sword that could cut through everything. However, this sword was suppressed by Lu Yin's domain, and its edge was restrained. How can your domain be so strong and solid? Kongsher was shocked. Lu Yin did not know how to answer, as he truly did not know. I trained it. Kongsher's gaze turned bitter. This was the most monstrous youth in the current era, an unrivaled powerhouse of his generation who was ridiculously strong. Although he might not be able to defeat her in terms of true strength, it would not be long before he could reach the level of Arbiter Jinwu and easily crush her. When she sensed the strength of Lu Yin's domain, Kongsher suddenly stopped, as she no longer had any desire to continue fighting. Lu Yin was puzzled. You're not fighting anymore. Kongsher looked desolate, as her generation was destined to be abandoned. As the top powerhouse of her generation, she could not even defeat the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, let alone the 10 arbiters. Now, she had been suppressed by the person in front of her, and she had lost all confidence in fighting. The only consolation was that this youth did indeed have the potential to defeat Arbiter Jinwu in the future. He was too monstrous, and she felt that he was even stronger than Arbiter Jinwu when he had been an explorer. Back then, Arbiter Jinwu had faced her when she was a peak cruiser, but this youth was facing her when she was a peak hunter. I hope that after this battle, you can survive and return to the Innerverse alive, Kongsher said to Lu Yin before transferring all of her iron blood points to him and leaving. Wait, how does my power compare to Sister Lang's? Lu Yin asked curiously. Lu Yin charged towards the black hole, but based on the number of rune lines, the black hole did not pose a threat to him. A black shadow appeared in front of him, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand to activate the Use Secret Art. The black shadow's attack missed and shattered layers of the void. The shadow beast wanted to stop Lu Yin from entering the black hole. However, Lu Yin used the Use Secret Art and Secret Sidestep to shake off the shadow beast and charge into the black hole. At that moment, the suction force almost caused him to lose control of his body. He thought of Tian Ho, which was a black hole that had gained sentience. The shadow beast's rune lines grew closer and closer, and then it charged into the black hole. It had no intention of letting Lu Yin go. The black hole did not have a single ray of light, and it was constantly sucking Lu Yin into the unknown space. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked around, but the rune lines were all distorted. He could not see the shadow beast's position at all. Seventh bro, think of a way to attack the shadow beast. Otherwise, you'll be played to death. The monkey was anxious. Lu Yin was also anxious, and he could only try his best to avoid the rune lines that represented the shadow beast. However, the black hole was only so big, and he would eventually be caught. Against an enlighter, any of his attacks were useless, and only his gun was effective. Monkey, aren't you a shadow as well? Can't you hide in its shadow? The monkey was stunned. I don't know. Let's try. Lu Yin then charged out of the black hole. There was no point in hiding in there, as he could not hide for long. After Lu Yin left, the shadow beast followed suit. The boundless rune lines immediately disappeared, and it reappeared right next to Lu Yin, hiding in Lu Yi's shadow. At that moment, the monkey appeared as well. When Lu Yin was attacked by the shadow beast, the monkey had seen its position and raised his gun. There was a bang, and the shadow beast disappeared. The shadow beast had been prepared for this, but the monkey had turned into a shadow and stuck close to it. When the shadow beast reappeared, Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the Use Secret Art. The bullet vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already struck the shadow beast. Although it did not have a physical body, that did not mean that it could not be hit. As long as the attack hit its shadow, it would still be effective. The shadow beast had not expected that there would be a tamed beast within Lu Yin's body and that the tamed beast could follow it, which had exposed its position. This shot did not kill it, but it was enough to intimidate it, and it immediately distanced itself from Lu Yin. The monkey merged back into Lu Yin's body. Seventh bro, I never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to kill an enlighter beast. Lu Yin took the gun and sighed. There was still one attack left. The shadow beast won't give up. Be prepared to attack it again at any time. The monkey was excited. All right. Lu Yin glanced at the monkey, and his eyes flashed. This monkey really thought that Lu Yin had not heard what it had just said. The monkey definitely knew something about the false heavens, but it had not said anything. There were battles happening all over Broken Blade Fort, and Lu Yin could not wait for the shadow beast to cause trouble for him. He still had one attack left in his gun, and he had originally wanted to use the Use Secret Art to help the Enlighters deal with the astral beasts. However, he saw that Wang Wen had been surrounded by another group of astral beasts, and two of them were hunters at that. Lu Yin quickly rushed over. Save me, save me! Wang Wen screamed. The two giant hunters furiously smashed at the coffin, but when they saw that they could not do anything, one of them opened its mouth and tried to swallow the coffin whole. Wang Wen's face went pale. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 595. When the dust settled, Lily Rose and the others looked up and saw that the giant Hunter Realm astral beast had retreated 1,000 meters. A figure stood high in the sky, directly facing the two Hunter Realm astral beasts. Poan Bro, Wang Wen's eyes were brimming with tears. Lin Lo was shocked. Luyin, Wendy's fiancé. Lilyrose's eyes lit up. It was actually him. Luyin shook his right arm. Fortunately, he had made it in time, but the bones of these Hunter Realm astral beasts were really tough. He looked back and saw that Wang Wen was fine. His gaze was drawn to Lily Rose. What an enchanting woman. Dressed in fiery red, was she afraid that she wouldn't attract enough attention on the battlefield? He had just seen the karmic flame sword, and it should have been released by this woman. She was from the Blaze Realm. Roar! With a furious roar, the two Hunter Realm astral beasts attacked Luyin at the same time. Luyin took a deep breath. He did not need to use his own strength to deal with Enlighter Realm astral beasts, as he only needed to use the Yu secret art, his gun, and his universal armor. However, he needed to use his own strength to deal with these Hunter Realm astral beasts. As he thought about it, his blue seven-lined battle force flickered, and the 3 grains of Fate's End shifted positions as his physical strength completely exploded. With a bang, Luyin quickly appeared in front of the Hunter Realm astral beast and pressed down with his palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. He had increased the power of his shockwave palm to 100-fold, and with his 7-line battle force and terrifying strength, this was the strongest attack that he could currently use. The astral beast raised its claw and swatted out. There was a boom, and the ground trembled as the void split open. Luyin had used his strength as an explorer to tear through the void, and his enormous strength directly crushed the astral beast's claw. He then slapped the beast's head, but at the same time, he was struck by the other astral beast, and his body plummeted into the ground like a meteor. Lily Rose watched in shock. Luyin had just been slapped by a Hunter Realm astral beast. He wouldn't die, right? Wang Wen was not worried at all, as Luyin had joined the Enlighter battlefield. A mere Hunter Realm astral beast would not pose a problem for him. The astral beast that had been slapped in the head swayed and then collapsed to the ground. It was completely dead, and its brain had been smashed to bits. Lily Rose was shocked. A single strike had killed a Hunter Realm astral beast. This person had become so terrifying after breaking through to the Explorer Realm. The Hunter Realm astral beast that he had slapped to death only had a power level of 110,000 or 120,000, which was far from being comparable to Kong Shi. Thus, it was normal for it to be slapped to death. Even an Enlighter would not feel good after being slapped to the head by Luyin, let alone this beast. The other Hunter Realm astral beast glared at Luyin, and its body suddenly shrank. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it transformed back into its human form and leaped towards Luyin. It was panicking, as it was afraid that Luyin would slap its head because it was too large. Luyin sneered. How could this be enough to deal with him? She had underestimated him. The Hunter Realm astral beast was extremely fast, and it tore through the void as it swiped at Luyin with its claws. Luyin easily dodged the attack, and the Hunter Realm astral beast was unable to hit him no matter how hard it tried. Suddenly, Luyin stopped in his tracks. The Hunter Realm astral beast's eyes lit up, and it swiped a claw at Luyin's head. Luyin reached out and grabbed the beast's arm. It's over. He then raised his leg and slammed his knee into the beast's abdomen. The astral beast spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Luyin in shock. Human, how can your strength be so terrifying? Luyin was about to strike again, but the astral beast tore off its arm and retreated, allowing its blood to spill onto the ground. It stared at Lu Yin with lingering fear, as it had never encountered a human with such terrifying strength. In the distance, Lily Rose and Lin Lu were stunned. Lu Yin had single-handedly killed a Hunter Realm astral beast and even suppressed another. It was a little shocking. "Chess piece bro, be careful," Wang Wen shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he dodged to the side with a secret sidestep. A black shadow appeared where he had been standing, and the attack had missed. Lu Yin had seen the shadow long ago, or more accurately, he had seen the rune lines. "Tian Ho, it's been a while since we last met. You've learned how to launch sneak attacks." The one who had launched the sneak attack was Tian Ho. "Lu Yin, it's been a while since we last met. You've become so terrifying," Tian Ho said as he raised a palm to attack Lu Yin. This was a phantom spirit palm, which was similar to the shockwave palm. The more palm images there were, the more powerful they were. However, Lu Yin had no intention of retreating. His palm landed on Tian Ho's body, and his attack swept past Tian Ho before crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. "It's still useless." Lu Yin was astonished, as his previous attack had been very powerful. Tian Ho's phantom spirit palm had been useless against Lu Yin. At that moment, the Hunter Realm astral beast attacked at the same time. Lu Yin was about to retaliate when a violent hurricane descended from the sky and engulfed everything. A blue lion stood proudly in the void and stared down coldly. This was Curse Wind from Skymender's list. Lu Yin avoided his entanglement with Tian Ho and looked up at Curse Wind with a frown. The number of rune lines that Curse Wind had far surpassed the two Hunter Realm astral beasts and even surpassed Kong Shishers and the blue lions. What Lu Yin feared the most were not enlighters or some old freak with a power level of 300,000 or 400,000. Those powerhouses had the power to crush everything, so it made no difference whether he feared them or not. On this battlefield, the one he feared the most was Curse Wind, as he was an existence that was on par with the 10 Arbiters. Even the current Lu Yin could not clearly gauge the 10 Arbiters' strength. Ling Jia was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings, and her strength was comparable to Kong Shishir's. Kong Shishir was a peak hunter, but there was still an unreachable gap between Ling Jia and the 10 Arbiters. This was the despairing gap that the 10 Arbiters had displayed. Even though Curse Wind had not joined the Enlighters' battle, Lu Yin was certain that this lion was hiding a terrifying strength. Curse Wind looked down from above and stared coldly at Lu Yin. "Everyone, retreat." Tian Ho and the other Hunter Realm astral beast did not hesitate and slowly retreated. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I want to see how you can kill an Enlighter." Another hurricane roared out of Curse Wind's left eye. This time, his target was not just Lu Yin, but also Wang Wen, Lily Rose, Lin Lu, and many other people on the mainland, including the astral beasts. Suddenly, a thunder shield descended and fiercely attacked Curse Wind. Curse Wind's eyes narrowed. "It's that person again." Flames appeared in his right eye and accompanied the hurricane to attack the thunder shield. The violent impact caused the ground to crumble, and lightning flashed as Aiden dragged his heavily injured body out and pushed the hurricane and flames away. "Do you really think that you can stop me?" Cursewind's voice came from behind the thunder shield. The next moment, the thunder shield cracked as the blue lion's claw pierced through it. There was a bang as Lu Yin had fired. He activated the Yu's secret art, and the bullet struck Cursewind's head. At this moment, the entire area fell silent as everyone looked at Curse Wind. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Even an Enlighter would not be able to dodge this attack. He had taken advantage of the moment the thunder shield cracked to attack. However, Cursewind's rune lines did not decrease at all. Lu Yin's heart sank. How could this be? In the distance, Wang Wen and the others were also shocked. Lu Yin's power vessel's attack could kill even an enlighter. With a bang, the thunder shield completely shattered. Aiden spat out a mouthful of blood and looked over in shock. A faint light appeared in the blue lion's eye sockets. Human, your power vessel's attack is very powerful, but you're not the only one with a power vessel. Lu Yin's face turned ugly. When he had first used his spear to kill an enlighter, he had already predicted that once his attack method was exposed, his enemies would definitely have other methods to deal with him. They would either use a strange innate gift like the Shadow Beast or a power vessel. It was impossible for him to forever rely on an upgraded weapon to kill enemies who were a higher realm than him, and this path was not long. However, it was obvious that he had been targeted in this battle. Right now, he only had one choice. Not only did he have to block the Yin Guai's attack, but he also had to use the Thunderbolt's flesh to take Wang Wen away. The Yin Guai was incredibly strong, and no matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not dare to use brute force against it. As for the Yu's secret art, it could only redirect the attack and the user's body. Redirecting the Yin Guai would be very difficult, and Lu Yin only had one chance to attack. One chance, one chance. That finger that could traverse the heavens appeared in Lu Yin's mind. That finger had appeared many times in his dreams, but he did not know who it belonged to or why it had caused him to be so angry. However, there was no doubt that the finger's power was undeniable. When he had broken through to the Explorer realm, he had remained unconscious for more than 10 days, and he had seen that finger's many transformations, as well as the shadow of a battle technique. This was a finger that could traverse the heavens and ignore distance. Lu Yin was certain that this finger surpassed any attack that he had ever seen. Even the Yu's secret art could not compare to this finger. This was the finger that he had seen in his dreams. Lu Yin raised his right finger and tapped out. His pupils suddenly dissipated, and he returned to his unconscious state. At this moment, he had entered a dream, and when he saw that finger once again, his heart was filled with boundless fury. His fingers seemed to fuse with that finger as he tapped out at the Yin Guai. They were clearly on a battlefield that was filled with fervent battle intent and a battle to the death. However, at this moment, the Yin Guai could not hear or see anything. All it could see was that finger, and it had been targeted by that finger. Space and time seemed to stop at this moment as that finger transcended everything and tyrannically crushed down on the Yin Guai. The finger pierced through the Yin Guai's claw and tapped its forehead, causing it to explode. The void only rippled, but there were no cracks. The next moment, Lu Yin activated his thunderous flesh, and he disappeared from the group of astral beasts with the transparent coffin. Everything had happened too quickly, and only 3 seconds had passed from Lu Yin's appearance to his disappearance. Curse Wind and the other astral beasts were about to attack, but Lu Yin had already disappeared with Wang Wen. The Yin Guai that had been guarding Wang Wen had also died. Curse Wind stared at the dead Yin Guai in shock. How was this possible? A hunter had been killed in an instant, and the Yin Guai at that. There had been no power vessel involved, and that human had relied on his own strength. Curse Wind had clearly seen that finger, but he had not felt anything powerful about it. Curse Wind turned to look at Broken Blade Fort. How had that human done it? Curse Wind was not the only one who was shocked. Lu Yin himself was shocked as well. He had not expected that finger to be so terrifying. It had even crushed a hunter realm Yin Guai. Even in his wildest dreams, he had not imagined that it would be so powerful. However, the price had been high as well. As he looked at his cracked and bleeding right finger, Lu Yin smiled bitterly and wrapped it with Shamrock Enterprises special medicine. Chess piece bro, I love you. Wang Wen shouted as he looked at Lu Yin with tears in his eyes. Lu Yin sighed, as he had used up a piece of the Thunderbolt's flesh. However, it had been worth it to save Wang Wen. What he was worried about now was that the astral beasts would not give up and would come back for revenge. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary, as the invading astral beasts quickly retreated for some unknown reason and did not come back to snatch Wang Wen back. Not long after, the astral beasts completely disappeared, leaving behind only a dilapidated broken blade fort. Han Fei and the others looked at each other in confusion. The astral beasts clearly could have broken through Broken Blade Fort, so why had they retreated? After Monster Loach and the Enlighter left, Elder Lohar's arms trembled as he put away his weapons and let out a long sigh. Although the astral beasts had retreated, most people believed that the next battle would be no different from the previous one. Elder Han Fei and the others arrived in front of Elder Lohar and looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin had brought Wang Wen along as well. Elder Lohar's gaze swept over everyone, and he tiredly said, "The war is over." Han Fei and the others were stunned. Wang Wen stepped forward and looked at Elder Lohar. "What war is over? Speak clearly." Out of everyone present, he was the only one who dared to speak to Elder Lohar in such a manner. Elder Lohar looked outside Broken Blade Fort. The astral beast domain has been invaded, and the celestial beast empire is fully prepared for war. They don't have the energy to deal with us. Everyone was stunned. Wang Wen was even more confused. "Old man, are you sure? The astral beast domain has been invaded." "Who?" "From the Interverse." Elder Lohar calmly replied, "There are some things that you don't know yet. Once you become a hunter or an enlighter, I will tell you. In any case, the war in Iron Blood Weave has temporarily ended." Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen, who was arguing with Elder Lohar, and asked the monkey in a low voice, "Your astral beast domain can still be invaded?" From what Elder Lohar said, it doesn't seem to be from the Interverse. "Do you still have enemies?" The monkey was confused. "No. The astral beast domain borders the astral wilderness and the human domain. If there's an invasion, then it can only be from the human domain." "Are you sure?" Lu Yin did not believe it. If the Interverse had invaded the astral beast domain, then Elder Lohar would have no reason to hide it. Furthermore, from the speed at which Monster Loach and the other astral beasts had retreated, this invasion was no small matter. Logically speaking, Elder Lohar should be happy that the astral beast domain had been invaded and that the war in Iron Blood Weave had ended. However, he looked even more worried now. "I'm absolutely sure. Unless a new civilization has appeared in the astral wilderness and can invade the astral beast domain," the monkey said with certainty. Not too far away, Wang Wen was still arguing with Elder Lohar, and he looked like he needed to explain himself. Elder Lohar had Han Fei drag Wang Wen away and then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sensed Elder Lohar's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward. "Junior Lu Yin greets Elder." Elder Lohar nodded and praised, "You're able to deal with an enlighter as a Lamiter. Kid, you're very powerful. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't do such a thing." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Junior relied on external power, and I can't compare to the 10 arbiters." Elder Lohar smiled. "It's good that you know. Kid, I have to remind you that you can't rely on external power unless it's a life or death situation. Sometimes, such a situation can stimulate one's potential. The universe does not lack powerful power vessels, and the 10 arbiters can all obtain them. However, they rarely use them because of this reason. You may have obtained status and glory that surpasses your own strength, but you must understand what you've lost." Lu Yin seriously replied, "Junior understands. Rest assured, Senior. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not rely on external power again." Elder Lohar sighed. Back then, the Hall of Honor had a genius. Not only was his cultivation talent excellent, but his innate gifts could also be used on a power vessel, granting it mysterious abilities. He relied on this to kill opponents who were a higher realm than him and was invincible within the same realm. Unfortunately, after he became famous, he was targeted every time he fought, and in the end, he died because of a scheme. If you can't bear too much glory, then you'll only bring about death. Furthermore, you'll be seeking your own destruction. After saying these words, Elder Lohar left. Lu Yin stood in place, deep in thought. Too much glory. Many people now placed him at the level of an enlighter, especially in the past few battles. His opponents had all been enlighter realm astral beasts, and they had even caused an old freak with a power level of 300,000 to feel apprehensive. This was too much glory, and if such battles occurred a few more times, he might actually be targeted and killed. Seventh bro, don't mind what that old man said. You were forced to do this, the monkey consoled. Lu Yin looked up. He had indeed been forced to do this. If he hadn't done so, the Great Yu Empire would have been destroyed a long time ago. But no matter what, he had to impose restrictions on himself and not use external power against anyone. Once he got used to external power, it would be very difficult for him to improve. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 597. Even though Elder Lohar was certain that the astral beast domain would not invade again, the stronghold's defenses had not been lowered for safety's sake. The news had also not spread, so only a few people knew about it. After resting for 2 days, Lu Yin sat on the top of a shattered cliff and looked at the corpses in the distance. He did not know why Elder Lohar was so certain that the astral beast domain would not attack, but from what the monkey had said, there should not be any power that could make the astral beast domain so fearful. Had the old man fallen for a trap? Footsteps sounded behind him, but Lu Yin did not need to turn around. He could see a woman in red approaching through his domain. It was the same woman that he had saved while saving Wang Wen. She looked very seductive and was probably a disciple of the Blaze Realm. An alluring fragrance wafted into his nose, and Lu Yin frowned. Brother Lu, can I sit here? Lily Rose stood behind Lu Yin and smiled at him. A gentle breeze blew past, and her red dress brushed against Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin nodded. Up to you. Lily Rose did not mind the dust on the ground, and she just sat beside Lu Yin and tilted her head to look at him. Lu Yin felt that this was strange, and he met her gaze. This woman had a charm that made one's heart flutter. Unlike Mila or Madame Naylan, this was a seductive charm that combined with her red dress could easily arouse a man's inner desires. Why are you looking at me? Lily Rose smiled and licked her lips. Brother Lu, thank you for saving my life. Lu Yin looked back. You're welcome. I would have saved anyone else. I know, but Brother Lu still saved me, so I can't help but be grateful. Lily Rose moved closer to Lu Yin. Brother Lu, let's have a drink. It was obvious that a beautiful woman wanted to drink with someone. Although Lu Yin did not have much experience in love, and his feelings for Ming Yan had been impulsive, he was not stupid. This woman was trying to seduce him. Lu Yin stood up. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving. He did not like this type of woman, especially when she purposely acted seductively. Lily Rose watched him leave and smiled. Brother Lu's contributions in this war cannot go unnoticed. Are you interested in joining the Blaze Realm? Lu Yin did not stop walking. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and I might not be able to return to the Blaze Realm in this lifetime. Think about something more practical. So, Brother Lu, have you thought about how to deal with the future crisis? Lily Rose asked loudly. He stopped and turned to look at Lily Rose. Danger. Lily Rose smiled. Brother Lu's spear is broken. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are you threatening me? Lily Rose covered her mouth and giggled. Of course not. Why would I threaten my savior? But many people know that Brother Lu's sword was shattered. Even though Brother Lu has become an explorer and has the universal armor's defense, he still doesn't have the power to deal with an Enlighter's attack. An Enlighter's power is more than enough to deal with Brother Lu. I know that Brother Lu has many enemies. He did not elaborate, but the meaning was clear. The greatest threat came from the fire domain, from Huahui. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I didn't kill Karthike with a spear. He then left. Lily Rose was astonished. It wasn't a gun. That couldn't be, right? Did this person have other methods to deal with Enlighters? She did not know that Wendy Yushan had injured Scholar New Moon in San Dios, or else she would not have been so astonished. Lily Rose reminded Lu Yin that he could not use external forces, but he had to have them. He had to find a way to obtain a weapon that could threaten an Enlighter, or else he would be forced into a passive position against a powerhouse like Huahui. With the iron blood points that Kong Shi had given him, Lu Yin now had a total of 70,000 iron blood points. Lu Yin had originally wanted to exchange all of these points for star essence, but he had been dissuaded by Aiden. Aiden's origins were very mysterious, and Lu Yin had not asked about them. When Lu Yin had visited Aiden, he had unintentionally mentioned that he wanted to exchange all of his honor points. Aiden had suggested that since Lu Yin already had 4 honor points, he might as well exchange them for 2 more to raise his total to 6. 6 honor points and 4 honor points are fundamentally different, Aiden said solemnly. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Aiden looked at Lu Yin seriously. You don't think that the Hall of Honor has no one in the Outerverse, do you? Lu Yin shook his head. That's impossible. Most people don't know about their existence, but their authority affects the entire Outerverse. That's right. Although I don't really understand the Hall of Honor's influence on the Outerverse, I do know that 6 honor points can exempt you from certain crimes to a certain extent. You can also borrow authority. Lu Yin was even more confused. What do you mean by borrow authority? To a certain extent, you can speak on behalf of the Hall of Honor. It's just like when people argue, where one side stands on the moral high ground and speaks in a convincing manner. With 6 honor points, you'll stand on the Hall of Honor's high ground. As long as the Hall of Honor doesn't fall, you'll have a lot of hidden authority in the Outerverse, Aiden explained. Lu Yin understood that this was an advantage that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him. He remembered that Enya had once told him that the Hall of Honor would create a personal gadget that matched his status after he reached 6 honor points, which would grant him many special privileges. From the looks of it, borrowing authority was a hidden benefit, and it did not mean that he could give orders on behalf of the Hall of Honor. However, standing on the Hall of Honor's side was equivalent to gaining a huge backer. But now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had no idea how much influence the Hall of Honor still had in the Outerverse. Don't underestimate the Hall of Honor. They have powerhouses that influence the entire human race, Aiden said solemnly. How do you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Aiden fell silent and did not answer. Lu Yin apologized. Sorry, I asked too much. Aiden went to rest, and Lu Yin walked out. Honor points, star essence, the Hall of Honor, borrowing authority. Lu Yin was at a loss as to how much power this borrowing authority had. If the Outerverse various weaves did not care about the Hall of Honor because of the Innerverse isolation, then this borrowing authority would be useless. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin made up his mind to exchange for honor points. Sigmund's crimes were something that even undying Yushan could not pardon, or rather, he did not dare to pardon him. Even if the Hall of Honor's influence in the Outerverse gradually declined, it would still take some time for that to happen. Based on the reinforcements he had received, Elder Lohar's words still held absolute authority over the various weaves. As long as Lu Yin made good use of this borrowing authority during this period, he would not lose out. And even if he did lose out, so what? He had gained it for free in the first place, and he already had 160,000 star essence, which was quite a lot. To exchange for honor points, he had to go through Elder Lohar. This was Lu Yin's second meeting with Elder Lohar, but this time, it was a private meeting. 2 honor points and 40,000 iron blood points. Not bad, kid. Elder Lohar admired Lu Yin and gave him 2 honor points. Someone will go to the Great Yu Empire to find you and give you a new gadget. I hope that you can make good use of this new status. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Yes, senior. Rest assured that this junior will not bring shame to the Hall of Honor." Although having honor points did not equate to joining the Hall of Honor, it was still equivalent to half a member. The more Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin, the more he liked him. With the innerverse and outerverse isolation, no one wanted to exchange for honor points anymore, as they all felt that it was useless. Only this kid still valued the Hall of Honor. It's a pity that the innerverse and outerverse are separated. Otherwise, with your innate gift, you would definitely be able to obtain a position. Lu Yin was puzzled. Position? What position? Elder Lohar waved a hand. Forget it, it's a foregone conclusion. Unless the innerverse and outerverse is restored before you turn 40, you won't be able to obtain that position. What a pity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 598. Elder, can you tell me what that position is? Lu Yin asked, as he was very curious. Even Elder Lohar, who had a power level of over 300,000, had said that it was a pity, so it had to be important. Elder Lohar shook his head. You can leave now, kid. Remember, unless you're truly at death's door, don't rely on external help. This is the cycle of reincarnation. No matter how much you borrow, you'll have to pay it back in the end. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly left. 7th bro, this old guy is a little superstitious. What cycle of reincarnation? I believe in science, the monkey said. Then tell me what's going on with the mending of the heavens, Lu Yin replied. The monkey fell silent, as there were some things that could not be explained. The mending of the heavens could predict the future, and there was no way to explain it. After exchanging his remaining 10,000 iron blood points for star essence, Lu Yin left Broken Blade Fort with Hua Qingshan. It wasn't just him, as many explorers and cultivators who had yet to become explorers left, including Wendy Yushan. Only the Enlighters were forced to stay behind until Iron Blood Weave was completely rebuilt. To Lu Yin, this was good news, as the eastern weave of Frostwave Weave no longer had any Enlighters. That place would be his domain. Unfortunately, Aiden had been left behind by Elder Lohar due to his powerful defenses, and Aiden himself did not want to return to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin really wanted to take Aiden away and have him join the 13 Imperial squadrons, but he could not do so for the time being. After leaving Broken Blade Fort, he directly entered Eastleigh Weave, and as he looked at the dark sky, Lu Yin finally relaxed. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and then went to rest. Eastleigh Weave was very close to Frostwave Weave, and it took less than a day for Lu Yin and Hua Qingshan to return to Frostwave Weave. Wendy Yushan had returned before Lu Yin, and the Great Yu Empire had not changed much since they had only been in Iron Blood Weave for a few months. On the day that Wendy Yushan returned, there were people who came to visit her. They expressed their desire for her to take over, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Thus, Wendy Yushan pretended not to hear them. Lu Yin's control of the Great Yu Empire had infringed upon many people's interests, as he was too tyrannical. The establishment of the four ministries had redistributed the power of the Great Yu Empire, and it was foreseeable that the Great Yu Empire's true authorities would be the four ministries in the future. This was especially true for the Lu Ministry of the Army and the Lu Ministry of Staff, which could only be joined with Lu Yin's approval. This was equivalent to him single-handedly controlling the entire Great Yu Empire, which was something that even undying Yushan had not been able to do in the past. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was too strong. Some people hoped that Wendy Yushan would step forward and use her reputation to reclaim the Great Yu Empire's authority back into the hands of the Yushan family. However, Wendy Yushan had no interest in such things, as she was not suited for power. The first thing Lu Yin did when he returned to the Great Yu Empire was to hold a court meeting. News of the battle in Iron Blood Weave had spread, and it had greatly affected the surrounding weaves. Everyone was in a state of panic, and Lu Yin needed to reassure them. The court session lasted for a long time. When it was over, he went to look for Hai Chi-Chi and learned that the girl had gone to the astral river boundary. Lu Yin sighed. The first time they left home would be forever, and many people would not be able to accept it. He did not look for Hai Chi-Chi, but he decided to let this brat do it herself. At least there was still hope. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the fifth princess residence. This was his second time here. The first time, he had not wanted to reveal his identity as a lockbreaker and had used the residence to divert Wendy Yushan's attention. There were already a few old men waiting in front of the residence. When they saw Lu Yin appear, their faces went pale. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Yin did not even look at them. "Inform Princess Wendy that Lu Yin has come to visit." The guards hurriedly entered the residence. Soon after, the doors opened, and Lu Yin stepped into the residence. He was very clear about the motives of these people, as some of them had never given up on trying to overthrow him. They were just a bunch of clowns. The residence was not large, and out of respect, Lu Yin did not release his domain or star energy. However, it was obvious just by looking at her. "Why are you here?" Wendy Yushan walked out and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. "There's something I'd like to ask." "What is it?" Wendy Yushan asked. "I've already broken through to the explorer realm. What should I do next?" Lu Yin asked. He had asked Aiden and Hu Qingshan this question before, but he still wanted to ask Wendy Yushan. They were at different levels, so their views would be different. Wendy Yushan thought about it. An explorer's physical body changes in accordance with the universe. The circulation of star energy maintains one's life, and every cycle of star energy changes the physical body. In other words, it increases one's strength. Every cycle increases one's power level by 10,000. Depending on how long each cycle takes, the quality of the star energy absorbed by the body is different. Some people absorb star energy at a rate several times faster than others, so it's only natural that their cycle time will be faster, and their strength will also grow faster. Some people absorb much more star energy than others, and although each cycle will take a longer time, their strength growth will also be different. "I can't tell you what to do next, but let nature take its course." Lu Yin nodded, as her words were similar to Aiden's. He had the serious art that increased his absorption speed by 9 times, and he also had the dies times top space. As long as he had enough star energy, he could rapidly increase his strength. Time was not a problem for him. On the surface, it seemed like he had only cultivated for 6 years, but in reality, he had spent another year or 2 on the times top space. "Do you still have another formcast model?" Wendy Yushan suddenly asked. Lu Yin did not want to lie to her. "Yes." Wendy Yushan was shocked. "Your formcast model is a 6-fold one." Lu Yin nodded. "Yes." Wendy Yushan was shocked. Even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings might not have a six-fold formcast model, but you actually have one. Then, when you reach the hunter realm, you'll become much more terrifying than the average hunter. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan with a puzzled expression. When an explorer breaks through to the cruiser realm, the greatest change is not one's strength, but one's potential. The amount of star energy he had consumed to break through to the explorer realm was many times that of a normal person's, so the amount of star energy he needed to complete a cycle was also many times that of a normal person's. He just didn't know if this amount could be made up for by the 9 times serious art. If it couldn't, then it would take him much longer to complete a cycle. Absorbing star energy was a boring process. Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of star energy filling his cells, but it was only a small amount. Only when his body's cells were completely filled with star energy could he complete a cycle, which was a rather long process. A normal person would take around 10 years to complete a cycle, and the faster ones would take a few years. The longer one progressed, the longer it would take. This was especially true when one reached the cruiser realm, where the time required would increase exponentially. If there was a technique like the serious art that increased one's absorption rate by several times, then some geniuses with innate gifts would be able to complete a cycle within a year. If the amount of star energy Lu Yin needed to complete a cycle was about the same as a normal person's, then with the 9 times absorption rate in addition to his original absorption rate, it would take him at most half a year to complete a cycle. However, after 10 days, his expression changed. Based on the amount of star energy he had absorbed so far, he might have consumed dozens or even hundreds of times more star energy than a normal person. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 599. How could it be so exaggerated? He thought about it for a moment. Regardless of whether he had broken through to become a melder, a Lemiter, or an explorer, the amount of star energy he had consumed was many times that of a normal person. However, according to this calculation, even if he had 9 times the absorption speed, he would still need 10 times more time than an ordinary person. In other words, he would need 100 years. Complete a cycle every 100 years. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Although the more star energy he absorbed, the greater his potential would be, and the greater his suppression of his enemies would be in battle. His ability to complete a single cycle was comparable to someone else's ability to complete 10 cycles. However, the time required to complete this cycle was too ridiculous. Once he became a cruiser, the time required to complete this cycle would increase exponentially. Then, wouldn't it take him over 1,000 years to complete a single cycle? He was not afraid of competing with time, but it was too exaggerated. The absorption rate of serious art was 9 times faster, and he still needed 100 years to complete the first cycle. Was there something wrong with his body? At this moment, there was one thing that he wished to obtain the most, the serious art. 9 times the absorption speed was definitely not the peak of the serious art. After all, the serious art he obtained was only at the elementary level. There should be more advanced levels, perhaps reaching 100 times the absorption speed. That would be normal. But the problem was that he could not obtain the serious art. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Lu Yin was speechless as well. He did not know if the 10 arbiters' speed and quality were the same as his. Even if they were, they definitely had better techniques, while Lu Yin had nothing. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the more star energy he would need. This was especially true after he became a cruiser and a hunter. It would take him an indefinite amount of time to complete a cycle. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Mr. Mu. The inner verse and outer verse had been separated, so Lu Yin's future master would definitely not be able to come here. No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to think of a way to increase my absorption speed. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Lu Yin took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his despair. He then rolled his die, as he needed to deal with an Enlighter's attack just in case. The die stopped spinning. It was 1 pip. Useless. It continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later, he rolled his die again. 2 pips, useless, so he continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later, Lu Yin returned. This time, the die stopped at enhance. Lu Yin was delighted, and he took out his final money bomb and tossed it onto the upper screen. He then tossed in nearly 20,000 star essence, and the value of the money bomb continued to increase until it finally reached the level where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Putting away the money bomb, Lu Yin had already decided on the second item he wanted to upgrade, the spear. The pike that he had obtained from the ancient centipede's body contained a spiritual force attack that could instantly kill an explorer, but that was all he could do. Lu Yin wanted to upgrade it to the point where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Not all weapons could be upgraded, and it also depended on the materials used. For example, the spear from before could be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. It was very difficult for a normal spear to be upgraded to the level of an explorer, but the spear came from ancient times, and it had been used by Lu Zhan to kill Ying Guai. Thus, the materials used should be able to be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. However, this pike's spiritual force attack did not differentiate between friend and foe, which was quite troublesome. Lu Yin wanted to give it a try. He had been reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a long time, and his spiritual force's resistance had long since become very strong. Back when he had been a melder, he had been able to resist the pressure of a hunter. Now, his spiritual force should be close to that of an Enlighter's. Lu Yin placed the pike on top of the screen and tossed in a few dozen star essence. Back when he had upgraded the money bomb, he had only used up a few hundred star essence to upgrade it to the level where it could threaten 150,000 hunters. A few dozen star essence only caused the pike's power to drop slightly, but it was not much. Lu Yin was astonished, as it seemed that upgrading this item was much more troublesome than upgrading the money bomb. But then again, the money bomb was a pure offensive weapon, and this item had its own spiritual force attack. After some calculations, Lu Yin tossed in another 400 star essence before the pike completely fell into the lower screen and was upgraded once more. Holding the pike in his hand, Lu Yin could feel the spiritual force attack coming from it. Not bad, it was bearable. Back when he had been separated by 5 pikes, only the pike that had been stabbed into the ground had been able to create a phantom image that could kill. The pike that he had obtained had fallen to the side, and its spiritual force was not very strong. However, as he upgraded it, it would definitely become stronger. The second upgrade cost him nearly 800 star essence, the third 1,500 star essence, the fourth 3,000 star essence, the fifth 6,000 star essence, and the sixth 14,000 star essence. At this moment, Lu Yin felt as if he was about to lose his grip on the pike. The pike had been upgraded 7 times, and it had consumed a total of 27,000 star essence. On the other hand, the pike had been upgraded 6 times, and it had already consumed 26,000 star essence. Upgrading it 7 times had doubled the cost of upgrading the pike. The pike consumed even more star energy than the pike. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes was somewhat distorted, as this was a hallucination caused by the pressure on his spiritual force. He could not upgrade it any further, or he might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin put the pike away and exhaled. He had filled his eyes with star energy to take a look, and the pike's rune lines had surpassed Han Fei's. He wondered how effective the spiritual force of the pike would be on an Enlighter. He still had 110,000 star essence, the universal armor for defense, and the money bomb and pike for attack. The only thing he was left with was something that he could use to escape. Right, could a collapsible spacecraft be upgraded? Lu Yin's imagination ran wild, and he wanted to give it a try. However, after some thought, he decided against it. His collapsible spacecraft had already reached its limit, and it could only be upgraded to a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Only a normal Aurora spacecraft could be upgraded, but he did not need to use his dyes enhance. When it came to materials, he had a lot of polarium essence. Lu Yin wanted to upgrade the astral ruler, but it was useless. The ruler could only be used 3 times, which meant that it was already useless. As for the Eniatic wings, he thought about it and decided that he should upgrade them. His speed was not very fast in the universe, and if his collapsible spacecraft was destroyed, then he could even catch up to a hunter. Lu Yin took out the Eniatic wings and used more than 20,000 star essence to upgrade them to the point where their rune lines were comparable to Khadgar's. In other words, the Eniatic wings now had a speed that surpassed a hunter's, and it could produce a barrier that could block a hunter's attack. At this point, it should be able to produce a barrier that could barely block an Enlighter's attack. This should be enough for the time being. There were no Enlighters in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse, so they were not a threat to Lu Yin for the time being. He would save the remaining star essence to absorb. Not too long ago, Lu Yin had been satisfied after robbing the Blackbeard pirates of 1,000 star essence. He had never seen so much money before. Now, just upgrading an item would cost him tens of thousands of star essence, which was something that even an Enlighter would find difficult to obtain. Khadgar only had a few tens of thousands of star essence, and Elder Wu did not even have that much. Lu Yin was already ahead of many others. The richer he was, the stronger he was, and the stronger he was, the richer he would be. To him, this was a virtuous cycle, and he just did not know how many more star essence there were in the Outerverse for him to plunder. Right, he had almost forgotten that he still owed Madame Nayland 30,000 star essence. Although she did not need him to pay her back, Lu Yin did not want to take advantage of her. Borrowing was borrowing. Just as he thought of Madame Nayland, she appeared outside King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's domain now covered a huge area, and he was able to use it with ease. Let alone King Zishan's palace, he could even cover the Imperial Palace without any problems. Currently, Kaze was the guard of King Zishan's palace, and he was the only person from the dire barbarian clan who had not been killed. Lu Yin valued Kaze's innate gift, but he was also worried about him. Thus, he had transferred Kaze over to guard King Zishan's palace. Mr. Kaze, please report that the Nayland family head requests an audience with the royal regent, Madame Nayland said to Kaze. Kaze extended a hand. His Highness requests your presence. Madame Nayland nodded and slowly stepped into King Zishan's palace. News of the battle in Iron Blood Weave had gradually spread, and there was no way to hide it anymore. Lu Yin's performance in Iron Blood Weave had also been spread, and it was rumored that Lu Yin had killed several Enlighters, barged into the Primal Zone, rescued an Elder from the Hall of Honor, and so on. No one knew whether the rumors were true or false, but there was one thing that was clear: Lu Yin had been very active. Madame Nayland was fully aware of Lu Yin's status and advantages in a situation where Enlighters were restricted to Iron Blood Weave. It could be said that he was the indisputable #1 person in the Eastern Weave. She had always admired Lu Yin, and even after hearing that Lu Yin had been tried by the 10 Arbiters' Council and had a deep grudge with one of the 10 Arbiters, she had still been inclined to support Lu Yin. Now, she was even more determined to do so. The universe was always a place where the strong were respected. No matter how rich the Nayland family was, they were still powerless in the face of a powerhouse. She would do her best to maintain a good relationship with Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and waited for Madame Nayland. He had spent a total of 220 days in the time-stop space, and after upgrading the Eniatic wings, he had continued to absorb star essence. Even after 200 days, he was still far from completing the first cycle. Madame Nayland soon arrived and flashed an enchanting smile. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Highness." Louis gestured for her to take a seat and looked at Madame Nayland with a trace of amazement in his eyes. This woman always gave him a new feeling and strongly attracted his attention. He could not remain as comfortable around her as he had with Lily Rose. "Madam, you flatter me. Actually, even if you hadn't come today, I would have gone to find you." Madame Nayland giggled, and her eyes curved. "Did you miss me, Your Highness?" Louis rubbed his nose and took out a cosmic ring to pass to her. "There are 30,000 star essence inside. I borrowed it from you before I left for Iron Blood Weave, and I'm returning it all." Madame Nayland held on to the cosmic ring, and her eyes dimmed. She stood up and coldly said, "Since Your Highness does not welcome the Nayland family, then we will not force you to stay. Thank you for your previous assistance, Your Highness. If fate wills it, we will meet again in space." She then turned around and walked out. Louis was stunned, and he hurriedly stood up. "Madam, did you misunderstand something?" Madame Nayland stared into Louis' eyes. "I treat Your Highness as a friend, but has Your Highness ever cared about me? Or does Your Highness look down on merchants?" "Of course not," Louis immediately replied. Madame Nayland shook her head. "When Your Highness went to Iron Blood Weave, it was a black hole of death. My Nayland family was unable to help you, and we could only offer you some resources as an apology. My Nayland family is grateful to Your Highness, but we also feel guilty. But now, Your Highness is unwilling to accept even that bit of resources. What else could it be other than looking down on my Nayland family?" Louis stared blankly at Madame Nayland and smiled awkwardly. He extended a hand. "Thank you for your help, madam." According to our estimates, this will cause some losses to the empire's economy. The ministers continued to report on the situation, and it took more than an hour. Too many things had happened during this period of time, but even so, the court session only selected a few important matters to report. Many of the smaller matters were dealt with by the four ministries and the cabinet. Louis listened calmly, but there was only one word that could describe the situation: chaos. The main reason was that he did not have enough money. If he had enough money, he could suppress the prices of medical products and pacify the citizens. He could also bring jobs to many people and relieve some of their stress. Madame Nayland's offer to cooperate with him was truly a timely help. "Your Highness, your subjects have completed their reports," Garup reported respectfully. Louis grunted in acknowledgement and then glanced at the ministers before muttering to himself. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Louis said, "Actually, I've always had an idea. During the war in Iron Blood Weave, the Eastern Weaves worked together to bring about a great effect. They had more than 10 enlighters and dozens of hunters. However, this is definitely not the peak strength that the various weaves can bring out. If we can unite the various weaves and combine their strength, what kind of effect would that have?" The ministers were all confused, as they could not understand what Louis was talking about. Enya's eyes flashed, and she looked at Louis in shock. What great ambition! There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and no single power could rule over more than 3 weaves. At most, they could rule over 2 weaves. Louis laughed when he saw everyone's expressions. "All right, it was just a joke. You may leave now." The ministers respectfully acknowledged the order and slowly left the court. Enya did not leave. She waited for everyone to leave before stepping forward. "Your Highness." Louis looked at her. "Is something the matter? Is what Your Highness just said true?" Enya asked solemnly. Louis thought about it. "Perhaps. Do you have any suggestions?" Enya solemnly replied, Actually, the commander once proposed a similar idea. He wanted to link the outerverse 72 weaves together and use the entire outerverse strength to enter the primal zone through Iron Blood Weave and restrain the Celestial Beast Empire. The innerverse would then attack the Celestial Beast Empire from the erudite flow zone. The commander once said that the outerverse is too vast, and a single weave isn't terrifying. However, once the weaves are united, the combined strength of the weaves is terrifying. Lu Yin was interested. It seems that many of my ideas coincide with Commander Shui's. Enya nodded. Many of Commander's ideas were rejected by the innerverse, and the Hall of Honor did not agree either. Times have changed, and the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. As long as Elder Lohart doesn't appear, I can use the Hall of Honor's name to do whatever I want without anyone restricting me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Just yesterday, his new gadget had been delivered, and the number of honor points beside his personal status had increased to 6. Although it had only gone from 2 to 6, it represented a change in his status. As long as he did not do anything too excessive, he would stand at the top of the Hall of Honor. The innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, and it was very likely that someone with more honor points than Lu Yin would appear. However, such a person was practically non-existent now. Enya's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had never seen her this excited ever since she had joined the Great Yu Empire. Enya is willing to assist your highness in unifying the outerverse. Lu Yin laughed. Unifying the outerverse? You're overthinking things. You just want to unite the Eastern Weaves. Since Commander Shui originally had this idea, did you have a direction in mind? Enya nodded. An alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Give me a direction. An alliance. Not a bad idea. Yes, Your Highness. Shui Chuanshao was the most strategic commander in human history, and his thoughts and plans were not something that the current Lu Yin could compare to. He wanted to unite all 72 weaves of the outerverse, but Lu Yin only wanted to unite the eastern weaves, and if possible, he wanted to add more. Even if there were no enlighters in the outerverse, and even if the Hall of Honor fully supported him, the possibility of unifying all 72 weaves was not high. The outerverse was too vast, and it would take the Great Yu Empire's army a long time to traverse it, let alone unifying it. Unless he could reach Mr. Mu's level of strength one day, then he would be able to traverse half the universe as he pleased. The days returned to normal, and on this day, a shadow entered King Zishan's palace without Kei's noticing. The moment she stepped inside, the shadow revealed itself to be a bespectacled woman. She walked step by step to the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and stood there. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 601. Miss Child greets Big Brother. The woman was Mafioso Planet's Melder, Miss Child Lu Yin had encountered on planet Woodrock. I didn't think that you would actually come. Lu Yin was shocked, as he had forgotten about this woman. Miss Child smiled at Lu Yin. Big Brother, have you forgotten? You gave me 3 months. I arrived at Xenia Star a month ago, but I was afraid of disturbing Big Brother, so I didn't show up. Lu Yin sat down and sized her up. You broke through to the Lamita realm. It's all thanks to Big Brother's poison. My strength has greatly increased, Miss Child said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Miss Child in shock. She was clearly a Lamiter, but her rune lines were almost on par with Zhua Daynight's when she had not comprehended Night's End, Daybreak. Zhua Dayknight was an elite of the Dayknight clan who had once competed with Lu Yin and was qualified to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Now that she had comprehended Night's End, Daybreak, her strength was comparable to Zhanlong Dayknight's. Miss Child was from the Outerverse, and her strength was comparable to Jwadanites. This was not an easy feat, and it seemed that her poison person constitution was worth developing. So the more poison she ate, the faster her strength increased. Interesting. Don't call me that. Just call me Your Highness like everyone else, Luin said. He was not used to being called Big Brother. Miss Child beamed and nodded, looking at Luin expectantly. See, Your Highness, can you give me some poison to eat? I'm hungry. A bottle of poison appeared in Lu Yin's hand, but he put it away under Miss Child's eager gaze. You drank a bottle back then, but I haven't paid you yet. Miss Child felt wronged. Then I'll kill whoever Your Highness wants me to kill. I can't think of anything for now, but I'll tell you when I do. Lu Yin was no longer very interested in the Miss Child. Back then, he had wanted to use the Miss Child to deal with Top Mist, but during the battle in Iron Blood Weave, Top Mist had claimed that he was not the one who had revealed Lu Yin's methods. Although Lu Yin did not believe him, Top Mist was currently trapped in Iron Blood Weave and had also lost the Crimson Handprint. Top Mist was not much of a threat to Lu Yin, so there was no need to use the Miss Child to deal with him. Although she was a mafioso planet Miss Child and had defeated a Lameter Miss Child to become the newest Lameter Miss Child, there were still explorers, cruisers, and hunters above her. She was under a lot of pressure, especially since the competition on mafioso planet was brutal, and there were all sorts of methods. Several Lameter Miss children had already died, and she did not want to lose Lu Yin's support. This was an existence that even Great Elder Top Mist feared and did not dare to provoke. Your Highness, Miss Child has prepared a gift for you this time, Miss Child said. Oh. Don't tell me it's a human head. Lu Yin looked at Miss Child with interest. Miss Child smiled and handed over a metal plate to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it, and his expression changed. Vast Earth Sex Elder Qing Yan. He killed Meng Tianlong's eldest son, Meng Guang, on a rainy night 12 years ago. He seized the great desolate palm and secretly cultivated it. The metal plate recorded a series of events regarding Qing Yan, and it emphasized the process and location of his killing of Meng Guang as well as the methods he had used to conceal the truth. Qing Yan is one of the Vast Earth Sex elders, and he's an elder with real power. Meng Guang is the eldest son of the Vast Earth sect master, Meng Tianlong. He's also Your Highness' classmate and Meng Yu's older brother, Miss Child introduced. Why are you giving me this? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, I feel that it might be useful to you. Mafioso Planet is the strongest assassination organization in the surrounding weaves, and they know many secrets that outsiders do not know, regardless of whether they're the employers or the victims. Although many top-secret information is not made public, it is recorded in Mafioso Planet's archives, and it covers the surrounding weaves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the metal plate. This was interesting. Did Miss Child know many secrets that others did not know about? He fell into deep thought. Is there anything about the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, there is, but not much. It doesn't involve Your Highness, and there isn't anything useful to Your Highness either. If you can give me all the information on Mafioso Planet, I can give you what you want, Lu Yin said calmly. Miss Child was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I only want the poison. Hand it over first, Lu Yin said. Miss Child was put in a difficult position. Your Highness, although the Great Elder isn't on Mafioso Planet, the person in charge of Mafioso Planet right now is the hunter Miss Child. With him around, it's not possible to bring all the information out. This information is all recorded on metal plates, and you can't bring your gadget or any other technological devices to view it. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at Miss Child. Miss Child nervously replied, lure out the explorer Miss Child, cruiser Miss Child, and hunter Miss Child. Only the Mish children have the authority to view this information. Lure out the three of them, and then I can take the information away. The other space-exploring powerhouses don't have the authority to approach the information room, so they can't stop me. Lu Yin smiled as he stared at Miss Child. Miss Child was flustered by his stare, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it. What are the specifics? How? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, Does your highness have anyone in particular that you want to kill? The chairman of Orchid Planet's council in Frostwave Weave's first filament, Lu Yin said. Miss Child was delighted. Got it. In 8 days, those 3 Mish children will assassinate the chairman of Orchid Planet's council. Lu Yin did not know what Miss Child wanted to do. No problem. In 8 days, I'll be waiting by the chairman's side. Thank you, Your Highness, Miss Child said respectfully. From Miss Child's perspective, Lu Yin wanted to help her get rid of those 3 Mish children. As long as those 3 Mish children died and the Great Elder did not return, the Mish Child selection would be delayed for a very long time. During that time, even the other space-exploring powerhouses did not have as much authority as she did, so she could do whatever she wanted. Lu Yin smiled, but he did not deny it. He would let her think that way. As for whether or not he would get rid of those 3 Mish children, that would depend on the situation. This brat had taken the risk to come to him and wanted to borrow his strength. She was very courageous, and if she could succeed, he would be happy to see her succeed. It was not too far from Orchid Planet, and it was rather desolate. Larkin did not know what the Ministry of Staff wanted him to investigate, but they had said that he would know once he arrived. Larkin felt very uncomfortable and depressed. Get me a glass of water, Larkin said irritably. The soldier on the spacecraft hurriedly poured a glass of water for Larkin, who downed it all in one gulp. He then exhaled and looked out the window. Suddenly, he saw a flash of white light, and his entire body froze. He was not an ordinary person. On the contrary, he was a Lemiter who had wandered the world in his youth and had even graduated from U Academy, so he had a certain level of perception for danger. However, this white light made his scalp go numb, and he could not dodge it. It was over. In that moment of life and death, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed the white light. The white light had come from a dagger, and that hand had come from the soldier who had poured the water for him. As expected of an assassin from Mafioso Planet. Most people wouldn't be able to discover you. The soldier looked up, revealing a face that Larkin was familiar with. Lu Yin. One end of the dagger was in Lu Yin's hand, while the other was in the hands of a figure wrapped in white cloth. The figure released the dagger and fled, but all of his disguises were laughable in Lu Yin's eyes. What Lu Yin was looking at was not disguises, but rune lines. Lu Yin's figure flickered, and he immediately appeared beside the figure. He pressed down on the figure's shoulder. Too slow. He then exerted some force with his palm, and the figure was instantly shattered. Even his bones were crushed, and he died. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 602. This assassin was only an explorer. Even a Mish-child could only rival an elite disciple from a great interverse organization, which was a far cry from Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, another figure appeared, but this one did not attack Lu Yin. Instead, it stabbed towards Larkin. Mafioso Planet had an ironclad rule when it came to nurturing assassins. Even if it was a trap set by Mafioso Planet, as long as they accepted a mission, they had to complete it. Lu Yin glared, and the surrounding domain suddenly trembled. It transformed into a visible stream of air that blasted away the assassin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his domain suddenly solidified before transforming into a towering tree. It was exactly the same as when Lu Yin had broken through. The towering tree protected Larkin. This was a force field, and Lu Yin's domain had reached the level where he could display a force field. He did not know what was going on, but it was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Lu Yin could feel that this force field was not any weaker than Mu Rong's, and it might even be stronger. When faced with Lu Yin's force field, the assassin retreated, but it was too late. This was Lu Yin's first time using a force field, and he casually pressed down. Branches pierced through the void and wrapped around the figure. The assassin was a cruiser Mistchild, and he was very powerful. However, he was unable to retaliate against the branches, and with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the assassin was killed. Larkin stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? What had just happened? Don't worry, Chairman Larkin. I'll protect you. Lu Yin smiled at Larkin. When he saw Lu Yin smile, Larkin became even more terrified. He was not stupid, and even an idiot would know that Lu Yin had not specifically come to protect him. Those assassins were definitely related to Larkin, but if Lu Yin had sent assassins to kill him, why would Lu Yin protect him? Suddenly, the spacecraft split in two. Larkin's pupils shrank, and a suffocating pressure caused him to faint. This was a hunter. Lu Yin had assumed that the last hunter Mistchild would use assassination methods like the others, but he had not expected the assassin to attack head-on. A cold, dark light streaked through the void, causing a spatial crack to appear. This attack was not aimed at Larkin, but rather at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not wear his universal armor, as Elder Lohar was right. Unless he was in a true life or death crisis, he absolutely could not rely on external items. There would come a day when he would run out of them. During the final battle in Iron Blood Weave, Curse Wind and the Shadow Beast had been targeting him, so he could not afford to take the wrong path. The dagger was extremely fast, and it directly swept through the void. Lu Yin did not even see the hunter Mistchild's shadow. His eyes filled with star energy, and he lightly tapped his feet with the secret sidestep to avoid the dagger's attack. However, the hunter Mistchild had long since anticipated this, and the dagger continued to slice through space like a torrential downpour. No matter how Lu Yin tried to dodge, he could not avoid it. Lu Yin waved a hand and activated the Use secret art. His dagger then stabbed in another direction. Seven-lined battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body as he grabbed the hunter Mistchild's arm and viciously pulled. The hunter Mistchild was pulled out of the void, and Lu Yin flipped his dagger, causing a white lotus to bloom. Lu Yin's expression changed, as this was a battle technique. His fate San appeared in front of him to clash with the white lotus. There was a cracking sound as space shattered, and Lu Yin quickly retreated as he looked ahead in apprehension. The hunter Mistchild no longer concealed himself, and he openly revealed himself. He was worthy of being called the strongest hunter on Mafioso planet. In terms of true strength, he might not be able to compare to peak hunters like Aiden and Kong Shi, but his killing intent was something that no one else could compare to. The hunter Mistchild had exchanged blows with Kong Shi before, and their fingers had clashed. The hunter Mistchild had relied on his physical strength to suppress Kong Shi, but Kong Shi had not used any battle techniques or innate gifts. A hunter was still a hunter, and his suppression of an explorer was not small. However, Lu Yin was not afraid, as this hunter Mistchild's strength was not on par with Kong Shi or Aiden's. Lu Yin had originally thought that the hunter Mistchild would deal with him before assassinating Larkin, but who would have thought that after just one exchange, the hunter Mistchild would decisively give up on Lu Yin. He flickered and appeared in front of Larkin, and a cold light streaked past him as he stabbed towards Larkin's neck. Larkin was shocked, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. At that moment, the towering tree formed from Lu Yin's force field moved. Larkin had been protected by the tree, and the moment the hunter Mistchild attacked, the tree's branches wrapped around Larkin, and the hunter leaped up and fled. The hunter Mistchild was clearly stunned. Was this how a tree behaved? It was a little strange. The next moment, countless branches whipped towards the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's dagger flew out and severed all of the branches. Lu Yin appeared, and his 7-lined battle force soared into the sky as he slapped a palm towards the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's eyes went wide, and a strange fluctuation spread out. It was a domain. This person had also comprehended a domain. Although he was quickly suppressed by Lu Yin's force field, the hunter Mistchild was still able to dodge Lu Yin's palm by relying on his domain. His dagger slashed through the void again, and a white lotus appeared that contained an intense killing intent. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. The white lotus was redirected to attack the hunter Mistchild instead. The hunter Mistchild hurriedly dodged, and Lu Yin's domain suddenly solidified. At the same time, he slapped out again. The hunter Mistchild was unable to dodge this attack, as Lu Yin's domain made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Even Kong Shi was astonished by how solid Lu Yin's domain was. The palm distorted the void and appeared in front of the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's star energy completely erupted, and his terrifying star energy, which had a power level of over 100,000, transformed into a barrier that blocked Lu Yin's palm. The star energy was visible to the naked eye, and it transformed into a shockwave that shook the heavens. This was Lu Yin's first time directly facing a hunter's full burst of star energy, and the pressure caused him to suffocate. If a hunter was already like this, then there was no need to even mention an enlighter. This was a power that could cause one to despair. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would have easily been knocked unconscious by an enlighter's star energy. The suppression of star energy was the most direct, and it was purely a case of using numbers to bully someone. Even a realm breaker would be suppressed when facing an enemy of a higher realm. This was a method that could not be countered, and sometimes, the more ordinary a method was, the more effective it was. Lu Yin's palm was isolated by the berserk star energy, and the spacecraft was reduced to fragments that exploded in outer space. The hunter Mistchild's chest tightened. Although he had not withstood the full power of Lu Yin's palm, the overlaying stacks had still struck him, shocking him. Lu Yin's physical strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The dagger flashed past and slashed towards Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin retracted his palm and tapped out with a finger. This finger caused boundless fury to rise up in his heart. His eyes went slack, and his entire being became unconscious as he fused with the Dreamland finger. Space froze at this moment, and only Lu Yin's Dreamland finger could be seen traversing through the void, ignoring the distance between them. It directly descended in front of the hunter Mistchild and pierced through his shoulder. Layers of ripples spread out behind the hunter Mistchild's body, spreading further and further away before finally shattering the void. In an instant, Lu Yin regained consciousness, but his finger was still stuck in the hunter Mistchild's shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and he retracted his finger and placed it behind his back. Every time he used the Dreamland finger, his finger would be severely injured. His physical strength could not withstand the might of a single finger, and it would injure both himself and his enemy. The hunter Mistchild spat out a mouthful of blood. That finger had not only pierced through his shoulder, but it had also destroyed half of his meridians. He could not even stand up, and his body continued to fall. Lu Yin looked down at the hunter Mistchild until he landed on the wreckage of the spacecraft. The hunter Mistchild looked up at Lu Yin in shock. As an assassin, he had long since forgotten what fear was. However, in that moment, he had experienced an indescribable pressure that had accompanied that finger. He had felt that it was even more terrifying than when he had faced the head elder. Lu Yin was clearly just an explorer, so how could he possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's finger was in intense pain, and he would need to recuperate for a few days. This attack could only be used once. There were times when Lu Yin himself was confused, as the terrifying strength that accompanied that finger was something he could not comprehend. More importantly, even with his physical strength, he could not withstand that finger's explosive power. He felt that the power of that finger was even stronger than the Yu's secret art. The first time he had used it, he had already caused Yin Guai to explode. In the distance, Larkin was still bound by the giant tree formed from Lu Yin's force field, and he stared blankly at the scene before him in fear. Lu Yin had actually defeated a hunter. Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to kill enlighters? Wasn't it said that he no longer had any external items? Even if there were no external items, this person's strength was still unfathomable. Lu Yin slowly descended and calmly looked at the hunter Mistchild. This person had very few rune lines left, and he could not even compare to an ordinary explorer. Perhaps he had some trump cards, but they were definitely not that strong. The hunter Mistchild's black robes were torn apart, revealing a pale-faced young man in front of Lu Yin. He looked very ordinary, and he was the type that would not be noticed in a crowd. His gaze was also very ordinary, and he did not have the confidence of a powerhouse. When Huan Sha, Enya, and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons saw the information, they were all shocked, especially Enya. Back then, Shui Chuanshao had wanted to form an Outerverse alliance, which was why Lu Yin had entrusted this task to her. She had been worrying about how to intimidate those powers, but now that she had this information, she had nothing to fear. The people in this information could become her swords. Your Highness, is this information reliable? Enya could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded. It's reliable. I'm showing you this information so that you'll have more help. It's more than just help. It's practically a shortcut, Hua Qingshan sighed. Peach continuously flipped through the metal sheets and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She excitedly raised one of them. It's Jibu. We even have information on him. Who? The blind monk was puzzled. Peach proudly replied, the previous chairman of Flaxen Weave's Tri-Banner Federation. Back when His Majesty Undying Yushan sent me to the Tri-Banner Federation on a mission, this old man almost made it impossible for me to return. Let me take a look. She then looked at the information on the metal sheet, and the more she read, the happier she became. We have information that can be used against him. Your Highness, leave this old man to me. Lu Yin pointed at Enya. She'll be in charge of the alliance for now. You can communicate with her. Peach looked at Enya pleadingly. Enya replied, we can't touch Flaxen Weave for now. That place is under the control of Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan. She didn't die in Iron Blood Weave, so she'll return. Peach was disappointed. When Granny Chan was mentioned, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Top Mist had said that he had not revealed his methods, so the only person who could have leaked information to Darkstar Gorge was Granny Chan. Was that her? Peach, does the Empire have any spies in the Tri-Banner Federation? Lu Yin asked. Peach nodded. Yes, we have for a long time, but we haven't used them yet. Activate them. Make contact with the people from Northline Flowzone. Peach acknowledged the order. Actually, it's not just the Tri-Banner Federation. Many of the surrounding weaves have spies from the Empire. Of course, the Empire also has spies from other powers, Lu Yingzishan said. Lu Yin had Enya put away the metal sheet and sent everyone away. The bespectacled Mistchild walked out from the shadows. I've been discovered. There were 2 hunters gathered here earlier, so it's normal for you to be discovered, Lu Yin said. Mistchild was apprehensive. That blind one is very powerful. Lu Yin smiled. The blind monk was indeed very powerful, and his power level was not higher than Hua Qingshan's. However, his rune lines were very high, and he was very close to Aiden's. He had a trump card, but Lu Yin did not care. Who didn't have a trump card? Perhaps Hu Qingshan had one as well, but he had not used it yet. Your Highness, I've given you the item. Can I be rewarded? Miss Child looked at Lu Yin expectantly and licked her lips. Lu Yin took out a bottle of poison that had rune lines equivalent to a cruiser's and tossed it to her. Miss Child opened the bottle and took a sniff. She was slightly disappointed. It's not as strong as the first time. Take your time. There's plenty of this stuff, Lu Yin said. Miss Child smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Before Top Miss returns, the other Miss children will not appear. Your authority is very high, so I want you to cooperate with the Empire in forming an alliance, Lu Yin said. Miss Child solemnly replied, I'm Your Highness' subordinate, so please rest assured. Lu Yin smiled but did not say anything else. How could he rest assured? However, this woman could not escape from his grasp. Right now, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to head to Shenwu continent. While there were no enlighters in the outerverse, he needed to take care of the matters on Shenwu continent. Ming Yan had already been waiting for him for 2 years, and he was a little apprehensive. The Great Yu Empire and the Nalan family had already begun to cooperate fully, and Enya and the 13 Imperial squadrons had also begun to form an alliance. They also had Mafioso Planet's help. Lu Yin brought the blind monk to Shenwu Continent Space Station a few days later. Lu Yin's arrival caused Shenwu Continent Space Station to panic. The Day-Night clan members inside were also panicking. Why was this guy here again? Tyrael was dead, and he had been forcefully conscripted to Iron Blood Weave. He had died on the battlefield, and the person in charge of Shenwu Continent Space Station was now Madame Mylan Day-Night. Student Lu, it's been a while since we last met. You're still as impressive as ever. Congratulations. Madame Mylan was all smiles, as if she was truly happy to see Lu Yin. Even with Lu Yin's experience, he could not tell whether she was faking it or not, but that was not important. Madam, you weren't forcefully conscripted. I'm too weak, and I don't have the qualifications to go to the battlefield. Madame Mylan smiled as she led Lu Yin into the space station. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 604. When Lu Yin arrived, no matter how much the Day-Night clan hated him, they did not dare to show it. Lu Yin was practically the strongest person in the Eastern Weaves, as long as there were no enlighters around. Lu Yin looked around. Madame didn't go, but the other Day-Night clan member did. Zhanlong Day-Night isn't here either. Why didn't he return? Madame Mylan's eyes narrowed. The last time she had seen Lu Yin, he seemed to know everything, and nothing could be hidden from him. How did you know that they didn't return? Lu Yin smiled, but he did not explain. Rune lines were something that could only be believed when one saw it. Those who had never seen it would not be able to understand it, and even Lu Yin himself could not understand it. Why have you come here? Madame Mylan asked. Lu Yin raised his gadget and casually answered, before leaving Iron Blood Weave, I had a deep discussion with Elder Lohar. The Elder hopes that the Outerverse can stabilize and unite. I'm here to carry out the Elder's wishes, or rather, the Hall of Honor's wishes. I'm going to Shenwu Continent to take a look. Madame Mylan looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. It was a custom-made gadget, and she could tell at a glance that it had come from the Hall of Honor. This person definitely had more than 5 honor points, and it seemed like the Hall of Honor intended to nurture him. It might be too late for you to go now, Madame Mylan said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Madame Mylan ran her fingers through her hair. Ever since you told Tang Si about the inner-verse and outer-verse separation and safely sent him back to Shenwu continent, Ming Xiaoshu's attitude towards the foreigners has changed. He's no longer as warm as before, and Ming Xiaotian's actions have become even more ruthless. They're starting to not care about us anymore. Lu Yin could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, but he did not care. This is my problem, and I'll take care of it. What did Elder Lohar say? Madame Mylan asked. Lu Yin glanced at her. You can ask the elder. Madame Mylan smiled. Don't overthink it, Student Lu. I just want to better understand the Hall of Honor's intentions and help you better. I don't have any suspicions. Send me to Shenwu continent. I'll talk to Ming Xiaotian and Ming Xiaoshu, Lu Yin said. Madame Mylan nodded and did not refuse. Regardless of whether or not this was Elder Lohar's idea, she did not have the strength to stop Lu Yin. Furthermore, she glanced at the blind monk, as this person made her feel a little apprehensive. How could there be such a person in the outerverse? There seemed to be quite a few powerhouses in the Great Yu Empire. The process of entering Shenwu continent was the same as during the outerverse trial. The reason why Lu Yin had brought the blind monk along was because he was worried that he would not be able to return. With the blind monk around, as well as the Hall of Honor's background, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong. The problem now was that he didn't know where he would land. The location where he had landed on Shenwu continent was not fixed. Last time, he had landed directly in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had led to his relationship with Ming Yan. As he thought about Ming Yan, his heart grew warm, as he was about to meet her. This time, without Ming Xiaotian's obstruction, Lu Yin was able to see the Shenwu continent sky. After that, he landed straight in front of a luxurious residence that was located in the inner courtyard. He was speechless. Was he really so fated with the inner yard? Fortunately, he was prepared this time, and he used his physical strength to forcefully twist his body. There was a loud boom as he landed in the garden of the inner courtyard, smashing into a patch of trees. He raised his hand and slowly approached Ming Yan. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and his pupils shrank. There was someone behind him. In an instant, green veins covered his body, and blue stripes appeared. It was seven-lined battle force. He turned around and saw that a young man had appeared behind him at some point in time. The young man was calmly looking at him, but the Night King clan man could feel that there was an indescribable murderous intent hidden beneath that calm gaze. This murderous intent was directed at him. Who are you? The Night King clan man did not move. That person was only a meter away from him, and if he moved, he might fall into a trap. Brother Lu. Ming Yan exclaimed and looked over in disbelief. The man frowned. Brother Lu. Lu Yin. His expression changed drastically. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Night King clan man and landed on Ming Yan. He saw the pleasant surprise in her eyes, but he also saw a trace of unfamiliarity in her eyes. This made his heart sink. 2 years. 2 years of separation. This should have been expected. It had been a coincidence that he had met Ming Yan, and he had entered her heart partly because Ming Yan had not had much contact with other men, and partly because of the restricted customs of the people, which had caused Ming Yan to fall in love with him. He had fallen in love with Ming Yan the moment he saw her, and he had fallen in love with her beautiful face. That had been the first time Lu Yin had felt a heartbeat, and it had been a beautiful one. However, after 2 years of separation, as well as the invasion of foreign cultures, Ming Yan had come into contact with more than one outsider. Her way of thinking had changed, and she was no longer restricted by the conservative customs of the Shenwu continent. Perhaps she still had feelings for him, but those feelings were no longer pure and unyielding. Perhaps what she had felt for him back then was not love, but Ming Yan did not know what it had been. Over the past 2 years, no matter how many outsiders she had come into contact with, even an outstanding man like Night King Changfeng, she had never let this person down. She had always maintained her feelings for him, but when those feelings had truly come, could she accept them? Why had she interrupted Brother Liu? Why had she not dared to listen to him? Did she not love him anymore? Ming Yan had lost all her strength, and she sat in the pavilion in a daze. Lu Yin did not blame Ming Yan, as feelings could not be controlled. Over the past 2 years, he had not missed Ming Yan at all. After coming into contact with Madame Naylan, Wendy Yushan, and many other girls, Ming Yan's place in his heart had become smaller and smaller. However, every time he thought about her, the longing for her replaced everything else. Perhaps this was what first love felt like. It was sweet, but also bitter. However, being strangers did not mean that it was over. He could tell that Ming Yan had feelings for him, and he had feelings for her as well. It all depended on how the future played out. Within the Reverend King's residence, the most heavily guarded place was Ming Xiaoshu's study. Not long after, Lu Yin sat down and waited for Ming Xiaoshu. Elsewhere, Night King Changfeng's face was gloomy as he left the Reverend King's residence. His arm hurt to the bone, and Lu Yin's strength had left him in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He was a cruiser and ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, a genius second only to Night King Gu. Even within the Night King clan, he was an outstanding figure, but he had been suppressed to such an extent by that person. Furthermore, that person had only 7-lined battle force. Night King Changfeng had heard that this person was an unequaled leader, but he had not paid much attention to it. Now that he had personally experienced it, he finally understood the helplessness of Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanglong Day Night. This person had to be eliminated, or else he would become a huge threat to the Night King clan in the future. No one in the Reverend King's residence knew that there was someone waiting for Ming Xiaoshu in their most heavily guarded study. It wasn't until that night that Ming Xiaoshu returned to the Reverend King's residence that he realized that his domain was not any weaker than Lu Yin's. Although Lu Yin was constantly improving to the point that even he found it strange, Ming Xiaoshu had endured for so many years that he had comprehended a force field, so it was easy for him to discover Lu Yin. Within the study, Ming Xiaoshu stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was reading a book. Some time ago, Tang Si had reported that Lu Yin had changed and could even threaten powerhouses like Ming Taizhong. Ming Xiaoshu had not believed it, as Tang Si was too narrow-minded. But now that he was looking at Lu Yin with his own eyes, Ming Xiaoshu felt nothing but shock. This person gave him a sense of crisis. Long time no see, Your Highness. Lu Yin put down his book and calmly looked at the Reverend King. His tone was calm, and he did not stand up. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Long time no see, little 7. Your Highness's complexion looks good. It looks like you've been living comfortably for the past 2 years, Lu Yin commented. Ming Xiaoshu walked to his desk and sat down. He looked at Lu Yin. Only 2 years have passed since the agreement was made. Are you confident that you can help Shenwu continent out of its current predicament? Even if I'm not confident, Your Highness can still do it. In fact, you're already doing it, aren't you? Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about the cooperation with the outsiders? That's right, I can't possibly place all my hopes on you alone. But Your Highness seems to have a lot of choices. Lu Yin looked at him. Ming Xiaoshu laughed, and his gaze turned cold. Little 7, you've changed after not seeing you for 2 years. Do you know that even the hunters in your universe don't dare to speak to me like this? Then, Your Highness, do you know that even if Ming Taizhong was still alive, I could kill him if I wanted to? Lu Yin suddenly stood up. At the same time, Ming Xiaoshu stood up as well. Two enormous domains erupted, clashing with each other above the Reverend King's residence and above Cheong Island. In that instant, countless people felt their chests tighten, and they looked up. Although they could not see anything, they felt as if the sky was collapsing. Within the Reverend King's residence, the martial sovereign looked up in shock. This power. Outside the Reverend King's residence, Night King Changfeng was astonished. What a powerful domain. Many cultivators from Shenwu continent and the universe could feel the pressure. Not only did it come from Ming Xiaoshu, but Lu Yin's as well. The two domains clashed invisibly, causing the sky to distort and the clouds to churn. The weather changed, and soon, a torrential downpour followed by thunderclaps. Many people looked up at the sky in fear. As the domains became more and more solid, they transformed into visible streams of air that clashed with each other. It was as if two colossal creatures were colliding in the sky. Both Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin had simultaneously reduced the range of their domains to the sky, which prevented them from harming anyone. Even so, the pressure that was being exerted was not something that the average person could imagine. Within the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu's expression changed. He was actually unable to suppress Lu Yin. How was this possible? 2 years ago, Lu Yin had clearly been very weak, and he had not even comprehended a domain. But now, in just 2 years, Lu Yin had turned the world upside down. He suddenly recalled the legends about Lu Yin. This person had only cultivated for a few years, but he had already become one of the top 4 finalists in the Astral Combat Tournament. 2 years might seem like a short time to others, but to Lu Yin, it was definitely a qualitative leap. Still, this leap was too great. Ming Xiaoshu's forbearance was admired by everyone who had met him, but at this moment, he did not want to hold back any longer. Lu Yin's attitude was very clear, and Ming Xiaoshu's heart was filled with resentment. If Ming Xiaoshu could not suppress Lu Yin, then even if they worked together in the future, they would still be on equal footing. This was something that Ming Xiaoshu could not accept. On the streets of Cheong Island, Night King Changfeng looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his domain changed, and it took the form of a person wearing an imperial robe that was dazzling in the night sky. His vast imperial authority caused all the commoners who saw this scene to kneel down. This was Ming Xiaoshu, and his force field had taken the form of an emperor. Lu Yin's expression changed. As expected, Ming Xiaoshu had comprehended a force field. As he thought about it, he stared into Ming Xiaoshu's eyes. High up in the sky, Lu Yin's domain also changed. It transformed into a towering tree that seemed to be the source of all things, and many strange things grew out of it. Ming Xiaoshu's pupils shrank. A force field. This kid had actually comprehended a force field. Crack. Within the study, the desk between Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin cracked open. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously retracted their domains. Soon, the night sky regained its calm, and only the pouring rain continued to fall, gradually drowning Cheong Island. With a bang, the desk completely shattered and fell beside Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin's feet. Their domains had collided, and they were evenly matched. With a bang, the door to the study burst open, and a martial sovereign rushed in. Behind him were Tang Si and many other soldiers. "Your Highness! Get out!" Ming Xiaoshu barked, and everyone hurriedly retreated. "Let's go somewhere else," Ming Xiaoshu said. Lu Yin calmly left with him. It was still raining heavily outside when Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin appeared on the roof of a pavilion. "I never thought that you would change so much in just 2 years," Ming Xiaoshu exclaimed. Lu Yin looked at the rain. "There are still many things that you didn't expect. Our agreement of 10 years has been brought forward by 8 years. This is something that I didn't expect." He did not understand the current Luin, so he could not make a decision easily. I'll give you some time to think about it, but it won't be long. The next time I come, I want to know your decision and the matter of the 5 sealing planets, Luin said before disappearing and leaving the Reverend King's residence. Ming Zhaoshu watched Lu Yin's figure disappear into the rainy night and immediately summoned Tang Si. Ming Zhaoshu had not paid much attention to what Tang Si had said the last time, but now, he needed to understand this person once more. This person was clearly a martial emperor, but he had dared to threaten Ming Zhaoshu. That confidence and calmness could not have been faked. Ming Zhaoshu also wanted to have a chat with Yenner, as Lu Yin's attitude had been very strange this time. There were many mansions not far from the Reverend King's residence, which had once been the residences of wealthy merchants or officials from Cheong Island. Now, all of them had been bestowed to outsiders by Ming Zhaoshu. Night King Changfeng arrived at one of the mansions and knocked on the door before entering. A beautiful woman in revealing clothes welcomed him, Sun Meiren. She was one of the younger members of the Sun family. Although she was only an explorer, she had an astute mind, and the Day-Night clan had specifically asked her to help Night King Changfeng in this cooperation with Ming Zhaoshu. Why has Brother Changfeng come to my residence so late at night? Aren't you afraid that the young countess will see you? Sun Meiren approached Night King Changfeng with a charming smile and a delicate fragrance. Night King Changfeng remained calm. Don't tell me that you didn't know about the commotion just now. Sun Meiren shrugged. A collision of force fields. I know that one of them is Ming Zhaoshu, but I don't know who the other one is. It's already very rare for someone like Ming Zhaoshu to comprehend a force field on Shinwu continent. I never thought that there would be a second one. It's not someone from Shinwu continent. It's Lu Yin. Night King Changfeng's tone was cold, and there was a hint of fear in his voice. Sun Meiren was shocked. Lu Yin. Why is he here? Night King Changfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was the one who informed Shinwu continent that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. He participated in Shinwu continent's trial, but I thought that it was just a formality. I never thought that he would come again. He even killed a hunter from the Day-Night clan in order to send Tang Si back, which thoroughly offended Night Queen Choyu. Now that he's appeared again, it looks like there's something he needs on Shinwu continent, Sun Meiren guessed. It's Ming Yan, Night King Changfeng said. Sun Meiren was shocked. That little countess. Are they in love? Night King Changfeng's expression turned ugly. Sun Meiren chuckled. I never thought that the countess would be so charming that she could attract both you and Lu Yin. But then again, it's not surprising since she's so beautiful and pure. I can't help but feel pity for her. Even a woman like me is moved. Night King Changfeng stared at Sun Meiren. Help me get rid of Lu Yin. Why? Just because of Ming Yan. Sun Meiren was intrigued. Night King Changfeng snorted. He's a great enemy of my Day-Night clan, and Night Queen Yanqing has said many times that he must be eliminated. He's also someone that Arbiter Jinwu wants to get rid of. When it came to Arbiter Jinwu, Sun Meiren did not dare to be impudent. Actually, my Sun family is also dissatisfied with him, and the young master wants to get rid of him as well. However, he's growing stronger, and the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Even Senior Chiu you can't touch him, let alone you and me. Night King Changfeng clenched his fists. As the 21st ranked powerhouse on the top 100 rankings, he could look down on most of the younger generation, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on external items to protect himself from enlighters, and Night King Changfeng had always looked down on him. However, now that Lu Yin had become an explorer, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, and he had actually suppressed Night King Changfeng. When he thought about all of this, Night King Changfeng could not help but want to kill Lu Yin. Of course, there was also the matter of Ming Yan. If Night King Changfeng fancied a woman, no one else was allowed to touch her. Lu Yin did not look for a place to stay after leaving the Reverend King's residence. When he had clashed with Ming Xiaoshu's domain, he had coincidentally discovered an acquaintance. This acquaintance looked very down and out, or rather, very miserable. 3 streets away from the Reverend King's residence was the busiest downtown area in all of Shanghai City. It was already midnight, and Shanghai City had already implemented a curfew. However, there was still a figure lying prostrate on the ground, trembling in the rain. It was a beggar, and he was curled up in a corner with a straw curtain draped over his body. Lu Yin looked at the beggar with a shocked expression. He walked closer and closer until he finally stood in front of the beggar. The beggar peered through the straw curtain in fear. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating Lu Yin's face. The beggar's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's face clearly, and he trembled even more violently. "Eriker." Lu Yin was surprised. The beggar was terrified. "Sir, I'm just a beggar. Please let me go." Lu Yin squatted down and lifted the straw curtain. "Your meridians have all been shattered, and your star energy has dissipated. You've turned from a Lammeter into a normal person. You must be feeling terrible. Why did this happen?" The beggar was Eriker, a top disciple of the Blaze Realm who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and challenged a Realm Master. He had been tyrannical for a time, and during the Outerverse trial, he had landed on Shenwu continent at the same time as Lu Yin. They had even landed in the same place. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had landed in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had caused a commotion. Lu Yin had escaped, but Eriker had been captured. Ming Xiaoshu is cooperating with the outsiders, so all of the captured outsiders should be fine, Lu Yin said. Eriker lowered his head, not daring to answer. "I don't like to ask twice." Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Eriker's face paled. I offended the Reverend King, and I don't dare to show my face." "How did you offend him?" "He knows your identity, and the Blaze Realm's influence is very strong. Even a top disciple like you can't protect yourself?" Lu Yin asked, as he was truly curious. Ming Xiaoshu had hidden himself well, so even if Eriker tried to assassinate him, he wouldn't care too much. He wouldn't let Eriker end up in such a miserable state. Furthermore, there were so many cultivators from the outside in the city, but Eriker hadn't looked for any of them. Instead, he had chosen to hide. Something wasn't right. Eriker's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth. "I discovered a secret." "Speak," Lu Yin said. "Ming Xiaoshu betrayed the Shenwu Empire and released all of the foreigners. I did the same. The Blaze Realm ordered us to stay by Ming Xiaoshu's side so that we could cooperate with him," Eriker said. "One time, Ming Xiaoshu sent us on a mission. We were in a valley, and he said that he discovered a large number of soldiers from the Shenwu Empire gathering there. We didn't pay much attention to it, so we went over." Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "The Neo-Human Alliance?" Eriker nodded. "Yes, the Neo-Human Alliance. The Shenwu Empire is cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of the group of outsiders that we sent, only a few survived, and they managed to escape. However, we didn't expect that after we reported this to Ming Xiaoshu, we would be pursued by Tang Xi. Ming Xiaoshu didn't want to reveal that the Shenwu Empire was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone else died besides me. Although I was lucky enough to escape, my cultivation was crippled." "So you hid in the city, hiding under the light?" Lu Yin asked. Eriker nodded. "You were waiting for the people from the Blaze Realm?" Eriker nodded. "Yes. Thank you." There were a few words. Brother's Reward, 3rd update, thanks for your support. As for Lu Yin and Ming Yan's relationship, Freewind had his own plans for the future. Thank you for your support, thank you. Those of you who have read Freewind's previous book should know that he doesn't write sadistic novels. His previous book, The Unparalleled Throne of the Apocalypse, was 3.2 million words long. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 607. Lu Yin stood up and looked in the direction of the Reverend King's residence. Does Ming Xiaoshu have any contact with the Neo-Human Alliance? Probably not, or else he wouldn't have let us go to that valley, Eriker answered. Lu Yin sighed. Even if there was no contact, he had still helped the Shinwu Empire hide the truth, which had violated the human domain's ironclad rules. Regardless of whether it was the human domain, the astral beast domain, or the technocracy, they all had to kill the Neo-Human Alliance. Ming Xiaoshu was most likely worried that the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance would lead to the destruction of the entire universe, not the trial itself. The 5 sealing planets could indeed block 1 or 2 enlighters, but if the Neo-Human Alliance was exposed, then it would not just attract enlighters, but even stronger ones. Eriker was worried that Shinwu continent would be destroyed, which was why he had helped the Shinwu Empire hide the truth. Unfortunately, Eriker did not understand the Neo-Human Alliance at all. Lu Yin's memories of this organization were still fresh in his mind, and the Corpse King's strength still made him fearful. A Corpse King could obtain an innate gift by eating crystals, and this power could easily develop and unify Shinwu continent. Ming Xiaoshu was playing with fire. Take me to that valley, Lu Yin said calmly. Eriker looked up in surprise. That valley. Let's go. Lu Yin grabbed him, and the man hurriedly said, there's no point in going. We've already attacked once, and the Neo-Human Alliance won't stay there any longer. Even you know that it's dark under the lamp, so the Neo-Human Alliance might do the same, Lu Yin said before grabbing Eriker and leaving Shanghai City. The Shinwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance were cooperating, and the main location of their cooperation was definitely on the central Ming continent, which might even be close to Mingdu. Qiong continent was right next to Ming continent, so it wasn't too far away. The valley just so happened to be where Ming continent and Qiong continent intersected, and a single mountain spanned across the 2 continents. When Lu Yin brought Eriker outside the valley, he saw that it was completely desolate. Look, they've already left. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked over, and his lips curled up. Left? No, they were still here. There were quite a number of rune lines underground, but the largest number was only comparable to a martial sovereign's. Compared to Shinwu continent, a martial sovereign, or a cruiser, was already the highest level of power. However, in the universe, it was still not enough. Still, Lu Yin did not underestimate the cruisers of the Neo-Human Alliance, as he still remembered the Corpse Kings. He hid Eriker, retracted his aura, and then dove into the ground. Just like the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold he had seen before, it was filled with laboratories and imprisoned Corpse Kings. Lu Yin did not know where the Neo-Human Alliance had found these Corpse Kings, but it was possible that countless zombies were being incinerated in some corner of Shinwu continent. Ming Xiaotian's collaboration with the Neo-Human Alliance was simply courting death. It was even worse than Shinwu continent being conquered by the Outerverse. Unfortunately, no one on the Shinwu continent knew how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance was. After walking around, Lu Yin noticed that aside from the imprisoned Corpse Kings and a cruiser, there wasn't much else in the base. It was just a very ordinary base. Lu Yin grabbed a Corpse King and left the underground without alerting anyone. He then took Eriker with him to Ming Island. He wanted to see how things were going there and how many hidden Neo-Human Alliance experts were there. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened to Bei Qing, but he was completely different from the last time they had met. The old man was invincible, and the demon hunters couldn't defeat him at all. "Activate the black sand," someone shouted, and all of the demon hunters' weapons were wrapped in a layer of black sand as they attacked the old man once more. The old man was shocked, and he leapt up to escape. However, at that moment, a golden flower appeared in the sky. When the old man saw it, his face went pale. Huang! Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the sky. Huang! He remembered seeing her before. She was ranked 9th on the list of tempering and was one of the Empire's dual beauties. She was as famous as Ming Yan in terms of appearance, and she was a commander of the Demon Hunter Society. "Elder Hammer, I could have spared your life, but you spouted such arrogant words. Die!" A woman with long hair and dressed in white light armor appeared in the sky. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw her. It was no wonder why she was as famous as Ming Yan. She was valiant, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Her temperament was very similar to Wendy Yushan's, but her killing intent was much stronger. This had nothing to do with her cultivation, but rather because she had killed too many people. What caught Lu Yin's attention the most was the determination in her eyes, and she was charging forward courageously. "Huang, do you really think that you're a match for me just because you've broken through to the Martial Emperor realm?" the old man shouted as he swung his hammers. Hua Ying's expression didn't change, and the golden flower bloomed in the sky, slowly forming a phantom image. The old man's hammers smashed into the golden flower, causing a violent explosion. The ground cracked open, and both Hua Ying and the old man were forced back a few steps. The demon hunters didn't interfere, and they simply surrounded the old man. The old man panted heavily, and he looked at Hua Ying unwillingly. "Today's battle ends here. I'll take my leave." He then smashed his hammers together, creating a huge shockwave that swept out in all directions like a hurricane. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he fell to one knee, his face pale. Hua Ying looked at the old man coldly. "You're not bad for not collapsing after being poisoned by my pollen." "Despicable!" the old man roared. The surrounding demon hunters all stepped forward and took the old man down. Bei Qing's fan swept past and severed the meridians in the old man's arms and legs. The old man wailed and fainted. "Commander, Elder Hammer has been executed," Bei Qing reported respectfully to Hua Ying. Hua Ying grunted in acknowledgement and looked past Bei Qing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance was very strange. He had Eriker, who looked like a beggar, by his side and a corpse king on his back. Although they were hidden in a bag, such a large bag was very conspicuous. The demon hunters followed Hua Ying's gaze and surrounded Lu Yin and Eriker. Eriker was apprehensive, but he wasn't too afraid. He knew a little about Lu Yin's strength, and he was a freak. It would be fine if the demon hunters didn't provoke him, but if they did, then they would be in deep trouble. Hua Ying walked in front of Lu Yin and held the golden flower in her hand. She stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here? Where are you going?" Lu Yin rubbed his nose. "That's none of your business. I'm not a sex survivor." "How dare you?" one of the demon hunters shouted. Hua Ying stared at Lu Yin. "You were too calm during the battle just now. That's not how an ordinary person should behave. Besides, the shock waves disappeared when they reached you. You're not an ordinary person." Lu Yin had concealed his cultivation with his domain, so he looked like an ordinary person. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 608. Bei Qing's injuries weren't serious, and Lu Yin hadn't been merciless. However, he had still managed to beat Bei Qing to the ground. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Lu Xiaoqi, so it was normal that Bei Qing couldn't recognize him. Lu Yin stood up. Don't ask too many questions. You'll only get into trouble. Hua Ying clenched her fists tightly, and a strand of black sand spread out and enveloped her. Lu Yin frowned. He had felt that the black sand was strange, but it was even stranger now. Suddenly, the corpse king that he had brought out growled. Hua Ying looked at the bag and glared at Lu Yin. You kidnapped me. Lu Yin didn't answer and instead looked at the black sand with interest. Where did you get this? Hua Ying leapt towards Lu Yin and pressed down with her hand. She wasn't a close combat expert, but she was confident in the black sand's defense. Even a martial sovereign wouldn't be able to break through it. Lu Yin grabbed her hand and felt the hardness and coldness of the black sand. He frowned, this feeling. Hua Ying's other hand slapped towards Lu Yin's abdomen, but Lu Yin grabbed it and carefully felt the black sand. There wasn't anything special about it, but it carried a layer of cold energy that reminded him of the corpse king. He suddenly turned around to look at the corpse king that he had brought out, and his eyes flashed. Finally, he looked at Hua Ying. Where did this black sand come from? Hua Ying kicked out, aiming for Lu Yin's lower body. Lu Yin's expression changed. He had cultivated and fought for 6 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This woman was too vicious. He raised his knee and slammed it into Hua Ying's abdomen, causing her to bend over and retch. Lu Yin released her. Tell me, where did this black sand come from? Hua Ying gritted her teeth and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, stabbing towards Lu Yin. The pollen appeared around them once again, and Lu Yin frowned. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it, breaking it with a crack. The dagger fell to the ground, and the black sand peeled off at the same time. You're waiting for the pollen to take effect. It's useless, Lu Yin said indifferently, tossing her aside. She was beautiful, but she was ruthless. She had been on the front lines for many years, so Lu Yin wasn't interested in her. He looked at Bei Qing. Where did the black sand come from? Bei Qing had not expected that even Hua Ying would not be able to retaliate, and he was astonished by Lu Yin's strength. Black-robed manor head gave it to us so that we can fight against even stronger enemies. Black-robed prefecture lord. After the disappearance of the previous chief of the Divine Guard Society, the current chief of the Divine Guard Society. This wasn't Lu Yin's first time coming into contact with the Neo-Human Alliance, and he had a special feeling about them. He was very sensitive to them, and that layer of black sand had given him a unique sense of gloominess. This black-robed academy master might very well be a corpse king. If even the Demon Hunter Society had been taken over by the Neo-Human Alliance, then the Great Ming Constables would most likely be in the same situation. These two organizations were the most powerful in the Shenwu Empire. It seemed like the Shenwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance had a very deep relationship. After knocking out the Demon Hunters, Lu Yin left with Arikar and the Corpse King. Mingdu was very different from 2 years ago. Many places had changed, and the ground had been reinforced. There were also many more soldiers than before. Lu Yin stood outside Mingdu and looked into the city with a shocked expression. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, through the rune lines, Lu Yin could see that there were several cruisers hidden underground. One of them had rune lines that were almost on par with Kong Shi's. Kong Shi was a peak hunter, and she was close to Aiden's level. She could even withstand a few attacks from an enlighter. Even Ming Zhaotian, who had once been the strongest person on Shenwu continent, had rune lines that were far inferior to Kong Shi's. Lu Yin couldn't help but guess that the terrifying cruiser hiding underground was a powerhouse from the Neo-Human Alliance. A cruiser with rune lines that rivaled Kong Shi's was no ordinary realmbreaker. There were as many powerhouses in the universe as there were stars in the sky, and there were even the 10 arbiters in the younger generation. However, the 3 dark hands were not included in the list of dazzling powerhouses, as those 3 powers contained unimaginable freaks. Lu Yin didn't dare to approach Mingdu any further, as he was afraid of being discovered by that cruiser. With his power level, he was not that person's opponent in a fair fight. Lu Yin spent 2 days circling around Mingdu and discovered that most of the Neo-Human Alliance's members were gathered in the city, and they were all gathered under the Tower of Resonating Light. He desperately wanted to know what was beneath the Tower of Resonating Light. With that in mind, he brought Eriker and the Corpse King back to Cheong Island. Ming Xiaoshu waited for Lu Yin for 5 days, and during that time, he had spoken with Tang Si. Tang Si's conclusion was that Lu Yin truly did not fear an enlighter and had even dared to take the initiative to attack. Ming Xiaoshu could not understand this, as he was well aware of how powerful an enlighter was. With his strength, he could not even retaliate against an enlighter, but Lu Yin could, which was very strange. Ming Xiaoshu had also spoken with Ming Yen the previous day, but they had not come to an agreement. They had been separated for 2 years, and their relationship had only been established for a few days, so it was normal for it to have faded. In the past, Ming Xiaoshu would not have cared, but now, he had no choice but to do so. With Lu Yin's current strength and ambition, Ming Xiaoshu needed to maintain a close relationship with this person, and Ming Yen was especially important. However, Ming Yen had become somewhat haggard over the past few days, and her mind was unstable. She had fallen into a state of confusion, and aside from preventing Night King Changfeng and the others from visiting her, Ming Xiaoshu had no other choice. Today, he arrived outside Ming Yan's room once again. Yen, father wishes to speak with you, Ming Xiaoshu said. Inside the room, Ming Yen buried her head in her arms. Father, I'm tired, and I wish to rest. Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. Just a few words. Is that all right? Ming Yen softly acknowledged, and Ming Xiaoshu stepped into the room and opened the windows to brighten up the room. Ming Yen had not left her room for several days, and her lips were slightly pale. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter, and his heart ached. Yen, father does not want to force you. If you like Lu Yin, then father will help you. If you don't, then father will help you reject him. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. I don't know. Before he came back, I thought that I loved him very much and that I had been waiting for him all this time. But the moment I saw him, he felt like a stranger to me. Back then, we had only met a few times, and I admit that he was my everything back then. But now, father, can you tell me what's going on? Do I love him or not? I don't know, I really don't know. Ming Yen looked at Ming Xiaoshu as if she was asking for help. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. Feelings were hard to explain, and many people were the same. When they were in a relationship, they would express their true feelings, but when the relationship ended, those feelings would disappear very quickly. Humans were just that complicated. Ming Yen clearly could not tell the difference. If she had not cooperated with the outsiders over the past 2 years, then her feelings for Lu Yin would still be as pure as they had been 2 years ago. No, they might even be deeper. But now, due to the clash of cultures and the liberation of her thoughts, she was overthinking things. Night King Changfeng and the others often interacted with her, and the impact on her thoughts was immense. Ming Xiaoshu hoped that Ming Yen would accept Lu Yin, as that would strengthen their cooperation. If Lu Yin could truly establish the Great Eastern Alliance, then Ming Xiaoshu's position would not only be the master of Shenwu continent, but could even go one step further. But with Lu Yin's pride, he would not accept such feelings. Ming Xiaoshu could tell that this person was proud and arrogant. There was no point in forcing it. Ming Xiaoshu was smart, and he would allow these feelings to develop freely. However, he could still guide them. Father will clearly tell you that your feelings for Lu Yin are real, Ming Zhaoshu said solemnly. Ming Yan looked up with a dazed expression. Then why don't I want to go with him? After 2 years, you've become unfamiliar with him, and that's normal. That's why you're retreating, but your feelings for him have never changed. Trust me and face your own heart. You love him. Ming Zhaoshu patted Ming Yan's head. This was the only way he could guide her. Fortunately, these feelings had not completely disappeared. As long as Ming Yan could confirm it, then it was not fake. Rest well. Also, try to avoid contact with Night King Changfeng and the others as much as possible, Ming Zhaoshu said before leaving the room. Ming Yan watched the door close and then buried her head in it again. Were these feelings real? Really, were they real? Once a person entered an open culture from a closed culture, the change in mindset would be huge. Even the person themselves would not know that such a change would occur, and only those closest to them would be able to sense it. The unfamiliarity that they had felt when reuniting with each other might disappear as they interacted with each other, and they would return to being warm and affectionate. But it was also possible that they would become more and more unfamiliar. In an inconspicuous corner of Shanghai City, a black shadow roared as it attacked a passing soldier. Dozens of soldiers finally managed to restrain it. What is that? Quickly report this to His Highness. An older soldier shouted. Not long after, Ming Zhaoshu arrived. The moment he saw the black shadow, his eyes trembled, and there was even a trace of panic. Quickly burn it. This person has been infected with the plague. Don't let anyone come into contact with it. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly took the black shadow away. Ming Zhaoshu was just about to leave when his expression changed again, and he revealed a bitter smile. Come out. Lu Yin slowly walked out from the corner and looked at Ming Zhaoshu solemnly. So you knew. Ming Zhaoshu sighed. We'll talk about it when we get back to the manor. That black shadow was the Corpse King that Lu Yin had captured. He had used the Corpse King to test Ming Zhaoshu and confirm Erica's words. Ming Zhaoshu knew about the Corpse King, which meant that he knew that Ming Zhaotian was working with the Neo-Human Alliance. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoshu's study had been reorganized, and he sat down in silence. After some time, he said, 2 years ago, that arbiter from your universe called when Sansi severely injured my royal brother, Ming Zhaotian. I took the opportunity to enter the Tower of Resonating Light and obtain Ming Taizhong's inheritance to break through to the martial sovereign realm. However, I accidentally discovered a huge secret. My royal brother discovered my tracks and wanted to cripple my cultivation. Because of this, I rebelled. My royal brother's injuries had not healed, and I had comprehended a force field, so the battle ended in a draw. In addition to my many years of planning, even the martial sovereigns guarding the 4 peaks of Mingdu were my people. In the end, Shenwu continent was divided into 2. At this point, Ming Zhaoshu looked at Lu Yin. You already know all of this. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu and waited for him to continue. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 609. My brother is proud and arrogant. Using the 5 sealing planets to fend off the universe's invasion had already made him sullen. Now, he's been betrayed, which has caused the Shenwu Empire to split apart. With his personality, it's not surprising that he's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Although I know that you outsiders view the Neo-Human Alliance as your public enemy, I can't reveal this to anyone. Shenwu continent is just a training ground, and if it's exposed, it will become the universe's public enemy. Do you know how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. If Shinwu continent is destroyed, then everyone will die. No matter how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is, what does that have to do with us? Lu Yin looked away, as Ming Xiaoshu was right. From his point of view, there was no need to care about the Neo-Human Alliance's influence on the human race. They had to cooperate with the Shinwu Empire to conceal this matter. This was also why the Neo-Human Alliance had dared to place one of their strongholds so close to Cheong Island. It was both a test and a warning. Have you thought about it? Ming Xiaotian is working with the Neo-Human Alliance, and you're working with the outsiders. Sooner or later, you'll be exposed, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold. Before that happens, I'll deal with the Neo-Human Alliance and Ming Xiaotian. Lu Yin laughed. You're too confident. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with those corpse kings on Shinwu continent, let alone you. What do you mean? Ming Xiaoshu did not understand. Lu Yin explained what he had seen in Mingdu. There's an extremely powerful corpse king among them. Even if you and Ming Xiaotian work together, you definitely wouldn't be its match. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. That's impossible. We know all the experts that have entered Shinwu continent, but such powerhouses don't exist. With the 5 sealing planets, such powerhouses can't enter. Lu Yin shook his head. That's why you don't understand the Neo-Human Alliance. In the current universe, no matter how strong the powerhouses are, the Neo-Human Alliance isn't included. That's because their power level is unpredictable. Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. What's the secret at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Lu Yin asked. During this trip to Mingdu, he had seen a corpse king whose rune lines were comparable to Kong Shi's at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Xiaoshu slowly said, actually, I still don't understand the specifics. The Tower of Resonating Light is said to have 13 levels, and 8 of them are hidden underground. Ming Taizhong is buried on the 13th level. Actually, when I went to the 13th level to receive Ming Taizhong's inheritance, I discovered that there was a space below, but I couldn't open it. How big is it? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. I'm not sure. That layer of space is hidden too deeply. Even if we turned the entire capital upside down, we still wouldn't be able to find it. Furthermore, Ming Taizhong isn't the creator of any of the inheritances. He's just like I am, just an inheritor of the inheritances. Lu Yin knew this, as Ming Taizhong was just an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. How could he have created the 5 sealing planets that could withstand an attack with a power level of over 300,000 unless he was a boundless advanced lockbreaker? If he had just activated the 5 sealing planets, then it would make sense. However, there was another problem. This meant that before Ming Taizhong, there had been a super expert on Shinwu continent with a power level of over 300,000 who had also been proficient in lockbreaking and had been a boundless advanced lockbreaker at the very least. The Neo-Human Alliance was definitely hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light because they wanted to enter that layer of space. If that was the case, then that layer of space might contain the secrets of the 5 sealing planets. Why did Ming Xiaotian allow the Neo-Human Alliance to hide at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Isn't he afraid that the 5 sealing planets will be destroyed? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. Before you mentioned it, I didn't even know that those monsters were hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. If that's the case, then my brother has been blinded by some benefits. Ming Xiaotian might have been blinded, but Lu Yin wasn't. He had Ming Xiaoshu take out a map of the capital and circle out the locations with the underground rune lines. The more time passes, the stronger the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings will become. The locations I've marked out should be where the corpse kings are hiding. Immediately gather all explorers or martial emperors and follow me to the capital to deal with this hidden danger. Ming Zhaoshu was put in a difficult position. We're currently at war, and the Empire has records of all the experts under my command. They can't even reach the capital. Then let the trial takers take action, Lu Yin said. In any case, they're only here to deal with the corpse kings. I don't expect them to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course, you'll have to take action as well. Help me stall Ming Zhao Tian. Alright, I'll think of a way to contact the space station and have them attack the 5 sealing planets at the same time to stall the Empire's experts. Ming Zhao Tian doesn't know the secret of the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Zhaoshu replied, so what if he knows? He doesn't dare to take the risk. If there's no one to oversee the 5 sealing planets, then he'll be condemned for all eternity once they collapse. Lu Yin understood that different positions meant different levels of pressure. If Ming Zhaoshu was in Ming Zhaotian's position, then he wouldn't dare to take the risk either. It didn't take long for Ming Zhaoshu to gather all the trial takers who were at least explorers. Most of them were gathered at Cheong Island, and there were more than 30 of them in total. 5 of them were cruisers, and because of their participation, Ming Zhaoshu's strength had greatly increased. He now had the strength to contend with the Shenwu Empire. Night King Changfeng was also present, and he seemed to be the leader of the group. Even without considering his background as a Night King, his strength as a cruiser and his rank as 21st on the top 100 rankings were enough to crush everyone present. His strength was not any weaker than Ming Zhaoshu's, and he might even be stronger. They were both cruisers, but Ming Zhaoshu had comprehended a force field and was an absolute expert. Night King Changfeng had the Night King clan's battle techniques and was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings. His strength was terrifying. Brother Changfeng, why has the Reverend King summoned us? The group was gathered in a mountain stream behind the Reverend King's residence. There was a waterfall not far away, and the environment was pleasant. The one who spoke was Sun Meiren, and her every move was filled with temptation, which attracted many people to look over. Night King Changfeng stood by the river and replied, "We'll know when the Reverend King arrives." Sun Meiren walked over to his side and whispered, "You haven't seen the young countess these past few days, have you?" Night King Changfeng's face sank, as this was the thing that made him the most unhappy. Ever since he had arrived on Shenwu continent, he had often seen Ming Yan, and her devastatingly beautiful face had left him mesmerized. He had never gone days without seeing her, but ever since Lu Yin had arrived, things had changed. When he thought about the possibility of Ming Yan nestled in that man's embrace, he became even more displeased, and he had the urge to destroy everything. Brother Changfeng, I advise you to bear with it. We've discussed this before, and it's almost impossible to get rid of him, Sun Meiren whispered. Night King Changfeng took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. It's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Sun Meiren was astonished, as quite a few people from the Day-Night clan had arrived over the past few days. Had they delivered something good to Night King Changfeng? She did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength or their determination to kill Lu Yin. Even further away, a youth sat quietly on a tree. His name was Namu, and he was a disciple of Myriad Sword's Peak. He had previously been the area master of Astral 5 and had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament, where he had lost to Grandani Mavis in the 4th round. Now, he had broken through to the Explorer realm and successfully graduated. He had come to the Outerverse to train, but he had not expected the Innerverse to be separated from the Outerverse. He had been left behind in the Outerverse and had ended up on Shenwu continent. There were many people like him, and there were more than 30 people here, with quite a few of them having graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Why hasn't the Reverend King arrived yet? Isn't he being too arrogant? Someone complained. Most of these people looked down on Shenwu continent, and they looked at Ming Zhaoshu as if he were a native. If not for Night King Changfeng's pressure, these people might not have been so obedient. The Reverend King won't be coming. I was the one who asked him to gather all of you, a voice rang out as Lu Yin walked out of the forest and arrived in front of everyone. Night King Changfeng's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin. Sun Marin was astonished, as she recognized Lu Yin. His main body had appeared right after she had mentioned him. In the distance, Namu also saw Lu Yin, and he was astonished. He was no stranger to Lu Yin. Although this person had not been in the Astral Combat Academy for long, the things that he had done had been sensational. He had reached the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament, become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, banned the Day-Night Clan, become a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and so on. This series of events had made Lu Yin a legend in the hearts of all the Astral Combat Academy students, especially when he had banned the Day-Night Clan and fought against all the Day-Night Clan experts in the Astral Combat Academy. That scene had been unforgettable. Namu had not expected to see Lu Yin here. This person's relationship with him was not just that of a fellow student in the Astral Combat Academy, it was also rumored that Wendy Yushan of Myriad Swords Peak was his fiancée. Who do you think you are? How dare you gather all of us? A bearded man blocked Lu Yin's path. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he looked down at Lu Yin from above. Sun Marin's lips curled up. This bearded man was very strong, and he was second only to Night King Changfeng. He also had a bad temper, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to test Lu Yin. Night King Changfeng had only mentioned Lu Yin's arrival to her, but he had not said anything else. Sun Marin had guessed that he might have suffered a loss, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to take a look. Lu Yin took a step forward, and his shoulder collided with the bearded man's shoulder. Everyone heard a thump as the bearded man's body was sent flying into the river. Everyone was shocked, as the bearded man was one of the few cruisers who was famous for his strength. In terms of strength, he was second only to Night King Changfeng, but he had actually been sent flying. Sun Marin was astonished, as Lu Yin was indeed powerful. Even Night King Changfeng could not easily send the bearded man flying. Night King Changfeng frowned and took a few steps forward. I forgot to tell everyone that this is Lu Yin, and he's also an expert who came to support the Reverend King. I believe that everyone has heard of him. Lu Yin. Everyone cried out in surprise. He's Lu Yin, the unequaled Limiter. I heard that he defeated Ling Ke and Mu Rong. That's old news. Apparently, he's killed Enlighters, and not just one. Did he break through to the Explorer realm? In the river, the bearded man angrily roared and rushed forward to punch Lu Yin. Brat, you're courting death. Lu Yin did not move, but Night King Changfeng's eyes flashed. He raised a hand and pushed the bearded man's fist in another direction, causing the entire valley to tremble. The bearded man angrily glared at Night King Changfeng. Night King, what's the meaning of this? Why are you protecting him? He, Brother Changfeng is trying to save you, but he's Lu Yin, Sun Marin laughed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 610. The bearded man snorted. Lu Yin. What Lu Yin? What does this have to do with me? Scram. You're just an explorer. Lu Yin frowned, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Star energy flooded out in all directions as his force field erupted. Everyone felt their hearts sink, as the incomparable pressure made them feel uncomfortable. Night King Changfeng stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you've gone too far. Dust rose from beneath Lu Yin's feet as his domain suddenly solidified and pressed down on everyone, including Night King Changfeng. This person clearly knew that Big Beard's attack would be ineffective against him, and it would instead allow him to establish his prestige, but he still stopped it. Doing so would only make Big Beard resent him, while he would increase his prestige and gain of favor for no reason. He was quite scheming. Thus, Lu Yin decided to pressure them all at once, as he didn't have the time to slowly convince them. Aside from Night King Changfeng, Big Beard, and a few other cruisers, everyone else had been suppressed by Lu Yin's domain and were unable to move. "Brother Lu, I said that's enough." Night King Changfeng shouted, and the surface of his body became as translucent as white jade. His seven-lined battle force erupted as he charged towards Lu Yin. Night King Changfeng was arrogant to begin with, and when he had been flung away by Lu Yin in front of Ming Yen, he had been suppressing his anger all this time. Now that Lu Yin had pressured him once more, he finally exploded. Sun Meiren's eyes lit up as she watched this scene. Lu Yin had been waiting for this person for a long time. He was a man, and he had a common problem with all men. This person had not only approached Ming Yen, but he had also called her Yin. Lu Yin could not stand it. His battle with Ming Zhaoshu had been a way to vent his frustrations, but the one he could truly vent on was this person. The 3 grains of Fate Zan moved, and Lu Yin raised a hand to grab Night King Changfeng's fist. There was a boom, and the rest of the people felt their brains explode as they were all sent flying backwards. Blood trickled down the corners of their mouths, as they had all been injured by the collision between Lu Yin and Night King Changfeng. Jade Skin was Night King Changfeng's innate gift, and with the addition of his 7-line battle force, he was much stronger than before. However, he soon discovered that he still could not resist Lu Yin's strength. His fist was tightly gripped by Lu Yin, and he could not move at all. "Too weak." Lu Yin barked. Night King Changfeng's pupils shrank, and the surface of his body changed once more. This was the Night King's body. Among Lu Yin's peers, only Night Queen Yanqing had ever used it before. Night King Changfeng was a full generation older than Night Queen Yanqing, and he was of the same generation as the 10 arbiters. His Night King's body was even more powerful. Night King Changfeng had originally thought that his Night King's body would be enough to suppress Lu Yin's strength, but he discovered that nothing had changed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I've already said that you're too weak." 7-lined battle force appeared on his right fist, causing Night King Changfeng's expression to change to one of pain. His 7-lined battle force had been crushed, and his Night King's body was on the verge of collapse. Now that he had broken through to the explorer realm, he was much stronger than Kong Shi, who was a peak hunter. With the addition of the Yu's secret art, Fate Zan, and the Dream Finger, even if he was not a match for a peak hunter like Kong Shi, it would still be very difficult for him to be defeated. Even without taking those things into account, he could still defeat a powerhouse at Night King Gu's level, let alone Night King Changfeng. Night King Changfeng's face was deathly pale, as he had already used all of his strength. He had 7-lined battle force, Night King's body, and his innate gift, Jade Skin. Any one of these abilities would have been enough to crush countless people in the same generation as him, but even when combined together, they were still unable to withstand Lu Yin's power. Crack! Night King's body collapsed, and blood spurted out from Night King Changfeng's body. Next was Jade Skin. Berserk gales raged about, causing the mountain range to tremble, and the shock waves even reached the Reverend King's residence. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. He's still a young man after all. He's letting his emotions affect his decisions. As Lu Yin increased his strength, Night King Changfeng's fist was crushed in his palm, and his bones pierced through his skin. The others were shocked, and the bearded man was even more shocked. Brother Lu, did you come here just to kill people?" Sun Meiren could not help but ask. As she spoke, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yin pushed Night King Changfeng away with a single palm and retracted his domain. Everything had happened so quickly that it disappeared just as quickly. Everyone subconsciously gasped for breath, as they had been suppressed to the point where they could not breathe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with lingering fear. They were not on the same level as this person, and the difference was too great. Even Night King Changfeng, who was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, had been suppressed. This person could probably rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings. No, he might even be able to rival the top 10. Night King Changfeng clutched his right fist and gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Sun Meiren hurriedly took out some special medicine to bandage the wound, but the shock in her eyes did not fade. Lu Yin's strength had exceeded her expectations. How had this person cultivated? Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone, and his mood inexplicably improved. I was the one who asked the Reverend King to gather all of you here. There's something that I need all of you to accomplish with me. No one answered, but of course, no one disagreed. Even the bearded man appeared very honest, and he looked at Night King Changfeng with gratitude. If not for Night King Changfeng, he would have been the one in trouble. This person in front of him must be a freak to be able to injure Night King Changfeng to such an extent without even taking a single step. The Neo-Human Alliance has appeared, Lu Yin said. The Neo-Human Alliance. Many cried out, and even Night King Changfeng was shocked. Sun Meiren even put down her medicine and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, the Neo-Human Alliance is cooperating with Ming Zhaotian. I've already found out their location, and I need all of you to act together and completely eliminate them. Brother Lu, the Neo-Human Alliance's matters are not small. Let's report this to the higher-ups and ask them to make a decision, someone said. Lu Yin looked over. Higher UPS. Who? That person was about to say something, but he was stopped by someone beside him. That person suddenly remembered that this person had even killed an enlighter before. Even their so-called higher-ups would have to lower their heads in front of this person, and they immediately fell silent. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and said, the Neo-Human Alliance is the greatest enemy of the entire human race. I don't care what you think, but gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to Mingdu, and the space station will coordinate with us to attack the 5 sealing planets. Ming Zhao Shu will delay Ming Zhao Tian, and will deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. That's settled. Does anyone have any objections? Brother Lu, is the Neo-Human Alliance hiding in Mingdu? Sun Meiren asked. That's right. If we start a war, won't the civilians be affected? Sun Meiren asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If we don't start a war, then they'll experiment on civilians. Which one do you hope for? Sun Meiren choked, as Lu Yin's words were not polite at all. She was a beauty, and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Does anyone else have any objections? If not, I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll deal with all of you before I deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's tone was cold, as he did not need to care about what these people were thinking. Those who could appear on Shenwu continent were all powers that were close to the Night King bloodline. In other words, most of them would be enemies in the future. In the end, Lu Yin's gaze paused on Night King Changfeng for a moment before he left. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not planned on learning the names of these people or where they were from. This was because a large number of them would die in the battle against the Neo-Human Alliance. These were the 3 hands of darkness, and who knew what they were hiding? If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have taken the risk of personally taking action. As they watched Lu Yin leave, one person grumbled unhappily, "This Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually ordered us around." The person beside him smiled bitterly. "It's fine if you're as strong as him. He doesn't care about us. Right now, he only cares about hunters. No, only enlighters. Why would he care about small fries like us? Sun Meiren looked at Night King Changfeng. She could see the bone-deep killing intent in his eyes, and she was delighted. Before the inner-verse and outer-verse had been separated, she had received orders from her family to eliminate Lu Yin as much as possible. This order had not only come from the young family head, but also from the family head. Lu Yin was someone that the Sun family had to kill. She did not know why, but she could only follow orders. Right now, she could only take advantage of this Night King Changfeng. The crowd gradually dispersed until only Night King Changfeng and Sun Meiren remained. "Help me kill him," Night King Changfeng said coldly. Sun Meiren smiled bitterly. "Brother Changfeng, even you aren't his opponent. How can I help you?" Night King Changfeng's gaze turned cold. "My Day-Night clan obtained some pyrolite in the astral wilderness. When we fight in Mingdu, you and I will work together and find a way to use the pyrolite to kill him." Sun Meiren was shocked. Pyrolite's destructive power is too great. It might even destroy the entire city. There are many people there. Night King Changfeng grabbed Sun Meiren's chin. "It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter how many of these natives die. I just want him to die. Do you hear me? If he doesn't die, then I'll kill you." Sun Meiren's expression changed. This person had gone crazy. He had been continuously suppressed by Lu Yin, and his anger had reached its peak. He did not care about the consequences, but this was exactly what she needed. "Got it, Brother Changfeng. I'll help you." Sun Meiren pretended to be afraid. The rest of the group followed Lu Yin's instructions, and Night King Changfeng was no exception. There were 4 peaks surrounding Mingdu, and they had originally been guarded by 4 martial sovereigns. One of them had been roped in by Ming Zhaoshu and had gone to Cheong Island's Shanghai city. The other had died in the previous battle, so only 2 remained. When they saw Lu Yin and the others appear, they all attacked together. Suddenly, another martial sovereign rushed out from within Mingdu and blocked the other 2. These were Ming Zhaoshu's men, and he was going to give it his all in this battle. No one had expected that the rebels would suddenly attack when the 5 sealing planets were under attack. This was a betrayal of the entire Shenwu continent. Ming Hao was furious, and he was both indignant and worried that everything underground would be discovered. "Your Highness, someone has charged into the Tower of Resonating Light," a martial emperor shouted. Ming Hao's expression changed. "Stop him." Lu Yin raised his hand and killed 2 martial emperors with a single palm strike. He then charged into the Tower of Resonating Light like a meteorite. He did not even look for an entrance and simply charged straight into the ground. The Tower of Resonating Light had once trapped a group of outerverse trial takers, but now, it had been destroyed by his power. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the lowest level of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ever since Ming Zhaoshu had accepted Ming Taizhong's inheritance, the Tower of Resonating Light's crisis had been resolved, and this place had become the Neo-Human Alliance's experimental base. Lu Yin saw many laboratories, roaring corpse kings, and all sorts of crystals. In particular, he saw no less than 100,000 zombies roaming about in the dark underground. These were all ordinary people, but they had been used by the Neo-Human Alliance as experimental subjects. This was the Neo-Human Alliance, the common enemy of the entire universe. In their eyes, all living things were nothing more than experimental subjects. Lu Yin released his domain and completely suppressed the underground. Regardless of whether they were zombies or corpse kings, they all instantly exploded. There was a furious roar as a black figure charged out from underground and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge and instead raised his hand. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Bang! The violent collision caused the tower of resonating light to shatter and allow sunlight to shine through. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, and the black figure revealed itself. It was the cruiser whose rune lines were comparable to Kong Shi's. It was a corpse king. This corpse king's consciousness was clearly in a mess, but its physical strength was frightening. It did not change at all after being struck by Lu Yin's palm. There was another furious roar, and the corpse king's body glowed with a metallic luster as it clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. An innate gift. He punched out, and there was another violent collision. The entire capital cracked open, and a huge crack extended from the Tower of Resonating Light all the way to the Imperial Palace. Ming Hao was shocked, and the shock waves from the underground battle caused his heart to palpitate. Ming Zhaoshu actually had such a powerhouse under his command. At this moment, battles broke out all over the capital. Big Beard was the first to encounter a corpse king, and an intense battle broke out. Soon after, the rest of the group encountered zombies and corpse kings. They had to fight against the corpse kings while also fending off the cultivators from the Shenwu Empire. Night King Chongfeng's location was not far from the Demon Hunter Society, as Lu Yin had specifically chosen this location for him. Not only were there corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance underground, but the Black-Robed Lord of the Demon Hunter Society was also an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance. Hua Ying, Bei Qing, and the rest attacked Night King Chongfeng, but he snorted and casually waved his hand, causing everyone to retreat. He was stunned by Hua Ying's beauty, but he did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill them. Hua Ying had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin a few days ago, and when she woke up, she had been tossed onto a tree with the rest of the group. She had been suppressing her anger, but now that the enemy had attacked the capital, she had charged forward regardless of how strong the enemy was. Night King Chongfeng's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what's good for you." Just as he was about to attack, the ground cracked open, and a corpse king rushed out, roaring as it clawed at Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng was shocked, as it really was a corpse king. He immediately dodged. Hua Ying stared in shock at the monster that had suddenly appeared, as she did not understand how such a thing could exist underground. At this moment, black sand swept through the sky and rained down on Night King Chongfeng. The Black-Robed Lord had arrived. "Lord, there's a monster underground," Hua Ying shouted. The Black-Robed Lord swept past Hua Ying and the rest, and the black sand transformed into chains that whipped towards Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng's eyes turned cold, and his body became as translucent as jade. His seven-lined battle force erupted as he punched out. Regardless of whether it was the corpse king that had emerged from the ground or the Black-Robed Lord, they were all sent flying. The underground corpse king's head was even blown apart. The Black-Robed Lord bellowed as his black robes were torn apart, revealing his true appearance to Hua Ying and the rest for the first time. What they saw was a monster with scarlet eyes and a body covered in black sand. Another corpse king. Night King Chongfeng punched out. Night King Fist. Black and white intertwined. The Black-Robed Lord roared at the sky as black sand covered his entire body, and he viciously charged towards Night King Chongfeng. Boom! The shockwave shattered the surrounding streets, and countless people were affected by the shockwaves. The ground even sank, and Hua Ying and the rest were unable to withstand the shockwaves from the collision. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 612. Black-Robed Master was unable to block Night King Chongfeng's attack, and a fist pierced through his chest. Night King Chongfeng punched out again, and this time, his head exploded. Hua Ying and the rest stared blankly at Black-Robed Master's corpse. What kind of monster was this? On the other side, Sun Meiren was having a hard time dealing with the Corpse King's attacks. Die, traitor! Ming Zhaoqin, the Ming constable's master, appeared and attacked Sun Meiren. Sun Meiren's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated. Ming Zhaoqin stared at the roaring Corpse King in astonishment. It was only when the Corpse King charged into the crowd and started slaughtering that Ming Zhaoqin made his move. Only Ming Zhaotian, Ming Hao, and a few others knew of the Neo-Human Alliance's existence. The previous Demon Hunter Society's master had coincidentally found out about it, but he had been killed. Ming Zhaoqin had only just seen these Corpse Kings. All of Mingdu trembled, and the ground cracked open. Countless people fled out of the city in fear. Ming Zhaoshu, do you really want to destroy Shenwu continent? Ming Zhaotian returned from the 5 sealing planets and appeared in the sky above Mingdu. Ming Zhaoshu appeared as well. Brother, it's time to change your mindset. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You're courting death. Ming Zhaotian was enraged. Very soon, the sounds of 2 people fighting could be heard in the sky. Ming Hao stood in the palace with an ugly expression. The situation had spiraled out of control, and those monsters had been discovered. There was no way to hide it, and even if they had suppressed Ming Zhaoshu in this battle, they would not be able to explain the existence of those monsters. Underground, Lu Yin was clashing with the Corpse King. He had his universal armor, so he was not afraid of a direct confrontation. The Corpse King's mind was not clear, and it was only blindly attacking. Lu Yin was waiting for the moment when it was exhausted. The Corpse King's defenses were too strong, and Lu Yin knew that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would only be able to injure the Corpse King with his dream finger. All other attacks would be ineffective. Suddenly, the Corpse King's roars changed, and it raised its head. Its scarlet eyes had turned gray, and the number of rune lines that represented it had become the same as what Lu Yin had seen before, which was comparable to Kong Shi's. Corpse King. Run, 7th bro. The monkey shrieked. Run. Lu Yin had long since guessed that this Corpse King's rune lines were far less than Kong Shi's. This was its true form, and Lu Yin had been aiming for this state. Bang 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 bang. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the gray-eyed Corpse King was indeed much stronger than before. Although Lu Yin was not injured due to his universal armor's defenses, the recoil still shocked him. If not for the universal armor, then his physical body and Fate Zan would not have been able to withstand such an attack. This was an attack that had reached the level of a peak hunter. This Corpse King was different from Kong Shi. Even though Kong Shi was a peak hunter, she did not specialize in physical strength. However, this Corpse King specialized in physical strength. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not want to compete in physical strength with a Corpse King that was almost at the peak of the hunter realm. There was a loud boom as Lu Yin was forced back more than 10 steps by the Corpse King's punch. In the next moment, Lu Yin's force field appeared, and the towering tree's branches bound the Corpse King. The Corpse King tore through the branches and charged towards Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin grabbed the Corpse King's arms, and the 2 of them flew into the sky. They pierced through the ground and into the sky above Mingdu. At that moment, the entire city was split in 2. Night King Changfeng looked up, and his pupils shrank. What the hell was that? Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. His body was struck by an enormous force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was fiercely smashed forward. A young man appeared. When Huaying and the others saw him, they cried out in alarm, Wu Qing. Wu Qing, first place on the list of tempering. Night King Changfeng turned around. Wu Qing. He had heard of Wu Qing, who was first on the list of tempering. Night King Changfeng did not care about the list of tempering at all, as it only recorded limeters. This person should also be a limeter, but how had he been able to injure Night King Changfeng? Even when Lu Yin had been a limeter, he should not have been able to injure Night King Changfeng in one blow. Wu Qing walked towards Night King Changfeng. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized that this person was not Wu Qing. He was Wu Shang, one of the people who had entered the Shenwu continent with Lu Yin. He had wanted to join the Ming constables, but he had been exposed by Ming Zhaokai and had been hunted down. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person's strength was cold and sinister, and it was very similar to that of the Neo-Human Alliance. Now, his guess had been confirmed. Wu Shang's eyes changed, and they turned gray. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many who could control a Corpse King transformation. However, on the tiny Shenwu continent, 2 Corpse Kings had appeared at once. Wu Shang completely released his strength. He was not a limeter, but an explorer. He had broken through long ago. Night King Changfeng could feel Wu Shang's strength, especially that pair of gray eyes, which made his scalp go numb. Gray eyes, Corpse King transformation. As a member of the Night King clan, he was no stranger to Corpse Kings. Countless experts from the Day-Night clan had died to Corpse Kings, so he was instinctively afraid of them. Bang! Soon, the two began to fight. Night King Changfeng activated his Night King's body and erupted with all his strength, but Wu Shang's Corpse King transformation had greatly increased his strength. Both sides clashed once, and Hua Ying and the others were sent flying. In the distance, a foreign cultivator was panting heavily as he killed a Corpse King. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a sword protruded from his body. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Soon after, the cultivator's vision went black, and he died. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and looked elsewhere before charging out once more. Mingdu was completely overturned on this day. For countless years, the Shenwu Empire's capital had never experienced such a drastic change. Crown Prince Ming Hao watched as the capital was destroyed, and it was as if he could see the end of the Shenwu Empire. Thunder rumbled in the sky above Mingdu. It was clearly daytime, but the city was shrouded in darkness. The intense battle between Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian, as well as the battle between Lu Yin and the Corpse King, took place high up in the sky. The entire city was shrouded in fear and unease. Ming Hao had mobilized all of the hidden experts in the palace to deal with the foreign cultivators and Ming Zhaoshu's people. The 5 sealing planets trembled, causing tsunamis and volcanoes to erupt across Shenwu continent. Hidden experts rushed into the sky, vowing to protect the 5 sealing planets with their lives. These people did not participate in the struggle for the throne, but they would not allow the 5 sealing planets to be destroyed. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as Lu Yin and the Corpse King each received an attack from their opponent. Lu Yin was struck down and crashed into a lake, while the Corpse King was sent flying into the sky, landing right in the middle of the battlefield between Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's aura burst forth, and a figure clad in imperial robes reached out to grab the Corpse King. The Corpse King raised its head, and its gray eyes were chilling. Ming Zhaoshu subconsciously retreated. Ming Zhaoshu, it's not too late to stop, Ming Zhaotian warned as he attacked Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu coldly retorted, "Brother, can't you see that monster? It's not human at all. Do you want to hand the entire Shenwu continent over to such a monster? How can you face your ancestors? As long as we can repel the foreign cultivators, I'm willing to pay any price." Ming Zhaotian roared. There was a boom, and the two clashed once more. The Corpse King locked onto Lu Yin and charged down like a meteor. Lu Yin dodged, and the Corpse King crashed into the ground. A giant crack spread across the surface of the lake, evaporating all of the water and spreading throughout the entire city. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the transformed corpse king could not be killed at all. Its strength seemed to be limitless, and when combined with its innate gift of metal, it was practically undying. Lu Yin had no other choice, so he took out his pike. The moment the pike appeared, the winds and clouds surged. It was an innate spiritual force attack, and Lu Yin had upgraded it 6 times. It had consumed a total of 20,000 star essence, and the damage it dealt to spiritual force was far greater than before. Formless undulations spread out from the pike and swept through the entire city. Those with weak willpower immediately fainted. Night King Changfeng's expression changed. Was this a spiritual force attack? How could it be so strong? Furthermore, its range seemed to cover the entire city. In the sky, Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian also felt the same thing, and they looked down in shock. Lu Yin gripped the pike tightly and stabbed it out. The pike pierced through the void and pierced through the roaring Corpse King. The Corpse King was lifted up by the pike and roared in anger. Lu Yin frowned, as this thing did not have any intelligence, and its strength was completely dependent on the Corpse King's transformation. In other words, spiritual force attacks were not very useful against it. Fortunately, the pike had not only been upgraded to a spiritual force attack, but also to its own sharpness. The Corpse King gripped the pike so tightly that Lu Yin almost lost his grip, so he loosened his grip. The Corpse King pulled the pike out of its body and threw it into the sky before swiping at Lu Yin with its claws. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. The pike vanished, but when it reappeared, it was in Lu Yin's hand again. He stabbed out, and the pike pierced right through the Corpse King's head. The Corpse King froze in place, and aside from the trembling of its fingers, it did not advance any further as its strength gradually disappeared. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as the spear was indeed an ancient artifact. It had even managed to break through the Corpse King's defenses, which meant that the 20,000 star essence that he had spent on it had not been in vain. It should be known that the spear had been upgraded to the point where it could kill an enlighter, but it had only consumed 27,000 star essence, which was only half of the cost of the pike. Lu Yin pulled the pike back, and the Corpse King's head exploded with a bang. Its corpse fell to the ground and could no longer move. The metallic luster on its body had also dimmed. Lu Yin put the pike away and sighed in relief. On the other side, Night King Changfeng, who was still clashing with Wu Shang, wanted to withdraw. His main goal was not the Neo-Human Alliance, but rather Lu Yin. As long as he could kill Lu Yin, the Neo-Human Alliance could do whatever they wanted. At worst, he could invite the Enlighters from Iron Blood Weave to completely destroy Shenwu continent. After being forced back by Wu Shang's attack, Night King Changfeng turned around and left. He wanted to find Sun Meiren and cooperate with her to kill Lu Yin. However, he did not see that the moment he turned around, Wu Shang's gray eyes had turned green. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. Night King Changfeng had only taken a few steps when he felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and saw a pair of green eyes and a palm. He instinctively raised his hand to block. With his Night King's body, 7-line battle force, and jade skin, his strength had pushed him to the high position of 21st on the top 100 rankings. However, that palm had shattered his hand, and it had pierced through his abdomen. A bloody heart was still beating within the palm. Night King Changfeng's mouth fell open, and he stared in despair at the green eyes that were only a few centimeters away from him. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. How was this possible? How could there be a monster in the outerverse that could reach the second transformation? Even in the innerverse, such a monster rarely appeared. Shouldn't these monsters be in the Neoverse? Shouldn't they be fighting against the Hall of Honor? Night King Changfeng's vision darkened, and his entire body turned cold. He could hear his own heartbeat, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the pale faces of Hua Ying and the others. His thoughts gradually faded away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 613. Wu Shang crushed the heart and retracted his hand. He glanced in Lu Yin's direction with a hint of fear in his eyes before disappearing with a single leap, completely ignoring Hua Ying and the rest. When Sun Meiren saw Night King Changfeng's corpse, she could not believe her eyes. Night King Changfeng was not a weakling, and he was not someone who would fight to the death. Yet, he had been killed, and his abdomen had been pierced through. Even his heart was gone. She looked around in fear and heard the roars of many corpse kings. Her entire body turned cold. Outsider, die. Li Zimo had appeared at some point, and just as Sun Meiren was panicking, he stabbed out with his sword. The attack was formless and soundless, and by the time Sun Meiren saw it, the blade had already pierced her neck. Sun Meiren stared blankly at Li Zimo, who had a cold expression on his face. She had never thought that she would die here. Li Zimo retracted his sword and rushed off in another direction. On the shattered ground of Mingdu, Lu Yin looked towards the northwest in shock. Night King Changfeng and Sun Meiren had both died. Lu Yin had not seen how Night King Changfeng had died, but Sun Meiren had been killed by Li Zimo in a single strike. This person was truly cold-blooded, as Sun Meiren was very beautiful. However, only such a person could have created the silent sword. Lu Yin had compared Li Zimo before, and Li Zimo's swordsmanship was inferior to Lu Xiaoqiu's because Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords and the wisdom of his predecessors. If the two were placed on the same level, then Li Zimo might not necessarily be weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu, and he might even be stronger. "Seventh bro, are we still fighting?" The monkey asked, eager to fight. Ever since he had become Lu Yin's tamed beast, he had not had many opportunities to fight. Lu Yin ignored him, as Li Zimo was actually charging in his direction. Not long after, the two met. Li Zimo had not expected to meet Lu Yin here, but he still remembered Lu Yin. In fact, he had a deep impression of him. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin had fought against two people and defeated both Li Zimo and Zhanlong Day Knight at the same time. After that, Lu Yin had killed the top ranker on the list of tempering. How could Li Zimo forget him? It's been 2 years. Why haven't you broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stabbed out. This sword was much faster than it had been 2 years ago, and there was a faint feeling that it could ignore space. Moreover, the sharpness was restrained, making it difficult for others to determine its depth. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Li Zimo's swordsmanship was superb, but it was a pity that he had run into Lu Yin. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the sword to break with a clang. Lu Yin grabbed the broken sword and casually slashed at it, but Li Zimo dodged and retreated 100 meters, staring at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered and casually tossed the broken blade towards Li Zimo. Li Zimo raised his sword to block the attack, and the blade sank into the ground with a crisp sound. "You're not my opponent right now. You should train a little more." Lu Yin then leaped out. Within his domain, he could see that Big Beard was in danger, as he had encountered Ming Zhaoqin, of Li of Li of S, of Li 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 of Li left. Li Zimo didn't chase after Lu Yin, as there was no need to. He couldn't beat Lu Yin, and chasing after him would just be courting death. But why had Lu Yin let him go? Lu Yin didn't know why he had let Li Zimo go, but he felt that it would be a pity to kill him now. He wanted to know if this person would be able to compete with Lu Xiaoqiu if he entered the universe and saw more exceptional sword techniques. Lu Xiaoqiu must be looking forward to it as well. Crack. A crack extended across the sky. Ming Zhaotian panted heavily as he glanced at the capital in dissatisfaction. Then, he closed his eyes. Everything was over. The Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had been mostly wiped out. There were too many experts from the outside, and with the addition of that person in universal armor, he had lost. Ming Zhaoshu looked down with a complicated expression. If possible, he didn't want to destroy Mingdu. It was the symbol of the Shenwu Empire, but he had no other choice. Brother, do you still want to resist? The outsiders have a strong desire to kill those monsters. If you hadn't cooperated with them, then they wouldn't have attacked Mingdu with me. They'd rather watch us fight amongst ourselves, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. To the Day-Night clan, Ming Zhaoshu could either unify Shenwu continent and open it up to the outside world, or he could let them fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, even if they helped Ming Zhaoshu unify Shenwu continent, it would only benefit Ming Zhaoshu. If the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't been exposed, then Lu Yin wouldn't have had any reason to let these people attack Mingdu. Ming Zhaotian might have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu if he had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance and quelled the rebellion, but he would have been digging his own grave. Ming Zhaotian looked up and laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha, it's too late to say anything. You're right. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. Ever since Ming Taijung tore open the void, the outcome has been decided. No one can change it. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Zhaotian, but he didn't say anything. Brother, you've been patiently waiting for this day for so many years. The Crown Prince has mentioned to me many times that he wants to completely eliminate you. Unfortunately, I didn't act on account of our brotherhood, which led to today's defeat. Ming Zhaotian mocked himself. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to say, brother? No matter how we fight, it's still an internal matter of the empire. Shenwu continent will ultimately be under the control of the Ming family, Ming Zhaotian said before coughing violently. He had been severely injured by Wensansi, and every time he was about to recover, Ming Zhaoshu would delay his recovery. As a result, his injuries hadn't healed even after 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu at his peak. Shenwu continent will definitely be under the control of the Ming family. Don't worry, brother, Ming Zhaoshu said loudly. Ming Zhaotian stared at Ming Zhaoshu seriously. I can pass the throne to you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. You don't have the right to negotiate. More than half of the Shenwu Empire is still under my control. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to justify your actions. How many continents will willingly submit to you? There was an insurmountable gap between them, and it had only been a few years. An hour later, the zombies and corpse kings that had surged out of the ground had all been cleared out, and more people gathered at the palace. Ming Zhaoqin, Ming Zhaokai, Bei Hong, Hua Ying, Li Zimo, and the rest all went to the palace. Ming Zhaotian was about to abdicate, and most people wanted to witness this scene. Lu Yin also entered the palace and stood not too far away from Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaotian. He had long since predicted that this would happen, as this was one of his goals for coming to the Shenwu continent. Although it had been a little complicated, he had still managed to accomplish it. 2 years ago, he had been like a rat on the streets of the Shenwu continent. He had avoided the Ming constables, the revered king's household, and even the demon hunter society. But now, he was above everyone, and Ming Zhaotian's abdication was directly related to him. This feeling of being in control of everything felt great. Crown Prince Minghao stood to the right of Ming Zhaotian, and his expression was one of grief, helplessness, and despair. Ming Zhaoshu's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The mandate of heaven is not constant, and only virtue can be found. The Shenwu tomb is late, and the world has lost its order. The 5 destinies have all been shaken. I, King Shenwu Ming Zhao Tian, feel the blessings of the heavens, and take the throne. The enormous palace was silent, and only Ming Zhaotian's voice echoed. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers tip, 3rd update. Thank you. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, 4th update. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Wait until you truly control the empire before cooperating with the outsiders. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered. I, Ming Zhaotian, have protected Shenwu continent for my entire life. Let me die a worthy death, ha 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 ha. Ming Zhaotian then charged into the sky and into the 5 sealing planets. Your Majesty! Countless people cried out in grief. Ming Hao clenched his fists, and his eyes widened. He could not say anything, as Ming Zhaotian was simply courting death. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. There was reluctance, nostalgia, and determination. Ming Zhaotian would never appear again. His corpse would remain on the 5 sealing planets until it completely rotted away. Ming Hao knelt down and kowtowed several times. The blinding light isolated Lu Yin from the rest of the crowd. They could only see that Lu Yin was sealed, but they could not see what was inside. Of course, Lu Yin could not see what was outside either. Lu Yin looked around. This seal was similar to the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Many people had been trapped by this seal, and he had been the one to save them. This time, however, this seal was clearly much stronger than the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Why had Ming Zhaotian trapped him here? He could not figure it out. After putting on his universal armor, Lu Yin raised a hand to test the waters. A heavy force brushed past him and pushed his hand back. Lu Yin was shocked, as it was actually a formless killing intent. Did that mean that the 5 stone pillars were source boxes? He had previously guessed that there were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and he had even speculated that the 5 sealing planets might be source boxes as well. Now, it seemed that it was not impossible. The number of source boxes on Shenwu continent was a little strange, and they were all grouped together to form an array. This was definitely not Ming Zhaotian's method, as they did not have the ability to do so. This was the method of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It seemed that there were still many unsolved mysteries on Shenwu continent, but the most important thing right now was to leave. Back in Iron Blood Weave, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to unravel the killing intent of these source boxes, so he could only force his way through. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin was pushed back by an enormous force. What a powerful force! Furthermore, there was a mark on his universal armor. This was something that could withstand the attacks of an old freak with a power level of 300,000, but it had actually been damaged. This was inconceivable. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Shenwu continent. The 5 sealing planets could withstand the attacks of Enlighters, and based on the number of rune lines, they could even withstand the attacks of old freaks with power levels of 300,000. The palace also had such a seal, but it was clearly much smaller than the 5 sealing planets. Then, Lu Yin looked up. Could it be that the true strength of the 5 sealing planets had not been fully developed yet? Was 300,000 combat power the limit? Could it withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000? Or perhaps even 500,000? If that was the case, then there was another problem. When Sansi had previously destroyed the 5 sealing planets, so how had he done it? Lu Yin did not believe that Wen Sansi could display an attack with a power level of 300,000. No matter how much of a genius he was still young. This was no longer a matter of talent, but rather a matter of time. When Sansi definitely could not reach that level of power level, so how had he destroyed the 5 sealing planets? Forget it, there was no point in thinking about that now. He had to think of a way to get out first. Actually, he could use his universal armor to force his way out, but he wanted to see if he could unlock the source box. This was an opportunity for him. Unlocking the source boxes in Iron Blood Weave was much more troublesome than this, and he wanted to use this opportunity to try it out. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. Although his universal armor had been damaged, it was still sturdy. Within the palace, Ming Xiaoshu issued more than 10 orders in a row to disperse the crowd. He walked over to the seal and looked at the blinding light. He had not known that the palace had such a seal. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had been sealed just like that. If Ming Xiaotian had attacked him instead of Lu Yin, then he would have been sealed as well. Unfortunately, he was not on Lu Yin's side, or else Ming Xiaotian might have done the same. "Little Seven, can you hear me?" Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin did not answer. Ming Xiaoshu stared at the seal. Not too far away, Big Beard, Namu, and the rest stepped forward. "Your Majesty, no, Your Majesty, since Ming Xiaotian can open the seal, then he must have a way to close it. Please save Brother Lu, Your Majesty." Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. "I don't know how to close it either. How about this, I'll go check the palace's records. I hope that brother did not destroy any information regarding the seal, or else." He remembered Ming Xiaotian's words. Ming Xiaotian had sealed Lu Yin in hopes that Ming Xiaoshu would not be restricted before he took complete control of the Shenwu Empire. However, Ming Xiaoshu believed that Lu Yin would not interfere with the Shenwu continent, as the continent was too small for the current Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin and Ming Yan still had feelings for each other. Ming Xiaoshu hoped to board Lu Yin's ship so that he could protect himself in the universe, and he also wanted to save Lu Yin. However, thinking was one thing, and whether or not he could actually do it was another. "Let's try attacking from the outside," Big Beard suggested. He then raised a hand to attack the seal. There was a thump, and his body was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into a corner of the palace ruins. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. "Brother is very reliable. Since the seal has been opened, it won't be that easy to remove it. I'll go look through the palace's records and hope that Little Seven can come out on his own." "Isn't Ming Hao still here?" "Ask him," Namu said. Ming Xiaoshu laughed and shook his head. "He can't possibly know. I know my brother's character very well, and there are some things that he would not tell even his own son. How will you know if you don't ask?" Big Beard grinned as he walked over from afar, still clutching his waist. Ming Xiaoshu thought about it. "All right, I'll go ask." The palace had already been reduced to ruins, and Ming Xiaoshu gave the order to temporarily move the administrative center to Shanghai City. They would only return after Mingdu had been repaired. Ming Hao was currently in the palace, looking at the throne with a calm expression. Ming Xiaoshu walked over, and Ming Hao turned around with a smile. "Your Majesty, you've gotten what you wanted. You've been targeting me for so many years." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 615. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed, and Lu Yin was still trapped. Ming Xiaoshu had gathered many people to search the palace for a way to remove the seal, but he had not been able to find anything. He could not accompany Lu Yin, so he had left 3 days ago. There were many things that needed to be taken care of, such as military affairs, agriculture, industry, and so on. Above his head, the 5 sealing planets were still being attacked from time to time. Even though he was the one who had contacted the space station to attack the 5 sealing planets, Ming Xiaoshu knew that the space station's attacks were real. They really wanted to break through the seal and drag Shenwu continent out. However, this was just wishful thinking, and Ming Xiaoshu was very confident. Over the past few days, Ming Xiaoshu had encountered 7 assassination attempts. Without exception, all of them had come from Ming Xiaotian's remnants or from cultivators who did not want to cooperate with the outsiders. Even sect remnants had participated. 99% of the people on Shenwu continent did not want to cooperate with the outsiders, as their enmity with the universe was too deep. In their eyes, Ming Xiaoshu was a traitor. However, it was impossible to assassinate Ming Xiaoshu. His domain was enough to envelop the surrounding void, and not a single clue could escape his detection. Ming Yan quickly learned of everything that had happened. Her identity had changed, and she was now the princess of Shenwu continent. However, she was most worried about Lu Yin. If not for Ming Xiaoshu's people watching over her, she might have left for Mingdu. 7 days had passed, and Lu Yin had tried to unlock the source box multiple times, but he still had no clue. He had tried to unlock a single pillar, but he had been enveloped by the entire source box's murderous aura. Although he could see the murderous aura, it was impossible for him to avoid it and unlock the source box at the same time. He was not even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was delusional to think that he could unlock something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could do. Moreover, he might not even be able to understand the combination of array formations. Forget it, I'll just leave. I'll spend a few years studying each array formation, and I won't be able to understand it at all, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He covered his head with both hands and charged out. There was a thump, and the force of the rebound forced him back once again. However, he did not resist and instead used the force to charge to the other side, only to be forced back again. This repeated over and over again. He was like a rubber ball that was constantly being slapped. But every time he was slapped, the rebound force he could borrow became stronger and stronger. Finally, he used the rebound force to smash out of the seal. Under the strange gazes of the big bearded man and the others, he crashed into the ruins of the imperial palace. His waist and back ached. This was the only thing that Lu Yin could feel. His universal armor had blocked the power of the sourcebox's killing intent, but the recoil still passed through the armor and slammed into his body. Even though it did not cause him much damage, it still made him feel as if he had been beaten up. This was especially true for his brain, which made him feel groggy. He had lost count of how many times he had been struck by the recoil. Big Beard and the others hurried over to help him up. Lu Yin put away his armor and stretched his arms. Finally out. The bearded man looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brother Lu, you were even able to come out of that. Amazing. That's right, Brother Lu. We've seen the power of that seal. It's too terrifying. Brother Lu, you're the best. Yes, Brother Lu is the best. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you guys here? Of course we're waiting for Brother Lu to come out. Since we came together, we should return together, Big Beard said righteously. Lu Yin raised his brows, as he had not expected this guy's attitude to change so quickly. His rough exterior hid a meticulous heart, and he was not a simple-minded person. Brother Lu, Night King Changfeng, Beauty Sun, and the others are dead. About 15 of us have died, someone said. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Dying in battle with the Neo-Human Alliance is an honor. Since they were already dead, he did not mind praising them. Yes, it's an honor, an honor. The others quickly agreed. They had once followed Night King Changfeng, but now, they were following Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around. Where's the Reverend King? He left. What an ingrate. Brother Lu helped him deal with Mingdu, but he didn't even wait for Brother Lu to come out. Big Beard was displeased. Lu Yin waved a hand. Alright, let's go. I'm going back to Shanghai City. Let's go together, Brother Lu. We're going back as well. Yeah, we're leaving as well. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had actually planned to explore the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be delayed for a while. You guys go on ahead. The group looked at each other, and then they bid farewell to Lu Yin and left. The greatest secret of Shenwu continent was the 5 sealing planets, and it was very likely that the secret of the 5 sealing planets was hidden at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. There were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and all of them might be related to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin avoided the crowd and headed straight for the Tower of Resonating Light. The Tower of Resonating Light had been sealed off by a martial sovereign, but no one would be able to detect Lu Yin if he wanted to enter. Lu Yin enveloped the area with his domain and arrived at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The Neo-Human Alliance's experimental equipment and wreckage had all been cleaned up here, but Lu Yin could not find the entrance to the underground. Ming Zhaoshu had said that there was a large space underground, but he could not enter it. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and as a precaution, he put on his universal armor and punched downwards. The entire Tower of Resonating Light shook, alerting all of the guards. The martial sovereign immediately rushed in. When the martial sovereign saw that it was Lu Yin, he hesitated. He had seen Lu Yin beside Ming Zhaoshu before, and more importantly, he had seen Lu Yin fight with a monster in the sky. The martial sovereign could not forget that terrifying shockwave even now. Brother, the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed off. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. I'm an exception. You can report to the Reverend King that Lu Yin has entered the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin said. The martial sovereign thought about it for a moment, but he had no choice but to leave. He knew that he was not Lu Yin's opponent, so he could only report to Ming Zhaoshu. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. That punch of his had not been weak. Although it had pierced through the ground, it had been blocked 100 meters below. It felt like a seal. Lu Yin felt numb. How could there be so many seals on the Shenwu continent? It was as if there were layers of seals on top of each other. Speaking of which, could the Shenwu continent itself have been sealed? In reality, it was not a parallel space, but had been sealed. Ming Taijun had coincidentally unlocked the seal, allowing the Shenwu continent to appear. It was not impossible. Lu Yin punched out again, but the results were the same. This seal was similar to the one that had trapped the trial takers 2 years ago, but its strength was completely different. Lu Yin felt that this seal was not any weaker than the one that had sealed him in the Imperial Palace. It was no wonder why Ming Zhaoshu had not been able to enter. Lu Yin circled around the lowest layer and punched a few times every so often, but he was still met with the same seal. The space within this seal was very large, and it was circular in shape. What exactly was inside that space? Lu Yin was very curious. Jupiter had prevented him from entering, and this layer of space on the Shenwu continent had also prevented him from entering. It was still too weak. Not long after, Lu Yin left Mingdu and headed towards Shanghai City. A few days later, Ming Zhaoshu ascended to the throne in Shanghai City and inherited the title of King Shenwu. He also announced that he was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. This was the first power that Lu Yin had joined since he had first thought of forming an alliance, and it was not weak either. This was also one of the reasons why he had come to the Shenwu continent. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need for him to stay on the Shenwu continent any longer. Over the past few days, he had spent most of his time with Ming Yan, hoping to find some sense of familiarity. Although the two of them still had feelings for each other, there was an invisible barrier separating them. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it, and neither did Ming Yen. When it came to relationships, they were a complete blank. The unfamiliarity that time had brought would have to be made up for with time. Lu Yin and Ming Xiaoshu discussed the matter, and Ming Xiaoshu decided to send Ming Yen as the Shinwu continent's diplomatic envoy. She would be stationed on the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu Star and participate in all matters related to the Great Eastern Alliance. Ming Yen did not object. Lu Yin was delighted, and he decided to immediately return to the Great Yu Empire and send someone to formally draft the alliance agreement. As long as the agreement took effect, Ming Yen would come to the Great Yu Empire. He shamelessly arranged for the Shinwu continent's diplomatic envoy to stay in King Zishan's palace, which left Ming Xiaoshu speechless. In fact, if not for the fact that Ming Xiaoshu had just ascended to the throne and his status had changed, Lu Yin would have already taken Ming Yen away. Big Beard and the others stayed behind to act as the contact point between the Shinwu continent and the universe. Lu Yin looked back at the Shinwu continent, not knowing when he would return. The Great Yu Empire would definitely send someone to contact Ming Xiaoshu as soon as possible, but the details of the alliance agreement had not been confirmed yet. This was a complicated mission that would determine whether or not the other weaves in the universe would be able to successfully join the alliance. Although he was anxious, he could not be careless, and he could only wait. Fortunately, it would not take long. Although the Shinwu Empire was not weak, it was special. The other weaves were different, and they would need to use different methods to deal with different powers. Brute force could not solve everything, as humans were hot-blooded. Welcome back, Student Liu. Madame Mylan smiled at Lu Yin. The blind monk walked behind Lu Yin and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked back at the 5 ceiling planets and then back at Madame Mylan. It's been hard on you, madam. You're too kind, Student Liu. It hasn't even been a month since you left for the Shinwu continent, but you've already decided the situation there. Your methods are amazing, Madame Mylan praised. Lu Yin shrugged. I just happened to run into a corpse king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to enter Mingdu. I have to thank the trial takers. Right, there's also that Ericer. He's quite pitiful, so please take care of him. Madame Mylan smiled and agreed. Madam, the Shinwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance led by the Great Yu Empire. Your Day-Night clan won't be of much use here. Of course, I'm not chasing you away, I'm just reminding you, Lu Yin said. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night clan still had a lot of power left in the Outerverse. He did not wish for the Day-Night clan to interfere with the Shinwu Empire. Madame Mylan replied, We're staying here because of Night Queen Choyu's orders. We can't leave without permission. Lu Yin nodded and chatted with Madame Mylan for a bit before leaving with the blind monk. Madame Mylan was deep in thought, and there was an incomprehensible look of anticipation in her eyes. The Great Eastern Alliance. Did anything happen at the space station while I was in the Shinwu continent? Lu Yin asked when they arrived at the cabin where the spacecraft was parked. The blind monk replied, No. Lu Yin grunted and then boarded the spacecraft with the blind monk, heading towards the Great Yu Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 616. After leaving the Great Yu Empire for less than a month, the first thing Lu Yin did upon returning to King Zishan's palace was to summon Enya. Your Highness, this is the alliance agreement and a simple alliance plan. We've already sent people to carry out the first step, and we've already contacted a few people through our private channels. Everything is going smoothly, Enya replied. Lu Yin looked at the battle plan and alliance agreement that Anya had handed over. I'm not very good at this, so I'll leave it to you. The Shinlu continent has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so send someone to bring the alliance agreement over. Remember, it must be done as quickly as possible. He wanted Ming Yan to come to the Great Yu Empire as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, Enya replied. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, Lu Yin had changed the Great Yu Empire's imperial court to be hosted by the imperial cabinet, which rotated every once in a while. This was no longer called an imperial court meeting, but rather a discussion that would only be held when Lu Yin returned. However, many things in the Great Yu Empire were already on track, such as the cooperation with the Nalan family, the establishment of the alliance, the recruitment of soldiers, and so on. Many things were proceeding in an orderly manner, and Lu Yin did not need to worry too much about them. He flipped through his cosmic ring out of boredom and saw something. During the final battle at Season's Fort, which was also the battle when Lu Yin had just broken through to the Explorer realm, he had rolled his die to cultivate the Yu's secret art in order to resist the invasion of the astral beasts. Before that, he had rolled a point and obtained a yellow prayer mat. At that time, he had faintly heard chanting, and his body had almost been drawn over. At that time, he had been certain that the yellow prayer mat was not simple, but he had not had the time to study it and had gradually forgotten about it. Now was the perfect time to study it. He took out the prayer mat, and immediately, Lu Yin heard chanting again. This time, it was not a single person, but rather a scene where countless people were chanting. This should be a prayer mat, the monkey said uncertainly. Lu Yin was also uncertain. It looks like it. Try sitting on it. Prayer mats are meant to be sat on, the monkey said. He had also heard the chanting and was somewhat curious. Lu Yin put down the prayer mat and sat down. Suddenly, a dim golden light appeared and revolved around his body. The chanting grew louder and louder, and then the void suddenly distorted. Lu Yin disappeared along with the prayer mat, while the rest of King Zishan's palace remained unchanged. Lu Yin had experienced the die's times top space, as well as the die's 6 pips into a mysterious space, so he had a certain level of tolerance for such sudden changes. Even so, he was still stunned when he saw his surroundings. Where was this place? It was a huge square with blue skies and white clouds. It looked very beautiful, and the air was very fresh. However, it was a pity that this place was in ruins. The ground was shattered into countless pieces, and the ground was soaked with blood. Not far away, there were white skeletons. It was not just one, but many. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of ruin. Lu Yin released his domain, and the area it covered grew larger and larger. However, everything that he saw was the same as what he was currently seeing. The ground was shattered, and there were bloodstains that had stained the ground black for who knew how many years. There were also countless skeletons, as well as some weapons that would melt away with a single touch. This was an ancient land similar to the one in the centipede's body. He stood up and looked at the prayer mat. It was still glowing with a golden light, and it seemed to have a faint connection with him. After some thought, he put it away and walked across the shattered ground. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked, and small cracks spread out, crushing a skeleton not far away. "Seventh bro, where are you now?" the monkey cried out. "I don't know," Lu Yin replied. "Seventh bro, why do you always appear in strange places?" the monkey wailed. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at a sword next to the shattered skeleton. There were words engraved on it. "Monkey, take a look at what those words are." The monkey took a look and was puzzled. "I don't recognize them, but they look familiar. Why are they written so similar to the words in the centipede's body? Are you saying that they're from the same time period?" Lu Yin asked. "I don't know. The evolution of words is sometimes fast, but sometimes it's slow. It depends on how the culture develops. There were no living people in his domain, and aside from some plants, there weren't even any animals. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, but he couldn't see anything. This was the first time since his eyes had mutated. Lu Yin could only walk towards the towering mountain peak in the distance. It was the only landmark in this area, and if there were any living people, they would probably go there as well. "Seventh bro, let's go back," the monkey said. "Let's take a look first," Lu Yin said. He had come here on a prayer mat, so he should use it to return as well. It was too strange that a prayer mat had allowed him to appear in this space. After some time, Lu Yin carefully arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw two giant stone pillars. There was a sign in the middle of the pillars with 3 words engraved on it: Gate, Mountain Gate. He stepped through the gate and was greeted by a winding forest path. It was the same as the plaza from before, but many places had been shattered, and there were even bones scattered around. This was a sect that had been destroyed countless years ago. That was Lu Yin's conclusion. "Seventh bro, let's go." "Is this place haunted?" the monkey cried out. "I'll block you out if you talk any more nonsense. You won't even know how you died," Lu Yin said impatiently. The monkey shut up. After walking along the forest path for about 10 minutes, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. He heard a strange sound that sounded like metal scraping against each other. Lu Yin abruptly turned to his right and saw a giant shadow appear in the forest. It pushed aside the trees and appeared in front of him. "What's this?" "A metal puppet." Lu Yin was shocked. What appeared in front of him was a humanoid puppet made entirely of metal. It was about 3 meters tall and had human eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, but no eyeballs. Its metal body reflected light under the sunlight. There was a whoosh, and the metal puppet swatted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged, but a strong gust of wind hit him, causing his breathing to stagnate. The metal puppet was bloated, but it was very fast. It swatted at Lu Yin again, but Lu Yin dodged it once more. He kicked out at the puppet's abdomen, but it was blocked by the puppet's arm. There was a thump, and Lu Yin was forced back several steps. He looked up in shock. The puppet's strength was extraordinary. "Seventh bro, you were forced back." The monkey was shocked. He understood Lu Yin's physical strength very well, and it was on a completely abnormal level. This metal puppet was not a hunter and was about the same as an explorer, but it had actually been able to force Lu Yin back with brute strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists and moved his shoulders, his expression turning serious. The metal puppet did not give Lu Yin any time to react. It swatted at him with a palm that blocked out the sunlight. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, but Lu Yin easily dodged it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that the puppet's speed had changed. It was several times faster than before, and it swatted at him again. Lu Yin dodged it once more. In this space, filling his eyes with star energy was useless, and he would need to use a lock-breaking tool if he wanted to use the secret sidestep technique. However, he did not need to use it yet, as his speed was enough to deal with it. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to counterattack, as he wanted to test out the puppet's strength and speed. Gradually, he began to feel more confident. This metal puppet was extraordinarily strong, sturdy, and fast. It could also detect Lu Yin's weaknesses based on his dodging movements. It seemed to have no intelligence, but it had a very strange instinct. It was clearly just a puppet. There was a thump, and Lu Yin took advantage of the gap in the puppet's attack to land a punch on the puppet's head. This was his strongest punch without removing his Fate Zan, and it caused the puppet's head to tilt to the side. Lu Yin stared at the puppet in shock. He had originally wanted to send the puppet's head flying, as this was his strongest punch in his normal state. After becoming an explorer, there were not many people in the same realm in the entire universe who could withstand this punch. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a powerhouse ranked around 50 on the top 100 rankings, but it had not been able to deal with this puppet. The puppet's head moved and quickly turned back to its original position. It then swatted at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin frowned and leaped up. He raised his hand and appeared in front of the puppet's head. 50-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and this time, the metal puppet's head was sent flying. There was another thump as the metal puppet fell to the ground. Lu Yin stepped forward and touched the metal shell. It was very sturdy, and even with his current strength, he could not crush it. He looked up and wondered what kind of sect could create such a puppet. This should be a sect's entrance. Could it be that this puppet was used to test those who wanted to become a disciple? If that was the case, then that would be abnormal. No one below the explorer realm could deal with such a puppet. Even Mu Rong, who was a Lamiter, would have trouble dealing with such a puppet. What kind of sect would use such a puppet to test their disciples? There was a strange sound as more metal puppets appeared in the forest. This time, there was not one, but 3. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he leaped up. He did not have the energy to fight these metal puppets, and who knew how many more there were. Although the metal puppets were fast, they could not catch up to Lu Yin. After Lu Yin left, they gradually disappeared into the forest. Huang San felt that he was very unlucky. Xiao Jing had come here, and he had chased her all the way here. They had clearly arrived at about the same time, but he had been just a step too late, and the distance between them had widened to the point where he could not even see Xiao Jing's shadow. Most importantly, he had been surrounded by 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. Heavens! 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. If they had surrounded him, then so be it. At worst, he could just retreat. However, when he looked down, he saw that there were 2 more First Divine Gate Guardians roaming around 100 meters away. He had the urge to vomit blood. How had so many First Divine Gate Guardians suddenly appeared? Hadn't it been said that most of these things had been wiped out during that battle? Could it be that he had run into all of the remaining ones? His family had gone to great lengths to exchange for a futon, so he could not die here. He still had to marry Xiao Jing. There was a thump, and Huang San dodged with a startled cry. The metal puppet had smashed a deep hole into the small path in the forest. Behind him, he felt a chill, and his hair stood on end. He instinctively crouched down, and a giant metal arm swept past his head. The wind from the attack almost tore his pants off. Huang San sorrowfully pulled up his pants and scrambled down the mountain. He quickly ran into the 2 metal puppets that were roaming around, and there were 5 more behind them. Huang San wanted to cry. He was just a puny explorer, and he was very pure. He had never killed anyone before, so why were they all targeting him? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 617. Several giant metal arms blocked out the sun as they smashed down on Huang San's head. Huang San's mouth fell open, it was over. Just as the arms were about to crush him, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Bang! 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 4 loud bangs rang out, and Huang San watched in shock as 4 metal puppets were sent flying away like sandbags. He then felt something tighten around his neck as he was picked up by someone. The scene in front of him kept retreating, and the metal puppets soon disappeared without a trace. Huang San panted heavily, and only then did he have time to look around. He saw the person who had saved him, a man who was about his age. Bro, thank you for saving my life. Huang San will never forget this. Huang San gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. He even pulled up his pants. Lu Yin looked at the fatty who was lying on the ground without any strength. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. What is your name, bro? If you can easily defeat the first Divine Gate Guardians, then I'm sure you're not a nobody. I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm, the fatty said politely as he struggled to get up. Lu Yin just looked at him, but he still didn't say anything. He didn't understand what was going on, so he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. The fatty blinked. Bro, I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm. Lu Yin still didn't say anything, and he just looked up. The fatty waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes, attracting his attention. Bro, I'm Huang San. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Huang San was speechless. Bro, are you a mute? Lu Yin remained calm. Huang San's face turned bitter. I can't be that unlucky. I finally met an expert, but he's a mute. How sad. Lu Yin raised his foot and walked up. Huang San hurriedly followed. Bro, even if you can't speak, you can at least make a few gestures. Where are you from? Which ancestor's master are you from? Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. Lu Yin's expression changed. What? Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. F*CK, Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. Progenitor Shui. That fatty can't be talking about a progenitor, right? Impossible. There aren't any progenitors in the universe. It should be a title for a powerhouse, the monkey cried. Lu Yin thought of this as well, and he looked up once more as he slowly walked up. Brother, don't tell me you can't even hear me. I can't be so unlucky to run into someone who's both deaf and mute, the fatty wailed and chased after him. Brother, you really can't hear me. Or are you messing with me? There's no need for that. I'm just a puny explorer who doesn't have much power, so I'm not worth toying with. Why don't you say something? Brother, you're not bad, but you're not even half as good as me. Brother, let's become sworn brothers. The fatty was clearly someone who could not sit still, and he kept chattering in Lu Yin's ear. Although most of it was nonsense, Lu Yin still managed to learn some information, such as that the fatty was an explorer, that he was going to look for his fiancée, and that this place was called the Daosaur sect. Through his words, Lu Yin realized that he had never heard of any of the places mentioned by this person, and he even included some strange terms. Brother, which expert did your imprint belong to? Imprinter. World imprinter. Or a cosmic imprinter? Bro, you really can't hear me. Fatty's voice rose an octave. Finally, he confirmed that Lu Yin really could not hear him, and he began to bemoan his fate. I was born in the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family, and the Huang family was originally an imprinter family. They had made great contributions during the Ancient Continents War, but after the imprinter ancestor died, the family weakened. So what if it was weak to begin with? I didn't have much of a goal, and I just wanted to muddle along and wait for death to come. But then, I met Xiao Jing, and from then on, I fell in love. My Huang family and Xiao Jing's Yan family actually had a marriage contract that had been passed down for generations. However, the Yan family looked down on my Huang family. Did you know, bro? The Yan family now has an imprinter, and they're a genuine imprinter family. If my Huang family was still an imprinter family, then this marriage contract would still be valid, but now... Sigh, talking about it makes me cry. The most infuriating thing is that the Autumn Frost family interfered. Autumn Frost Qing, that shameless bastard, actually chased after Xiao Jing, and the Yan family couldn't wait to climb up to the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family is one of the strongest families in the entire Bloodburn realm, and they have a world imprinter in their family. That's a world imprinter we're talking about. Even when my Huang family was at its peak, we couldn't compare to them. But I won't give up. I'm determined to marry Xiao Jing. That's my lifelong dream. The fatty spoke for more than an hour, and Lu Yin listened to him. He didn't know anything about imprinters or world imprinters, but that didn't matter. As long as he interacted with the fatty for a long time, this guy would definitely spill everything out like candy. Bro, it's been hard on me. When I was 3 years old, I saw a woman's skirt being blown up by the wind, and I went up to help her pull it down. I don't know which bastard pushed me, but I directly dove into her skirt. I was only 3 years old at the time, and the woman was in her 40s or 50s. How could I have taken a liking to her? I was called a pervert, and from then on, I became famous. People called me the Little Prince of Dove Skirts, and even now, legends about me are spreading around the city. When I was 4 years old, I used my pocket money to buy a book about the divine art of Genesis. The secret manual stated that it required a virgin boy's urine to cultivate. I decided to show my filial piety to my father, so I personally gave him a cup of virgin boy's urine. After that, my father hung me up and beat me for 3 days. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with a very pretty girl of the same age. I mustered up the courage to confess, and I succeeded. I was so excited at the time, and I still remember it to this day. But that bastard turned out to be a boy. Isn't it a lie for a boy to be so pretty? Even now, that guy still pesters me and insists that I have to take responsibility. When I was 6 years old, Lu Yin looked at the fatty strangely. Was this guy making up stories or telling the truth? If it was true, then his experiences were legendary, and it was already pretty good that he was still alive. 7th bro, it's not easy for this fatty to survive. Take him along, the monkey sighed. The monkey pitied the fatty. There was a whoosh as a first divine gate guardian charged out from the forest and slapped the fatty. The fatty was stunned, as the guardian had been hiding too close to him, and it was also very fast. The fatty could tell at a glance that the guardian was not the agile type. Fortunately, Lu Yin was right next to the fatty, and he reached out to pull the fatty over. He then kicked the first divine gate guardian 5 meters away, which shocked the fatty. When Lu Yin had saved him earlier, the fatty had been too scared to notice what had happened. Now that he saw it clearly, he said, "Bro, you used your foot to kick it. That's really powerful." The first divine gate guardian charged forward again, but Lu Yin dodged to the side to avoid its attack. He then pressed down on the first divine gate guardian's head with a single palm. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian's head was sent flying. From start to finish, it had not even taken more than 10 seconds. The fatty's mouth fell open, and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "Bro, you're definitely not some nobody. That's a guardian from the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect's first divine gate. Even many elite disciples from large families are no match for it in a one-on-one fight, but you killed it in just a few seconds without using an imprint or any battle techniques." The 5th mainland. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he continued to walk forward in silence. The fatty licked his lips and followed him with a smile. "Bro, you must have made preparations before coming to the Daosaur sect. Where are you going?" "Oh, I forgot, you can't speak or hear. How about this, fat bro will follow you. Bro, you're such a nice person, so you won't mind, right?" Up ahead, another first divine gate guardian was wandering around. Lu Yin paused and looked at the fatty. The fatty blinked. "Bro, what's the meaning of this?" Lu Yin looked at the first divine gate guardian, and then back at the fatty. He just stood there. The fatty's face turned bitter. Bro, you're not planning on letting me go, are you? Luin walked to the side of the path and leaned against a tree. He just watched the fatty. The fatty had said so many strange things along the way, and Luin did not understand them. However, since they were related to battle, Luin wanted to see how the fatty fought. I understand. Bro, you want to see if I'm qualified to follow you. Fine, fat bro will go all out. The fatty gritted his teeth and slowly approached the first Divine Gate Guardian. The first Divine Gate Guardian quickly discovered the fatty, and it suddenly charged over, causing the ground to tremble. The fatty's face paled as he watched the first Divine Gate Guardian approach. His eyes widened as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. As the phantom appeared, the fatty's aura changed, and an indescribable deterrent force appeared. Myriad elephant fished, the fatty shouted as he punched out. A strange energy coiled around his arm, and the roar of 100 beasts could be heard as he collided with the first Divine Gate Guardian's fist. Bang! Shockwaves shot out in all directions, crushing the trees on the side of the path. The first Divine Gate Guardian was actually forced back a dozen steps by the fatty's punch. The fatty took the opportunity to attack again, and the phantom behind him became even more blurry. Myriad elephant fist. The fatty roared again, and his face turned red. He viciously punched the first Divine Gate Guardian's head, sending it flying. The fatty's body slammed into the first Divine Gate Guardian's body, and both of them fell to the ground. At the same time, the phantom behind him dissipated. Luin watched this scene in shock. What had just happened? He could see through the fatty's strength, but when that phantom had appeared, the fatty's strength had increased significantly. His strength had also increased significantly in an instant, as if he had become a completely different person. With the fatty's strength, it should have been impossible for him to cripple a first Divine Gate Guardian with a single punch, but he had done so. Could it be that the phantom behind him was the imprint that Luin had just mentioned? Luin slowly walked over and looked down at the fatty. The fatty grimaced and smiled bitterly. Bro, I've already done my best and defeated a first Divine Gate Guardian. Can I follow you? Luin stretched out a hand, and the fatty took it. Luin pulled him up and rubbed his fists. The fatty's fists were now red and swollen. It seemed that those 2 punches had taken quite a toll on him. Luin was very curious about this place, and he felt as if he had stumbled upon a new path of cultivation. Luin felt as if he had discovered a new path of cultivation. The fatty's explosive power could only deal with one first Divine Gate Guardian. Luin led the fatty up the mountain, and Luin was the one who dealt with almost all of the first Divine Gate Guardians that they encountered. The fatty was very curious about Luin. Someone who could easily defeat a first Divine Gate Guardian without using an imprint, battle techniques, or even an innate gift had to have a terrifying physical body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 618. After walking for a long time, the sky had already darkened. Luin sat on a tree and looked up at the sky. He had not expected the night sky to be so beautiful here. Bro, how many days can your futon last you here? The fatty suddenly asked. He then became annoyed. I forgot. You're deaf and mute. Luin's heart skipped a beat. Futon. It should be that praying mat. How many days can it last me? That meant that there was a time limit, and everyone's time was different. Luin thought about it and decided to take out his futon to see what the fatty would say. But the next moment, his expression changed. He couldn't open his cosmic ring. What the hell? Why can't I open my cosmic ring? Luin tried a few times, but it was the same. He suddenly recalled a detail. The fatty was weaker than him, but he was still considered an elite genius. It was impossible for him to not have medicine, but his fist was still swollen. Could it be that he couldn't open his cosmic ring? Lu Yin lay down and recalled the fatty's words from the day before. First, this place was called the Daosaur sect, and this was a place where the Daosaur sect tested their disciples. It was called the First Divine Gate. The fatty's cultivation method was very strange, and he seemed to have been blessed by something. The fatty's cultivation method seemed to be a symbol, or rather, a synonym for a powerhouse. The fatty had said that he was an explorer, which proved that this place was connected to the universe. If this place was connected to the universe, then it had a different cultivation system. Could it be that he had come to a distant weave in the outerverse? No, this cultivation system was very powerful, and the fatty's power level had increased by so much. It couldn't be the outerverse, so could it be a flow zone in the innerverse? Lu Yin guessed. Bro, why do you think Xiao Jing won't accept me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Actually, I was very handsome when I was young. Back when I was 10. Lu Yin looked at the fatty with admiration. This guy had such a narcissistic and miserable childhood. No, it was a miserable life, but he was still alive and was quite optimistic. This kind of person would be a waste of his fat if he died. Let me tell you a secret that even Xiao Jing doesn't know about. I told everyone that I fused with a Black Ox bloodline, and that's what the Huang family publicized as well. Actually, the bloodline that I fused with is the pom-pom pig. The fatty's expression turned ugly. Back when I fused with a bloodline, Lu Yin did not know much about bloodlines, but the Astral Combat Academy had a method to increase one's strength. The Tao of Seed in the trial zones contained some bloodlines, and Lu Yin had used it during the Astral Combat Tournament, so it should be similar. He stared at the fatty in shock. Pom-pom pig. Pig's bloodline. This is really weird. So what fatty said about his miserable life is true. When he thought of this, Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to distance himself from the fatty. He wouldn't bring bad luck to himself, would he? Actually, the pom-pom pig doesn't sound good, but its potential is not bad. Rumor has it that there's an astral beast called the Sky-Eater pig that's extremely powerful. If you can obtain the Sky-Eater pig's bloodline, you can evolve the pom-pom pig's bloodline and become one of the unparalleled bloodlines. This is my ambition. I believe that life is not only about the misery in front of you, but also about the future. You have dreams. The fatty could not stop talking once he started, and he started imagining all sorts of life's maxims. Lu Yin wanted to vomit, but he jumped down from the tree and walked up the path. Hey, bro, why are you leaving? Wait for me, wait for me. The fatty hurriedly followed. After a day and night of traveling, they finally reached the center of the path that led to the First Divine Gate according to the fatty's instructions. This path was very long, and there were many First Divine Gate guardians along the way. Lu Yin did not know how the Daosaur sect had managed to recruit disciples. Even with its current strength, only the top 50 of the top 100 rankings could safely pass through this path. This was after the Daosaur sect had been destroyed, and most of the First Divine Gate guardians had been wiped out. If the Daosaur sect had been at its peak, perhaps only the top 30 of the top 100 rankings would have been able to pass through this path. Was this region really that powerful? For a sect to only recruit the top 30 of the top 100 rankings was a little exaggerated. Bro. The budding terrace is just ahead. As long as we enter it, we'll be able to find all sorts of good things without any danger. Rumor has it that the budding terrace not only has battle techniques, bloodlines, natural treasures, power vessels, and even secret techniques, the fatty said excitedly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Secret techniques. No way. That can't be, right? There's even a secret technique. But based on how strict this first divine gates tests are, perhaps there really is a secret technique. In any case, I can't figure out how your human domain could have such a powerful sect. Fortunately, it was destroyed. You should know that the tests a new disciple has to go through are directly proportional to the sect's strength. Based on how strict the tests are, this sect must have had a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000 when it was at its peak. When he heard that there was a secret technique up ahead, Lu Yin sped up. A few thousand meters in front of the two, a group of young men and women were surrounded by dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians. They could neither leave nor retreat, and they were in the same situation as the fatty. Fortunately, the path was narrow, and there were layers upon layers of First Divine Gate Guardians surrounding them. Otherwise, if all of them had rushed forward, these youths would have been finished long ago. Brother Lien, take over from Brother Chiu. Block the two First Divine Gate Guardians on the right. Sister Kuei, retreat immediately. Don't use your imprint. Conserve your strength. Xiaozhong, take over Sister Kuei's position. A clear voice rang out continuously as she commanded the group. The voice came from a beautiful woman in the crowd. She had a delicate and dignified appearance, and although she was not particularly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. Even when faced with dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians, she remained calm and composed. The group of youths who were being surrounded listened to her commands, and they actually managed to withstand the attacks of the First Divine Gate Guardians. They even gradually calmed down. Although they had temporarily blocked the First Divine Gate Guardians, they would not be able to hold on for long. The woman constantly scanned her surroundings as she tried to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They could either go up or down, but they could not die here. Suddenly, the woman saw two figures rapidly approaching, and her eyes lit up. She was about to call for help, but when she saw who it was, her heart sank, and she unconsciously frowned. Sister Kuei, it's Fatty, someone exclaimed. The others took the time to look down, and they all saw Fatty and Lu Yin. What's this damn Fatty doing here? Don't mess up our formation. We don't want to be killed by this Fatty, someone else spoke up. It was a woman, and it was obvious that she looked down on the Fatty. A few others agreed, but their words were meant for the woman's ears. They were afraid that she would mess up their formation in order to save the Fatty. Lu Yin and the Fatty walked all the way to the center of the path. He had already seen the group of youths being surrounded by his domain, but he did not say anything. This group of youths was not weak, and there were also fluctuations of a domain among them. It was obvious that some of them had comprehended a domain. Bro, it's Xiaojing. It's Xiaojing, the Fatty shouted excitedly when he saw the group of youths being surrounded. His gaze was fixed on the indifferent woman in the middle. Lu Yin looked over. Was that the Yan Xiaojing that the Fatty had been thinking about day and night? His eyes were pretty good. Bro, Xiaojing is in danger. Let's go help them, the Fatty pleaded as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained calm, and he did not say anything. The Fatty grew anxious, as he had forgotten that Lu Yin was deaf and mute. He continuously pointed at the group of youths and gestured for them to help. In front of him, the group of youths who were being surrounded grew anxious. What's that damn Fatty doing? He can't be trying to save us, right? Don't do that. Not only is that damn Fatty useless, but he'll also mess up our formation. Sister Jing, hurry up and warn that damn Fatty to get lost. Yan Xiaojing was not looking at the Fatty, but rather at Lu Yin, who was standing beside him. She understood the Fatty very well, and she knew that he would not be able to save them. That hand gesture was clearly meant for someone else to see. Did he not hear it? But what was up with that domain just now? Yan Xiaojing's intuition told her that this person was not simple. Under the effects of her domain, this person gave her an indescribable feeling, as if he was unfathomable. When the fatty saw that Lu Yin still did not respond, he grew anxious and stomped his foot. Damn! He then charged towards Yan Xiaojing and the others. Those who were being surrounded grew anxious. Damn fatty, don't come over. Damn fatty, get lost. Don't get us in trouble. Do you want to die, fatty? The fatty completely ignored the group, and his eyes were fixed on Yan Xiaojing. A hazy phantom appeared behind him, and he punched out at one of the first divine gate guardians. Perhaps it was the power of love or something else, but the fatty's punch directly crippled one of the guardians. However, he was also crippled, and his fist was swollen red. His attack immediately attracted the attention of several guardians, and they immediately attacked him. In the crowd, Yan Xiaojing frowned. There were dozens of first divine gate guardians, and defeating just one was pointless. She could choose not to save the fatty, as this was what the others hoped for, but she could not do so. The fatty had come here to save her. Helpless, Yan Xiaojing attacked. Her fair palm passed through the crowd and landed on one of the guardians that was attacking the fatty. There was a muffled sound, and the guardian seemed to have been hit by a chain attack. It retreated several steps before being pushed back more than 10 meters by a shockwave. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What an exquisite palm technique! She had split one palm into 3, and most importantly, she had concealed the power of the second and third palm, which was different from the shockwave palm and the overlaying stacks technique. If not for his domain, he might not have been able to detect it. Furthermore, this girl had just avoided the first divine gate guardians, which meant that she had definitely comprehended a domain. She was much stronger than the fatty. Yan Xiaojing pushed back the first divine gate guardians that were attacking the fatty, and then she grabbed him and pulled him into the crowd. Damn fatty, why don't you just die? A girl cursed. The others had ugly expressions as well. Yan Xiaojing could not casually attack, as she still had to rely on her to save people at critical moments. Now that she had exhausted her strength and star energy to save the fatty, she might save one less person in the future. No one wanted that person to be them, and they all began to hate the fatty. The fatty grinned foolishly at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing panted and glanced at the fatty. What's that person's background? The fatty clenched his fist and looked past the first divine gate guardians to see Lu Yin, who was still standing quietly in the distance. I don't know. I met him along the way, but he was deaf and mute. Deaf and mute. Yan Xiaojing's eyes flashed, but she did not think too much about it. This path was not limited to only those from the Bloodburn realm, anyone from the entire 6th mainland who had a futon could enter. This person might not be from the Bloodburn realm, and he might not even be a disciple of the Blood Progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 619. After watching for a while, Lu Yin still did not move. The people who were being surrounded had long since noticed him, and they rejoiced when they saw that he had not moved. They had been afraid that he would need Yan Xiaojing's help just like the fatty, which would be troublesome. With a bang, one of the first divine gate guardians was shattered and completely crippled. Another took its place, and the group gradually lost their stamina. If they did not break out of the encirclement soon, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. Brother Lian, you rest. I'll do it. Yan Xiaojing stepped forward, and a phantom appeared behind her that looked exactly like the fatty. Or rather, it should be said that all of the phantoms that appeared behind this group were the same. The only difference was that some were blurry, while others were clear. The phantom behind Yan Xiaojing was the clearest, and Lu Yin could even make out its facial features. What was the meaning of this? Why was there a phantom behind them, and why was it even able to buff them? Was this the imprint that the fatty had mentioned? With the phantom's strength, Yan Xiaojing defeated one of the first divine gate guardians with a single palm strike. This attack was completely different from when she had saved the fatty. However, summoning this phantom consumed a lot of energy, and after defeating 3 of them, the phantom blurred and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin saw the fatty's pleading eyes, and his gaze turned cold. There was no need to wait any longer, as everyone had seen everything. He leaped forward and appeared behind one of the first divine gate guardians. He struck out with a 100-fold shockwave palm, and the guardian's head flew off with a bang. Following that, Lu Yin continuously used a 100-fold shockwave palm. To his physical body, the 100-fold shockwave palm was not burdensome at all. If he could transfer 3 grains of Fate Sand, he could even use an even more powerful shockwave palm. However, against these first divine gate guardians, a 100-fold shockwave palm was enough. Lu Yin destroyed 7 or 8 first divine gate guardians with a single attack, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Yan Xiaojing was shocked. She had used all of her strength, including her imprint and battle techniques, but she had only been able to destroy 3 of them. This person was actually able to do so with just his physical strength alone. He was definitely not a disciple of the blood progenitor, as only a disciple of the martial progenitor could accomplish such a feat with a bang. Lu Yin destroyed another first divine gate guardian and then pulled the fatty away. The rest of the group was stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed after him. Xiaojing, come with me, the fatty. Half of the dozens of first divine gate guardians, and Lu Yin Xiaojing, and the rest. After running for a while, the group finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the first divine gate guardians. They sat on the small path, panting heavily. The fatty thanked Lu Yin and then hurried over to Yan Xiaojing's side to fawn over her. The others were quite displeased by this, but they did not dare to ridicule the fatty due to Lu Yin's presence. They were all shocked by Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts, and they all guessed that this person was a martial ancestor. Only a group of martial madmen would temper their bodies to such an extent. Yan Xiaojing pushed the fatty aside and walked over to Lu Yin. She smiled. I'm Yan Xiaojing from the Bloodburn Realm's Yan family. Lu Yin looked at her without any reaction. Fatty hurriedly came up to her and smiled. Xiaojing, I've told you before. My brother is deaf and mute. He can't hear or speak. Yan Xiaojing looked into his eyes for a while before nodding. She made a gesture of thanks and left. Lu Yin looked at Yan Xiaojing's back. Her temperament wasn't bad, and she had a great figure. No wonder the fatty was so obsessed with her. Bro, you can't bully your friend's wife. The fatty suddenly stood in front of Lu Yin, speaking very seriously. Lu Yin was speechless, and he turned to look in another direction. It was a common problem for men to assume that all the men in the universe would like the woman that they liked. Lu Yin had also been worried that everyone would like Ming Yan, so he could understand that. 7th bro, that damn fatty doesn't have any self-awareness at all. That woman doesn't look like she's easy to deal with, so why would she like him? What a joke, the monkey sneered. Lu Yin thought the same as well. Xiaojing, why didn't you wait for fat bro? I almost didn't catch up with you. The fatty pestered Yan Xiaojing as he complained about his longing for her. Yan Xiaojing was helpless. You should go back. The Dao Source sect is filled with danger, and it's easy to die. Fat bro isn't afraid. Wherever Xiaojing goes, fat bro will go. The fatty declared. Yan Xiaojing didn't know what to say, as she was also very helpless when it came to this fatty. If he had been an ordinary suitor, then she would have just chased him away. However, this fatty Huang family and the Yen family had a marriage contract that had been set in their generation. She was indeed the fatty's fiancée. Fatty, you should give up. Sister Jing likes Brother Autumnfrost, and Brother Autumnfrost likes Sister Jing as well. They're in love with each other, and you can't get in between them, a woman mocked. It was Sister Kuei. The fatty retorted, don't think that Fat Bro doesn't know that you like Autumnfrost Jing as well. Won't you have a chance if Fat Bro marries Xiaojing? You're not helping Fat Bro, yet you're trying to undermine me. Idiot. Sister Kuei was about to retort, but she forcefully held herself back, as she felt that the fatty was right. Another man grew anxious, as he liked Sister Kuei. Don't spout nonsense, fatty. Sister Jing and Brother Autumnfrost are a match made in heaven. If they work together, they'll be the strongest family in the Bloodburn realm. Why are you so anxious? Relax, Autumnfrost Jing won't like a woman like Sister Kuei. You still have a chance, so don't get agitated. The fatty waved a hand. The man heaved a sigh of relief, but he quickly reacted and glared at the fatty. Damn fatty, what did you say? How dare you insult Sister Kuei? Sister Kuei was furious as well. Damn fatty, say that again. The fatty rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was amused, as this fatty's words were quite interesting. Yen Xiaojing grew impatient. All right, stop talking so much. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians. She then glared at the fatty, indicating for him to stay away from her. However, she had clearly underestimated the fatty's thick skin. Wherever she went, the fatty would follow. Lu Yin recalled what the fatty had said to him along the way, pester her until she gives up resisting. It had to be said that the fatty's willpower was very firm, and he had a unique talent in this area. After resting for a while, everyone recovered their star energy. Yen Xiaojing glanced at Lu Yin and then said to everyone, let's continue on our way. We've already passed through half of First Divine Gate. As long as we pass through it, we'll reach the Budding Terrace. I'm sure everyone has heard of the legends of the Budding Terrace. Battle techniques, cultivation techniques, power vessels, bloodlines, and even secret techniques can be obtained there. Yen Xiaojing's words made everyone excited, and some of them even began to breathe rapidly. To them, the most important things were bloodlines and secret techniques, especially secret techniques. Even a cosmic imprinter's family might not have them. Any secret technique was born from the heavens and earth, and it had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. As long as they could obtain a secret technique, they would be able to surpass everyone else and stand at a position that countless people could only look up to. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This place was similar to his own universe in many ways, such as the different realms, the absorption of star energy, battle techniques, and cultivation techniques. In that case, secret techniques should be the same as well. Why would a sect place a secret technique on the so-called Budding Terrace? Were there too many secret techniques? The monkey couldn't believe it either. It should be fake and used to trick the new disciples. How could anyone place a secret technique in a place that so many people can reach without any danger? What a joke. Do they really think that secret techniques are easy to obtain? Lu Yin agreed. Although he hadn't been cultivating for long, he had come into contact with many people and things that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. Up until now, he had only seen the Yu and Yo secret arts. Even geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Curse Wind didn't have any secret techniques, so it wasn't easy to obtain one. Yen Xiaojing only said a few words of encouragement before leading the group down the path. The fatty followed behind her attentively, almost drooling, which annoyed quite a few people. Lu Yin walked at the very back, and no one tried to communicate with him. Everyone knew that he was deaf and mute. Soon, the sky darkened once more. They estimated that this path would take them 2 days and 2 nights to complete, and they were already halfway there. The group rested for a while before continuing onward. The fatty would occasionally come over to Lu Yin's side and smile before going back to pester Yan Xiaojing. They kept walking back and forth, and it didn't seem like they were tired at all. "Damn fatty, you're annoying us by running back and forth. Don't attract the attention of the first Divine Gate Guardians." Sister Kue shouted angrily. The fatty rolled his eyes. "You should learn from Fat Bro, run more and make your legs thinner. Maybe Autumn Frost Qing will accept you on account of your long legs. Of course, you definitely can't compare to our Xiaojing." Sister Kue was furious. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked behind him. Someone was approaching. Not long after, Yan Xiaojing sensed it with her domain, and she looked behind her with a solemn expression. A figure was rapidly approaching. Very quickly, even those without domains could sense the star energy fluctuations coming from behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw a man dressed in gray cotton clothes and metal shoes rushing towards them at high speed. He quickly passed by the crowd and headed for higher ground without even looking at them. "It's an expert from the progenitor of combat territory," someone said solemnly, even glancing at Lu Yin. Yan Xiaojing also glanced at Lu Yin. "Let's continue." Lu Yin stared at the man's back, and shock flashed through his eyes. When that person had brushed past him, a strong gust of wind had swept past him, and Lu Yin had felt an extremely powerful strength. That was pure physical strength, and it wasn't any weaker than Lu Yin's normal state. He hadn't expected that a random person would have such strength, and he wasn't that old either. What kind of place was this? Could this be the Neoverse? Lu Yin guessed. The group didn't say anything else and continued forward. It wasn't long before they discovered the shattered First Divine Gate Guardians. It should be that person's handiwork. "These lunatics from the progenitor of combat territory are all perverts," someone muttered. He was immediately nudged by someone beside him, and his heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Lu Yin and relaxed when he saw no reaction from him. Not necessarily. Many people from the progenitor of blood territory have fused with bloodlines that can increase their physical strength, and they're not any weaker than those lunatics. For example, Fatty's black ox can take a beating, Sister Kue teased. "That's right. Fatty can take a beating," someone else agreed. Fatty rolled his eyes. Being able to take a beating was an advantage, otherwise, he would have died long ago. What Lu Yin wanted to know the most was how these people divided their territories. The progenitor of blood territory and the progenitor of combat territory were completely different from the universe's weaves and flow zones. The sky was about to brighten, and they weren't far from the end of the path. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed. Within his domain, he could sense quite a few First Divine Gate Guardians rushing in their direction. In front of them was a very fast man, even faster than the gray-robed man from before. More importantly, this person was on all fours, making him look like a mouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 620. Lu Yin's domain did not extend too far, so Yan Xiaojing saw him not long after Lu Yin saw him as well. Her expression changed. "Hide!" Everyone immediately scattered into the trees and looked into the distance. Not long after, the person on all fours approached them. Behind him were dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians that shook the earth. The person arrived at the group's previous location and laughed sinisterly. He suddenly charged into the forest, where Sister Kue and a few others were still perched. The First Divine Gate Guardians charged into the forest and flattened the trees. Sister Kue and the others were naturally discovered, and they were attacked by the guardians. Ha, take care, everyone. Enjoy the gifts that I've prepared for you. The person laughed as he fled even faster than when he had arrived. Yan Xiaojing's expression turned ugly. It's him. He's from a family that my Yan family exterminated. Is he from the family with the devourer rat bloodline? The fatty was shocked. Yan Xiaojing nodded. This person must have known of our existence and deliberately lured the first divine gate guardians here. Everyone, listen to my commands. The number of first divine gate guardians that had appeared this time was nearly twice as many as the ones that had surrounded them before. Even with Lu Yin's presence, no one dared to claim that they would be able to escape unscathed. Some of them had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood and had almost died. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much, he would have chased after that person and killed him. But it did not matter, as the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. At most, he would save the fatty and Yan Xiaojing. These first divine gate guardians posed no threat to him. Yan Xiaojing commanded everyone to work together to resist the first divine gate guardians' attacks. Fortunately, the path was not wide, and the first divine gate guardians' attacks were limited. No matter how many of them there were, they could not swarm them all at once. In addition, Lu Yin was constantly eliminating the first divine gate guardians from the outside. Half an hour later, a gap had been created in the encirclement, and the group escaped through it. 3 people had died in this battle, and everyone's hearts were heavy. Yan Xiaojing clenched her fists. I promise that I will find that rat and avenge everyone. The fatty had been injured, but it was not serious. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, he would have died. He was grateful to Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart, and he continued to nag incessantly. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group, and he could see the resentment in their eyes. Someone blamed him for not using his full strength, as his imprint had not appeared. Lu Yin did not explain himself, and he pretended to be deaf and mute. Fatty anxiously jumped up to argue with that person, but in the end, Yan Xiaojing suppressed him. That person isn't related to us in any way. He's not even a friend. The fact that he stayed behind to help us is already extremely benevolent. We can't expect others to risk their lives for us. Don't worry, it won't be long before we meet up with Big Brother Autumnfrost. No one said anything else. A bunch of ingrates, Fatty mocked. You should shut up as well. Yan Xiaojing glared at the fatty and then at Lu Yin, but she didn't say anything else. Of course, she was resentful as well, but as she had said, there was no need for Lu Yin to risk his life for them. Lu Yin didn't care about what these people thought at all as he continued to look around. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hear more useful information, he would have left long ago. These people were of little value to him. But then again, these people were blaming him for not using the imprint. Could it be that in their eyes, cultivators must have imprints? Where did their imprints come from? Imprinter family. Imprinter was a synonym for a powerhouse of a certain level. Then, what did it have to do with imprinting? This was getting more and more interesting, and Lu Yin grew excited. That person from before seemed to have attracted all the remaining first divine gate guardians, and they did not encounter many of them along the way. Even if they did encounter 1 or 2, they safely reached the end of the first divine gate. It was also a giant door that led them to a pillar of light that would teleport them to the budding terrace. We passed the Daosor sect's entrance exam just like that. It's like a dream, the fatty sighed. Someone immediately mocked him. The 5th mainland's Daosor sect was destroyed. Do you think it was that easy? Our continent's Daosor sect's entrance exam is very abnormal. Of course, with your strength, you won't even be able to reach the entrance. The fatty did not retort. He had told Lu Yin before that the exam's difficulty had been greatly reduced. Lu Yin had not taken it to heart, but his expression changed when he heard this. The current difficulty was only after the Daosaur sect had been destroyed. Then how difficult had it been when it had been at its peak? The fifth mainland's Daosaur sect had been destroyed, and that person had mentioned their continent's Daosaur sect. Could there be more than one Daosaur sect? What about the fifth mainland? There was too much information that Lu Yin wanted to know. After passing through the entrance, Yan Xiaojing and the others felt much more relaxed. The fatty's expression turned ugly, but he did not bother Yan Xiaojing. Instead, he walked over to Lu Yin's side and muttered something to him. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this beam of light, as he had come across it during Astral 10's entrance exam. He stepped inside, and the scene in front of him quickly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he no longer saw the entrance, but rather a completely different scene. The sky was still the same, but the clouds were much closer, and the air was much thinner. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the ground was still cracked, and the ground was soaked with blood that had long since turned black. There were also many strange scars that had definitely been left behind by battles. Many strange plants grew out of the cracks in the ground, and the air was filled with a floral fragrance that gave off a very peaceful feeling. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy once more, but he still could not see any rune lines. After walking out of the beam of light, the peaceful feeling became even stronger. So this is the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect's budding terrace. I wonder if it's the same as our sixth mainland's Daosaur sect's budding terrace. Nonsense, of course it's different. This place has been destroyed, and our sixth mainland's Daosaur sect was in its golden age. The three progenitors appeared at the same time, and the budding terrace was much more prosperous than this place. It's a pity that we can't pass the entrance exam. Only people at Brother Autumn Frost's level of strength can enter the Daosaur sect to cultivate, and they might even be able to meet the three progenitors. Lu Yin quietly listened to these people's conversations, and his eyes flickered. More and more information about the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland had appeared. Autumn Frost Qing, Autumn Frost Qing. These idiots only think about Autumn Frost Qing all the time. Why don't they consider that no matter how powerful that guy becomes, it has nothing to do with them? The fatty muttered to Lu Yin with an unhappy expression. Lu Yin glanced at him and then looked at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing was currently looking into the distance. She looked to the west and then to the east. Everyone, follow me. I know where Brother Autumnfrost is. That's great. We can finally meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. Everyone was excited. Lu Yin was curious, as he had heard Autumnfrost Qing's name countless times along the way. These people seemed to worship that person, not only because of his family background, but also because the fatty hated that person because that person was pursuing Yan Xiaojing. However, no matter what unpleasant things they said, they did not deny that person's strength. It seemed like that person was very strong, and he might even be strong enough to represent this region's highest level. Why is that deaf-mute still following us? Someone asked. He no longer looked at Lu Yin as cautiously as before. Sister Kuei sneered, I think that he can hear us and knows that we're going to meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. He's purposely following us so that he can obtain Brother Autumnfrost's protection. That's right. Brother Autumnfrost is one of the top powerhouses of our Bloodburn Realm's younger generation, and he's only second to DFA. With Brother Autumnfrost's protection, we might be able to obtain some opportunities. The fatty could not hold back any longer. You bunch of snobs are looking down on us. Brother Deafmute isn't weak, and he doesn't need Autumnfrost Qing's protection. It's just that he doesn't know the way. Pfft. The crowd sneered, and Yan Xiaojing growled, stop arguing. The budding terrace itself isn't dangerous, but we still have to guard against sneak attacks from others. Our Bloodburn realm has never stopped fighting against the Blood Homage realm over the past few years, so it's best to be careful. The crowd fell silent. Lu Yin looked around with a curious gaze. This budding terrace seemed to be very large, but it was a pity that it was in tatters. He could not see much of the ground that was intact, which meant that the battle that had destroyed this sect must have been very bitter. Not long after, Lu Yin's domain suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. There was a powerhouse nearby, and he hurriedly retracted his domain with a solemn expression. In the distance, at the very end of Lu Yin's domain, a youth suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Lu Yin's direction. There was a puzzled look in his eyes, as he had just felt that he had been spied on. This feeling was a domain, and although he had not comprehended it, he was still very sensitive to it. However, this domain had given him a strange feeling, and it had even caused his heart to palpitate. His many years of battle experience had taught him to trust his instincts, and there should not be many youths in the Sixth Mainland who could cause his heart to palpitate. Who could it be? He stood up and leapt in the direction of the domain that he had sensed. This was the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect, and there were dangers and opportunities everywhere. He would not allow such a person to be by his side, so he had to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin and the rest were walking forward when someone suddenly cried out, "Brother Autumnfrost." Everyone looked up and saw a youth appear. He saw the group and immediately descended. Yan Xiaojing and the rest excitedly rushed over, and the fatty's mouth twitched. "Brother Autumnfrost, are you here to look for us?" Sister Kuei asked excitedly. The youth was Autumnfrost Qing, and he had come to look for the domain powerhouse that he had sensed, but he had not expected to run into the group. "Yeah, you guys came later than expected, and I was afraid that something might have happened to you." He then looked at Yan Xiaojing. "Xiaojing, are you all right?" Yan Xiaojing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Autumnfrost." Autumnfrost Qing nodded, and his gaze swept across the group before finally stopping on the fatty. His lips curled up in an indescribable arc. "I didn't think that you would dare to come here, third fatty." The fatty's expression changed, and he forced a smile. "Let's take a look. Let's take a look." He had dared to curse Autumnfrost Qing in private, but he did not dare to face him in person. "What's wrong, fatty? Weren't you very arrogant on the way here? Are you scared after seeing Brother Autumnfrost?" someone mocked. Sister Kuei mocked, "Fatty, what do you plan to do next? Follow Brother Autumnfrost or Sister Jing? Hurry up and choose, or else no one will protect you." "Oh, right, I forgot. Sister Jing is definitely with Brother Autumnfrost, hee. The fatty's expression was extremely ugly, and he remained silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 621. Yan Xiaojing frowned and looked at the fatty. "Go back when your futon's time is up. You'll be able to answer to your family if you're able to make it this far. Stay at the budding terrace for a while, and you might be able to find some destiny." "Speaking of destiny, I think there might be a bloodline in the northeast," Autumnfrost Qing said. Everyone looked at him excitedly. "Really? Brother Autumnfrost, what bloodline is it?" Lu Yin looked at him curiously as well. "Bloodline? How was it preserved?" Autumnfrost Qing smiled. "This bloodline is very suitable for third fatty. It feels like the pom-pom pig bloodline, and it can help your bloodline evolve." Everyone was stunned and looked at Autumnfrost Zhou in confusion. The fatty's face went pale as he stared blankly at Autumnfrost Zhou. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Autumnfrost Qing slapped his forehead when he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. "I forgot that third fatty claimed to have the Black Ox bloodline. Sorry, fatty, but if it really is the pom-pom pig bloodline, then your luck will come. Don't give up on your strength for the sake of face. It's in the northwest, so go try your luck. Ha ha ha, fatty, so you have the pom-pom pig bloodline. Sister Kuei laughed. Everyone else laughed as well, their eyes filled with mockery. Yan Xiaojing was shocked as well. She hadn't known that the fatty had the pom-pom pig bloodline and had always assumed that he had the black ox bloodline. There wasn't much of a difference between the two, but their reputations were different. The fatty lowered his head, his face pale as he clenched his fists. How did Autumn Frost Qing know that he had the pom-pom pig bloodline? It was over, and his image had been completely destroyed. Not only would Xiaojing change her opinion of him, but the entire Huang family would also lose face. What a despicable Autumn Frost Qing! Autumn Frost Qing sneered. A piece of trash wanted to compete with him for Yan Xiaojing. That was fine, as there would be a comparison. If the Huang family had still been an imprinter family, he would have been more apprehensive. However, the Huang family had already declined, and their futon had been exchanged for with their ancestors' contributions. This kind of trash would never rise again, so there was nothing wrong with trampling on them. Suddenly, Autumn Frost Qing stared at the crack in the ground in the distance. Who's there? He roared and charged over with extreme speed. Far away in the underground crevice, the hidden figure's pupils constricted. He got down on all fours and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Brother Autumnfrost, that's the person who harmed us at First Divine Gate. Yan Xiaojing recognized the person and shouted. Autumnfrost Qing's eyes flashed, and he stopped. He raised his right hand, and his fingers transformed into a claw. Heaven-rending claw. As he spoke, the space around his right hand began to distort. In the next instant, everyone saw a giant claw appear in the sky, grabbing at the figure. The figure cried out in shock, "Spare me!" With a bang, the claw fell to the ground, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Beneath the imprint was a pool of blood. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful attack! That person had clearly used his imprint and bloodline at the very last moment, but they had still been crushed by that claw. That claw had been extremely powerful, and it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a powerhouse who was around 40 on the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, that was just a casual attack from this person. This person's true strength might be comparable to Night King Gu's or even higher. The others hurriedly stepped forward and stared at the pool of blood with hatred. If it wasn't for him, Brother Lien and the others wouldn't have died, said Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing said, this person's evil deeds have their retribution. The fatty trembled as he stared at the pool of blood. Fortunately, he had not been impulsive and had not said anything overboard to Autumn Frost Qing. Otherwise, this would have been his fate. Yan Xiaojing looked at the fatty and gave him a look that indicated for him to leave. Autumn Frost Qing saw this, and his face sank. Third fatty, if you want to follow us, then gather here in 3 days. For Xiaojing's sake, I can take you to the scripture pavilion to try your luck. However, it's very dangerous, and whether or not you can leave this place alive will depend on your luck. I can't protect you forever. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly said, Brother Autumnfrost, there's no need. Let him go back. All right, I'll come. Yan Xiaojing's pleading and gaze had provoked the fatty, and he immediately agreed. At the same time, he asked, can you bring this big brother of mine along? At this point, Autumn Frost Qing finally noticed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's performance was very ordinary, and under the concealment of his domain, his strength was not something that Autumn Frost Qing could detect. This is... Autumn Frost Qing was puzzled, and he suddenly recalled the domain expert from before. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly introduced him. This person is deaf and mute. We met him by chance along the way, and he helped Fatty and us. Brother Autumnfrost, don't bring him along. When we were surrounded by the first Divine Gate Guardians, that person didn't even use his imprint. If he had been willing to help, then Brother Lien and the others definitely wouldn't have died. Autumnfrost Ching's face sank, and he stared at Luin. I don't care if you're really deaf and mute or not. I'm grateful that you helped Xiao Jing and the others, but you also ignored the lives of our other brothers, so we'll call it even. You can come along, but I won't protect you. Yen Xiaojing looked at Luin. Luin blinked, and a confused expression appeared on his face. This guy was very confident. The fatty tugged at Luin and then said to Autumnfrost Qing, we'll meet here in 3 days. We'll be leaving first. Autumnfrost Qing waved a hand. Yen Xiaojing still wanted to say something, but the fatty didn't give her a chance to speak. He pulled Luin away. He had just been humiliated, and the person he didn't want to face the most right now was Yen Xiaojing. Sometimes, people like the fatty who appeared to be carefree on the surface were more likely to have their self-esteem hurt. Bro, am I very laughable? My bloodline was exposed in front of everyone, the fatty said bitterly. Bloodlines guarantee the strength of our progenitor of bloodline's realm, and a good bloodline can allow a person to be reborn. Autumnfrost Qing humiliated me in front of everyone, and everyone knows what kind of person he is. Xiaojing also knows that he's petty, suspicious, arrogant, and vengeful. However, because of his background and bloodline, no one cares about his character. The Autumnfrost family is one of the few world imprinter families in the progenitor of bloodline's realm. Forefather Autumnfrost is a world imprinter, and Autumnfrost Qing is the first heir of the Autumnfrost family. His family background aside, he has fused with the Sky Pillar Overlord's bloodline, which is said to be one of the most invincible bloodlines in the progenitor of bloodline's realm. It's only slightly inferior to DFA's Ghost Raccoon bloodline. The fatty looked at his hands. As for me, I have the Pom-Pom Pig bloodline. What a joke, Luin listened quietly, but he didn't have the time to comfort the fatty. He was using his domain to observe the budding terrace. It was huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. The fatty spoke for several hours before stopping, and Luin sealed his ears when the fatty reached an hour. This damn fatty was too long-winded and full of remorse, which made Luin a little depressed. The monkey was very straightforward and asked Luin to block him. He would rather be blocked than listen to the fatty's nagging. The fatty suddenly let out a long howl. Much better, bro. You're still the best. You've vented all of my frustrations for so many years. Luin couldn't hear him, as he was focused on observing his surroundings. There were no opportunities, but people would occasionally pass by. That fellow seemed to have been startled by something, and he cursed in their direction before leaving. Wait, that's not right. There are more and more people in that direction, and Luin looked into the distance. Not long after, a group of 5 or 6 people passed by. They looked at the fatty and Luin curiously, but they didn't say anything and just walked off in another direction. They're people who passed through the extreme celestial sect. The Daosaur sect's 4 mountain gates are the first divine gate, the extreme celestial gate, the third azure gate, and the imperial gate. The extreme celestial gate is closer to the first divine gate, while the third azure gate and the imperial gate are further away. However, no matter how close they are, it still takes them a few days to get there. Luin hadn't expected that there would be 3 other gates similar to the first divine gate, and he guessed that each gate had a different test. There are many opportunities in the budding terrace, and many people stay there all year round in search of opportunities. It has to be said that some people have actually found one. I wonder if Fat Bro is lucky enough to do so. The fatty recovered and started calling himself Fat Bro again. A day later, the fatty and Lu Yin still hadn't found anything. The fatty continuously cursed Autumn Frost Qing. There clearly weren't any bloodlines in the Northwest, but Autumn Frost Qing had purposely brought up the topic of the pom-pom pig bloodline to humiliate him. Of course, the fatty already knew that there weren't any bloodlines, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If his bloodline could really evolve, then his power would definitely increase. Autumn Frost Qing's domain was constantly enveloping the area, and he saw no less than 10 people throughout the day. All of them were about as strong as Yan Shaojing and Lu Yin, but none of them could compare to Autumn Frost Qing. That person was indeed a top powerhouse of the younger generation in a certain region. It was impossible to find people who could rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings everywhere. The outerverse 72 weaves, the innerverse 8 major flow zones, and countless smaller flow zones, including the Starfall Sea and the Cosmic Sea, were all incredibly talented. Even the Northline flow zone had only produced Northgate Lai, and he was ranked at the bottom of the list. Although this region was strange, it was impossible to produce too many powerhouses of this level. Right now, Lu Yin wanted to know what that futon was for. "Hey, bro, that person should be from the progenitor of War Realm," the fatty exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and saw a young man leisurely walking past. He glanced at Lu Yin and the fatty, smiled, and then slowly walked away. Lu Yin had noticed this person a long time ago. Because of this person, he had withdrawn his domain, and because of this person had discovered him. This person made Lu Yin's heart palpitate just as much as Autumn Frost Qing's, but Lu Yin was more concerned about this person. This person had discovered that Lu Yin's domain belonged to him, but he hadn't paid it any mind. The aura of the people from the progenitor of War Realm is completely different from that of our progenitor of Blood Realm. I recognized him immediately. "Bro, you're the same, but your aura is slightly weaker than his," the fatty said. Another day passed, and the fatty had already given up. He didn't plan on looking for any opportunities, so he brought Lu Yin back. Although the scripture pavilion is dangerous, with that idiot Autumn Frost Qing in front of us, we won't be in too much danger. For the sake of his own reputation, he won't try to harm us. At most, he'll mock us a little. That's why, bro, we still have to follow him. Lu Yin didn't plan on obtaining any opportunities at all. Over the past few days, he had learned that this Daosaur sect had existed for countless years, and even if there were any opportunities, they would have already been taken by others. How could he possibly have a chance? This was especially true with this fatty's pitiful life. Even if there were any opportunities, they would have been taken away by him. If not for the fact that he couldn't find a more suitable candidate, Lu Yin would have preferred to stay far away from this fatty. He had even been mocked for pretending to be deaf and mute. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 622. We're all humans, but why are our fates so different? The blood ancestor placed 3 bloodlines in his statue. If I could obtain one of them, I'd be able to overturn the heavens. Even if it was Autumn Frost Qing, I'd be able to suppress him with a flip of my palm. What a pity that all 3 bloodlines were taken by someone else. What a pity, muttered the fatty. Let's explore the scripture pavilion as soon as possible. There will be more and more people coming, and they're all preparing for the hunting competition. Even a freak like DFA might come to the Daosaur sect to try his luck. What do you think will happen if Autumn Frost Qing meets DFA? I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope DFA beats him up, Fatty began to fantasize. This wasn't the first time that Lu Yin had heard of DFA's name. It seemed that this person was one of the top powerhouses of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was an existence that truly stood at the peak, and Lu Yin really hoped to meet him. When the two returned to their previous location, Sister Kuei and the others were already there. From their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. "Fatty, did you find the pom-pom pig bloodline?" A man sneered. Fatty ignored him and looked around. When he realized that Yan Xiaojing wasn't around, his eyes dimmed. "Oh, looks like our Fab Bro's bloodline has advanced. He doesn't care about us anymore," the man continued to mock. Lu Yin was speechless. Did these people enjoy mocking others? It was a little annoying. Fatty stood to the side silently. That person mocked him a few times, but when he saw that the fatty didn't react, he became bored and stopped talking. Several hours later, Autumn Frost Qing returned with Yan Xiaojing. Fatty's expression changed when he saw them. Yan Xiaojing's attitude towards Autumn Frost Qing became more affectionate. The two of them stood much closer to each other, almost touching each other. Lu Yin looked at the fatty sympathetically. This was a terrible feeling, and he hoped that this fatty would not take things too hard and rush up to get beaten up. Yan Xiaojing saw that fatty was also there, so she moved away from Autumn Frost Qing. Although she didn't care about fatty and didn't like him, they were still engaged in name. Autumn Frost Qing didn't mind. He knew that Yan Xiaojing would definitely be his. Although this woman wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. The Yan family had been developing well in recent years, and with his status, it was impossible for him to marry into a world imprinter's family. He could only choose an imprinter's family, and the Yan family was a pretty good choice. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Xiaojing were not the only ones who returned. There was another person following behind them. It was a man in white. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the man. It was actually this man, the one who had discovered Lu Yin's domain. "Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Bai from the War Martial realm. He'll be exploring the scripture pavilion with us," Autumn Frost Qing said. Master Bai walked forward and greeted them with a smile. His eyes were soft, and his smile had an indescribable charm. He was born to be a leader. Sister Kuei and the others quickly greeted him. "Sorry to disturb everyone. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, for accepting me." "I can't thank you enough," Mr. Bai said to Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing smiled. "Brother White is too polite. The War Martial realm and the Bloodburn realm are quite far apart, so we should be closer. Brother Autumn Frost is correct. The Bloodburn realm's bloodline is famous throughout the continent, and Brother Autumn Frost's Sky Prodigious Overlord bloodline is even more famous. Even I, who was far away in the War Martial realm, have heard of it. I've always wanted to broaden my horizons, but I never thought that my wish would come true." "Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost," Mr. Bai smiled. Autumn Frost Qing laughed and chatted with Mr. Bai affectionately. Lu Yin watched on with a strange expression. This Autumn Frost Qing probably did not understand Mr. Bai's strength, or else he would not have been able to laugh so easily. However, was this person's surname Bai a primeval surname? Or was it a coincidence? Isn't this kid from the progenitor of War Realm? Why is he here? The fatty had only just noticed Mr. Bai's presence, as he had been too focused on Yan Xiaojing. At that moment, Yan Xiaojing walked over and whispered to the fatty, "It's best to go back. The scripture pavilion is too dangerous, and even Brother Autumn Frost isn't completely confident. It's also said that there are people from the fifth mainland inside, and many experts have died there." The fatty looked at Yan Xiaojing with a fiery gaze. "Xiaojing, are you worried about me?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Yan Xiaojing helplessly replied, "I'm doing this for your own good. You're the only son of the Huang family, and if you die, I don't know how to explain it to the Huang family. Hurry up and go back. I'm not going back. A man has to keep his word. If I say that I'll explore the scripture pavilion, then I'll definitely go, the fatty said resolutely. Yan Shaojing sighed. Up to you. I've already spoken to Brother Autumnfrost, and if there's any danger, he'll do his best to save you. Don't court your own death. She then left. The saddest thing in life was being looked down upon by the person you liked. Seventh bro, this fatty is really pitiful. Help him out. I can't bear to watch this anymore, the monkey said. Occasionally, cracks would sweep across the sky. No one was fighting, but there was an indescribable power that tore apart the sky and earth. Before they had set off, Autumnfrost Qing had warned everyone that although the Daosaur sect's ancient battle had ended a long time ago, there would still be shockwaves from the battle. The safest places in the entire Daosaur sect were the 4 mountain gates and the budding terrace, and the other places were not safe. The scripture pavilion, which they were heading to, was an extremely dangerous place. The path from the budding terrace to the scripture pavilion was not easy to traverse, as many paths had been cut off, and in some places, even the void was unstable. They had just seen a person being torn to shreds by the unstable void, and his blood had spilled everywhere. Anyone who can obtain a futon and come to the Daosaur sect is not a simple cultivator. They either come from illustrious families, are innate geniuses, or have endless opportunities. They are all elites among elites, but there are still many who die here every year. Mr. Bai sighed, as he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Autumnfrost Qing replied, Brother Bai, you don't have to feel sorry for those people. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, and if one is afraid of death, they will not be able to reach the peak. Mr. Bai smiled. That's right. Brother Autumnfrost's current status and strength are not solely based on his family background. I've heard that Brother Autumnfrost has ventured into the Daosaur sect several times, and he has even ventured out more than the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, which is truly admirable. Autumnfrost Qing was pleased. You flatter me, Mr. Bai. How can I compare to a Realmling? Mr. Bai smiled and shook his head. The Realmling is not fixed. In my opinion, Brother Autumnfrost's ability will replace him sooner or later. Mr. Bai will definitely become the War Martial Realm's Realmling in the future. Thank you for your care, Brother Autumnfrost. Ha ha ha. The fatty rolled his eyes. They're flattering each other. How disgusting. It was indeed quite disgusting, and even Lu Yin felt that way. It's a pity that DFA didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would definitely teach Autumnfrost Qing a lesson, the fatty muttered. Lu Yin looked at Autumnfrost Qing and Mr. Bai, who were chatting merrily in front of him, and his eyes flickered. DFA, Realmling. Could that be the title given to the strongest powerhouse in a certain region? That was very likely. Be careful. Suddenly, Autumnfrost Qing raised a hand, and a claw appeared in the air as he grabbed Sister Kuei, who was walking at the very back of the group. The void where Sister Kuei had just been was torn apart, and a dark crack appeared as the claw swept past her. Sister Kuei's face turned pale, as she had almost been torn apart. You must be careful. The power of the ancient battle has already shattered the Daosaur sect. Aside from the mountain gate and the budding terrace, there is no safe place, Autumnfrost Qing warned. Sister Kuei hurriedly expressed her gratitude, and she looked at Autumnfrost Qing with a fervent gaze. Brother Autumnfrost, what a powerful battle technique. That must be the Autumnfrost family's famous Skysplitter Claw. Amazing, amazing, Mr. Bai praised. Autumnfrost Qing laughed. Brother Bai, you flatter me. After that, they began to flatter each other again. The fatty no longer had any thoughts of cursing, as this place was too dangerous, and that crack had not been too far away from him. While Autumn Frost Qing and Mr. Bai were flattering each other, Yan Xiaojing tried to persuade the fatty to leave again, but the fatty still refused. If you die, then your Huang family's bloodline will cease to exist, Yan Xiaojing said before leaving. After walking for more than 3 hours in fear, they finally arrived in front of a light pillar. The light pillar in front leads to the Sutra Pavilion. I want to remind everyone that there are many ancient characters in the pavilion, and the combination of these characters contains millions of variations. Those who are lucky can comprehend battle techniques through these variations, but there is also a chance that you might be confused by these ancient characters, get trapped, or go mad. There are also remnants of previous battles, so don't stray too far from it. Most importantly, Autumn Frost Qing paused for a moment and glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. Everyone needs to help each other. We are not the only ones in the Sutra Pavilion, there are other experts as well. Only by working together can we survive in there. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yes, Brother Autumn Frost, the crowd replied. Autumn Frost Qing's gaze swept past the fatty, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This was not just directed at the fatty, but also at everyone else. He did not believe that these people would be able to obtain any opportunities. The Tao Source sect had existed for countless years, and countless people had come to explore it, but only a few had managed to obtain any opportunities. The main reason why he had brought these people along was to show his benevolence and magnanimity, as these people were all from powerful families. Brother Bai, please, Autumn Frost Qing said politely to Mr. Bai. Of all the people present, only Mr. Bai was worthy of his attention, and this person's strength was not much weaker than his own. Yan Xiaojing followed closely behind Autumn Frost Qing, and she was almost holding on to his arm. The fatty's expression became more and more unsightly, as if he was constipated. After passing through the Pillar of Light, the group arrived at the Scripture Pavilion, which was different from what they had imagined. Most people would assume that the Scripture Pavilion would contain some ancient texts, or that it would be an ancient building or a towering tower. However, when they saw what was before them, they could not believe their eyes. The so-called Scripture Pavilion was actually an ancient text that floated in the air with many faint golden glows. There were mountain ranges, waterfalls, and flowing water. Above all of this, there were many giant ancient texts floating in the air. Each ancient text was about a meter long, and they floated in the sky and among the white clouds. Some of them were very far away from each other, while others were very close to each other. Lu Yin stared at these ancient texts in shock. This was the Scripture Pavilion. Everyone, the closer you are to each other, the better. Just in case, Autumn Frost Qing reminded them once again. He then led Yan Xiaojing into the distance, and before he left, he even called out to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai soared into the sky by himself. The fatty looked around, and then he looked at Lu Yin and made a hand gesture. Lu Yin did not understand what the fatty meant, but he did not care. He leaped into the air and floated there. He looked at the others, and then he stepped onto an ancient text. The fatty hurriedly followed, but the ancient text could only accommodate one person at a time, so he could only step onto the text beside it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 623. Lu Yin crouched down and looked at the ancient characters that glowed with a faint golden light. He reached out to touch them, but he could not feel anything, as if they were fake. As he looked at them, he felt a strong sense of time wash over him. Seventh bro, these characters look familiar, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You've seen them before. Inside the centipede's body. No, they should be even older than the ones inside the centipede's body. Right, literary prison. Do you remember when you were being chased by an enlighter beast in iron blood weave? That old bastard when Kitchen used it to save you. Isn't it very similar? The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin stared at the many ancient characters, and indeed, they were somewhat similar. He had seen the literary prison more than once, and the first time had been at the erudite Flozone's border warfront. When Sansi had used the literary prison to trap Yao Gu, and these characters were very similar to the literary prison. The more I look at them, the more similar they seem. Rumor has it that the Wen family's inherited literary prison has 9 nines. If they really are these ancient characters, then you're rich, 7th bro. There are more than 9 nines here, and there are probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them. If you learn them, the Wen family will call you ancestor, the monkey said with a strange smile. Lu Yin was not as happy as the monkey. Learn them? How could that be possible? If they could be learned so easily, then the fatty and the others with powerful families would have learned them long ago. Lu Yin had never seen anyone use these characters in battle, and Autumn Frost Qing had never mentioned them either. Learning these characters should be very, very difficult. Lu Yin leaped up and rushed towards a nearby ancient character. He landed on one of the characters before leaping up again and heading towards another. The fatty hurriedly followed, as he did not dare to stray too far from Lu Yin. There was a crack, and about 100 meters to the fatty's right, a man who had been standing on an ancient character suddenly split in half. Blood seeped through the character and dripped onto the ground. The fatty's face paled. Lu Yin was shocked as well, as he did not know how that person had died. Autumn Frost Qing had not been exaggerating when he had said that there were remnants of previous battles here. Even further ahead, a person suddenly sensed something and sat down cross-legged on an ancient character with a hearty laugh. This person had not come with the group, and he had probably been here for a few days. He seemed to have comprehended something. Many people were attracted by him, and they all looked over with burning gazes. Half an hour later, his face suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became chaotic and he started flailing his arms and legs like an idiot. He fell off the ancient text and smashed into the underground river. He floated along with the river to who knows where. Quite a few people rejoiced in his misfortune, but there were also quite a few people who were fearful. That person had clearly suffered from qi deviation, thinking that he had comprehended something. In reality, there were so many characters, and there were tens of millions of combinations. Many battle skills and cultivation methods could easily cause one to suffer from qi deviation with just a single wrong word. Trying to find the correct combination of battle skills and cultivation methods among so many ancient characters was far too difficult. Since ancient times, not many people had obtained the inheritance. Of course, those who had obtained the inheritance were all famous throughout the world. Lu Yin didn't gain anything over the next 2 days, but he did manage to watch a battle. Someone had coincidentally managed to arrange dozens of ancient characters in a row and seemed to have comprehended something. However, it was fought over by others, and that person was unlucky enough to be killed. Of course, it wasn't just one person, no less than 5 people had died in that battle, including those who had come with them. In the end, Autumn Frost Qing had made a move, but those ancient characters that had been arranged in a row didn't reveal any battle techniques. It was too difficult to obtain the inheritance in the scripture pavilion. Many people had only come here to try their luck, and it wouldn't take them too long. Lu Yin watched as Mr. Bai left. There was a cry of alarm as the ancient characters beneath the fatty's feet shone brightly. Then, several ancient characters began to gather around him. Many people were familiar with this scene, as this was a prison of ancient characters. Once one was trapped, they could only wait for their futon's time to run out before leaving. Otherwise, there was no way to escape. Being trapped by these characters meant that the Daosaur sex exploration had come to an end. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. Luin suddenly streaked through space and grabbed the fatty. At the last moment, the ancient characters gathered together to form a cage. Fortunately, Luin had managed to bring the fatty out. The fatty panted heavily and patted his chest. That's good, that's good. Thank you, bro. You're really my brother. Luin stared at the text cage, and the more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be to the literary prison. If that was the case, then the Wen family's literary prison, which had been passed down through the generations, had 81 ancient characters. Everyone who had witnessed this scene looked at Luin with fear. This person had been so fast that they had not been able to see him clearly. He was an expert, a hidden expert. As they thought about this, the surrounding people gradually distanced themselves from Luin, as no one wanted to be in the same place as an expert who could threaten their lives. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Shaojing were very far away, so they did not see this scene. However, Sister Kuei did, and she looked at Luin in shock. How could this person be so fast? Another day passed, and Autumn Frost Qing brought Yan Shaojing back. The two's attitude had become much more intimate, and Yan Shaojing looked at Autumn Frost Qing with a gentle gaze. The fatty felt a stab of pain in his heart. Bro, let's go. He then pointed outside the scripture pavilion. Luin followed the fatty out, as he was no longer interested in the scripture pavilion. He felt that he would not be able to obtain anything here no matter how long he stayed. After leaving the scripture pavilion, the two returned to their previous location through a pillar of light. Coincidentally, a white robe floated past them as Mr. Bai rushed over. The three of them stared at each other. Just in time. I was just about to look for you guys, Mr. Bai said to the fatty and Luin. The fatty was curious. What's up? Mr. Bai smiled. I found an interesting place. There should be bloodlines there. The fatty was shocked. Bloodlines? Are you serious? Mr. Bai spun the fan in his hand and replied confidently, yes, but I can't obtain it alone, so I wanted to find the two of you to work together. He then looked at Luin. Why didn't you look for Autumn Frost Qing? Aren't the two of you very close? The fatty taunted. Mr. Bai shook his head. That person has evil intentions, and I don't like him. How straightforward, but Fat Bro likes it. The fatty grinned and gestured to Luin. This fatty always thought that Luin could understand his gestures, but in reality, Luin could not understand them at all. If he was truly deaf and mute, Luin would definitely kick the fatty far away. Luin pretended to understand the fatty's gestures and nodded. The fatty was excited. Lead the way. Mr. Bai smiled and led the way. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This place had existed for so many years, so how could it be so easy to discover bloodlines? Lu Yin did not know what this Mr. Bai's goal was. The Daosaur sect was huge, and it was also very dangerous. If one casually flew through the sky, they might not even know how they died. The three of them followed the broken path towards another teleportation beam. They passed through the beam without any mishaps, and they soon appeared in a ruined city. This should be a subsidiary city where the Daosaur sect's relatives live, and it serves the Daosaur sect. Mr. Bai then stepped into the city, causing the ground to crack open and extend far into the distance. Lu Yin and the fatty looked around. The city was huge, and the buildings were built in an ancient style. This place has been explored countless times, so not many people come here. The place that I mentioned should have undergone some changes recently, causing its aura to leak out. That's how it was discovered. Be careful when you walk and try not to destroy the buildings, Mr. Bai reminded them. This is just a subsidiary city of the Daosaur sect. What good things could there be? The fatty asked. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't underestimate this place. The Dao Source sect is not a holy land, and not everyone here is a saint. Some people use the Dao Source sect's resources to exchange for benefits, and this place is the best place to do so. It's rumored that 10,000 years ago, someone took away all the treasures in this city's auction house, and that person became a legend. Right, you should have heard of that person before, old gnome. Lu Yin was stunned, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Old gnome. Good, what a high-class name. Old gnome. That mysterious farmer, the fatty cried out in surprise. Mr. Bai made a shushing gesture. Be careful not to damage the buildings if you speak too softly. The fatty was surprised. It's really old gnome. Mr. Bai nodded. That's what I heard. That's really a lucky family. They've risen and fallen so many times, and I heard that there was one time when only one person from the entire family survived, but they managed to turn the tables around. Their luck is so good that it's off the charts. The fatty was envious. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't talk nonsense when we get back. Senior Gnome is now a cosmic imprinter, so be careful not to let him hear you. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth. After making several turns, Mr. Bai brought the two to the end of an alley. Gentlemen, the place that I mentioned is up ahead. Be careful. Lu Yin looked over, and his domain spread out, causing the space in front of him to distort. He could sense many strange energies entwined together, but since he could not see the rune lines with his eyes and could not retrieve a lock-breaking tool from his cosmic ring, he could not see them clearly. There's nothing here. The fatty was puzzled. Mr. Bai slowly walked over. The space here has been shattered, causing the defenses of this house to gradually crumble. It only completely collapsed a few days ago, which was when I discovered it. However, if you want to enter, you'll need to resolve the complex energies. Lock breaking. The fatty was stunned. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lock breaking. Did this place have it as well? Sure enough, it was connected to the universe's culture. Mr. Bai did not speak. He folded his fan and raised a hand, causing gentle star energy fluctuations to appear in his palm that slowly entered the house. Lu Yin could sense that the originally calm energy in the house was boiling, and even the fatty could see it. Ripples appeared in the void in front of them, and many of the houses around them collapsed into dust. The fatty carefully retreated. Although he did not know how to lock break, he knew that it would be very troublesome, so he pulled Lu Yin along as he retreated. Lu Yin did not move. The energy structure that enveloped the house was not complicated, and it did not contain any killing intent. At best, it was at the level of a 5-star discerning elementary source box, and Lu Yin could successfully unlock it. Mr. Bai's lock-breaking technique was very gentle, but it was also very efficient. There was no hesitation at all, and it was as if he could see everything clearly. If Lu Yin could see the rune lines with his eyes or take out a lock-breaking tool, then he would be able to do the same. However, he could not do so right now, as Mr. Bai's lock-breaking ability far surpassed his own. 10 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept past, and the house in front of the three changed. It became much clearer, and only by comparing it could they tell that the house had been enveloped by something. All right, come in, Mr. Bai said. Wait, the fatty suddenly spoke up and stared at Mr. Bai warily. If you can go in by yourself, why did you bring us along? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.